Hey guys, part 7 is finally here. I hope you enjoy the continuation. A huge thank you for your support, likes, and views. It really inspires me. If you want to get part 8 first and support me, you can check out my Patreon. I'd really appreciate it. And now, enjoy the video.
In the previous part, Song Yun, along with his pregnant wife Yi King and their friends, go shopping in the busiest district of Shanghai. Ouyang Ji, a persistent relative, joins them, determined to win Xiao Wan's heart. Though his presence irritates Song Yun, he tolerates it, remembering that Ouyang once saved his life. The shopping trip goes smoothly until an unpleasant incident occurs in a children's store. A rude saleswoman named Jiao Lu begins to insult Yuan Xiang and her friends, claiming they aren't VIP clients and don't have the right to touch the merchandise. She even goes so far as to threaten to call security, arrogantly boasting about her connections with powerful people, oblivious to the fact that she's talking to none other than Song Yun himself, the wealthiest man in Shanghai and the owner of the mall. Remaining calm, Song Yun calls the mall's manager, Lu Heping. The manager arrives swiftly, knowing this is a serious matter. As whispers spread through the crowd, people are shocked to realize that they're in the presence of Song Yun himself. Lu Heping is in a panic, understanding that his career is at risk because of the saleswoman's reckless behavior. He apologizes to Song Yun and prepares to deal with Jiao Lu, who has unknowingly dug her own grave. Lu Heping quickly made a phone call to the owner behind the baby and maternity store. Upon hearing the news, the owner rushed to the mall at lightning speed. When the owner saw Song Yun and his group, his heart sank. It's over. He had been a businessman for years, and partnering with this foreign baby store had earned him quite a lot of money. But from now on he feared that this flow of cash would be cut off. Chairman Song, hello. I'm Yuan Lai, the owner of this store. I deeply apologize for what happened today. It was entirely due to my poor judgment in hiring staff, and it resulted in an unpleasant shopping experience for you. I hope you'll be gracious enough to forgive me. After apologizing sincerely, Yuan Li turned to look at Jiao Lu, his anger rising. Pointing at her, he shouted, Jiao Lu, you're just a sales clerk. Who gave you the right to look down on customers? Forget that it's Chairman Song here today, even if it were just an ordinary person. You'd better serve them with full dedication. Who do you think you are? Some former internet celebrity? Jiao Lu was speechless. She had always been arrogant with regular customers, but finding out that her offense had been against the wealthiest man in the city sent her into a panic. What do you mean? Are you still trying to argue? I've ignored your nonsense for a while because you bring in some business, but not today. Get out. And don't let me see you again, or you'll regret it. Yuan Lai's voice was filled with fury. He cleverly distanced himself from the situation, taking full responsibility, but also apologizing humbly to Song Yun, leaving no room for anger. Yuan Li, I've had enough of you. You want to fire me? No need, I'll quit myself. I stand here 8 hours a day for a measly 7 or 8,000 yuan a month, and on top of that, I have to entertain you, a useless man, by going out for drinks. Whoever wants this job can take it. Fuming, Jiao Lu ripped off her sales uniform and threw it on the ground. She no longer cared about the job. She had already built a network of wealthy clients. Even without this job, she could earn tens of thousands a month by simply chatting and drinking with men. That would be more than enough for her to live well. Yuan Li was livid. Being insulted in public, especially with such personal attacks, was a devastating blow to his pride. What? Did I say something wrong? You think you, a small-time boss, can control me? Not in this lifetime. Jiao Lu's words were sharp and venomous, leaving Yuan Li speechless. Young lady, don't speak so crudely. Are you not planning to work anymore? Lu Heping, standing nearby, interjected coldly. Oh, I almost forgot about you. Jiao Lu sneered. You, with a bit of power, tried to get me to drink with you too. Ha! You're no different from me. Actually, you're even more disgusting. I can't believe Chairman Song still keeps someone like you in this position. Lu Heping had only spoken up to defend his drinking buddy, but to his surprise, he was now caught in the crossfire and right in front of the big boss. What should he do now? Don't accuse me. I've always conducted myself properly and have never done anything shady. We don't even know each other. Liu Heping said defensively. Chairman Song, please don't listen to this crazy woman. Song Yun watched the scene unfold with interest. He had heard rumors about Liu Heping's questionable personal life within the company, but since it hadn't impacted work, he hadn't bothered to investigate. Now, however, it seemed like there might be some truth to it. HMPsh. So you're going to pretend you don't know me after pulling your pants up? Jiao Lu scoffed, pulling out her phone and showing a selfie of herself with Liu Heping. In the photo, Liu appeared to be asleep while Jiao Lu kissed him, flashing a peace sign. The evidence was undeniable. Song Yun's gaze slowly shifted to Liu Heping, who broke out in a cold sweat. What kind of woman was this? Everyone knew that when you mess around you don't take pictures. How could she not understand that? Or had she planned all along to use this photo to blackmail him? Damn it! This woman was far more cunning than he'd imagined. And now it was too late. The damage was done. Who knows if this photo is even real? Liu Heping shouted, panicking. Oh, you're denying it? I expected that. That's why I also have a video. Want me to show everyone? Let's all admire Manager Lu's physique, shall we? Jiao Lu said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. The onlookers began whispering among themselves. TSK, didn't expect these rich guys to play so dirty. Men turn bad when they have money. Do you think you will too? Come on, honey. You really think I'll ever get rich? Liu Heping realized his career was over. Today would likely be his last day on the job. Manager Liu, you've brought this on yourself. I hope you take care of your own mess from now on, Song Yun said coldly, clapping him on the shoulder. The company's internal audit team will investigate this matter. If any misconduct is found. He didn't need to finish the sentence. Liu Heping's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. It seemed like he was headed for disaster. After this incident, Song Yun and his group lost interest in shopping and returned to their villa. Meanwhile, 2 unexpected guests quietly arrived. Not long after Song Yun returned home, Huang Baoding whispered something in his ear. Song Yun initially didn't want to get involved, but when he learned who had come, he realized it was someone important. After thinking for a moment in the living room, he decided to let them in. Ah, Chairman Song, it's been such a long time. How have you been lately? A voice rang out before the person appeared. Song Yun stood up from the sofa, smiling. What brings you to my place, Mr. Qian? Why can't I just drop by for a visit? A somewhat overweight middle-aged man slowly walked in, followed by a middle-aged couple with their heads hung low, looking as if they'd made a huge mistake. Of course you can. I'm always happy to see you, Mr. Qian. Yang Ying, bring out the special tea from my study. Song Yun invited them to sit down. This Mr. Qian, whose real name was Qian Ming, was the head of the commerce department in the city. They often crossed paths, and it was always necessary to show him some respect. Mr. Qian, are you really here just for a casual chat? If so, I'll have someone prepare a few dishes, and we can talk over some drinks. Song Yun pretended to know nothing, smiling cheerfully. The middle-aged woman beside Qian Ming couldn't hold back and started to speak, but Qian Ming shot her a sharp look, silencing her immediately. Oh, what's the matter? Did I do something wrong? Song Yun asked innocently. I've been staying at home these days, so I can't imagine I've made any enemies. But while we're on the subject, let me vent about something. Last night my university research institute caught fire. Years of effort, all gone up in flames. If I find out who did it, I swear I'll make them pay. Song Yun chuckled coldly but quickly changed his tone, smiling again. Ah, but enough of that depressing talk. Let's focus on something more pleasant. My condolences, Chairman Song. I've heard about that incident, but unfortunately it's outside my area of responsibility. If I could help, I would have found the culprit within a month. Qian Ming said, full of righteous indignation. But actually I did come here today with a bit of business to discuss. It's not a huge matter, but it's also not small. I sought out some people, and they said the final decision lies with you. So here I am, pleading with you. Huh? Song Yun's eyes widened in surprise. Is there really a matter that needs my attention? Don't tell me it's about the university's fire safety team. He gave Qian Ming a peculiar look. No, it's not about that. Qian Ming quickly waved his hands. Then what is it? I haven't been involved in anything major lately. Song Yun fell into thought as he spoke. After a long pause, the water boiled, and Song Yun poured tea for everyone. This tea was a gift from Master Ouyang during my recent visit to the capital. Tell me what you think, Song Yun said, smiling. Upon hearing this, Qian Ming's face changed. Was Song Yun already trying to pressure him with Master Ouyang's name before the real conversation had even started? Master Ouyang was of a much higher rank than Qian Ming, and if Song Yun refused to compromise, there was nothing he could do. Afterward, he certainly wouldn't dare to retaliate. Good tea, Qian Ming said thoughtfully. To be honest, I'm here today because of my troublesome niece. A woman. Song Yun frowned, but there was a trace of a cold smile in his eyes. Yes, my niece got involved with some people and, unfortunately, offended you. She's been such a headache. I've warned her before that foreigners can't be trusted, but she didn't listen. Now she's in serious trouble, and I honestly don't know how to approach you about this. Qian Ming sighed deeply. You know the situation in our family. My wife and I have been married for many years without children. My niece is the only one we have, and we love her like our own daughter. So, Chairman Song, I'm begging you please show mercy and forgive her. I promise she's learned her lesson and won't go near those foreigners again. Oh, so that's what this is about. Song Yun suddenly understood. Well, the truth is, the main issue isn't entirely with those girls. Upon hearing this, the couple behind Qian Ming relaxed. But Song Yun's next words threw them back into uncertainty. However, Song Yun sighed, making Qian Ming and the couple tense up again, waiting anxiously for what he would say next. Song Yun simply shook his head bitterly, refusing to say more. What is it? Is there something I don't know about? Qian Ming's heart sank as an ominous feeling crept over him. You mean you don't know? One of the foreigners your niece brought in committed a serious crime. Song Yun's expression darkened, and his tone grew icy. Not only that, but your niece insulted a lot of people. I didn't want to get involved, but she was so relentless, it became unbearable. Qian Ming knew exactly what Song Yun was referring to, which was why he said the matter could be seen as either big or small at all, depended on Song Yun's mood. If Song Yun decided to focus on the serious aspects, even Qian Ming would have to back down, as the situation was too grave to get involved in. So, what's your stance? Qian Ming asked, curious. If you're willing to let it go, I could pull a few strings for you, perhaps. Do you really think I'm that kind of person? Song Yun slammed his hand on the table and stood up, pointing a finger at Qian Ming's face. I was actually considering letting it go after they apologized, but your attitude has made me furious. Do you think I, Song Yun, need your help in this city? And let me be clear, the one handling this matter isn't me, but Master Ouyang's grandson, Ouyang Ji. He's here in my house right now. Would you like to have a private chat with him? Ouyang Ji? Upon hearing that name, Qian Ming knew it was over. His niece was doomed. Domineering. Overbearing. Song Yun stood like a tyrant in front of everyone, while Qian Ming and the middle-aged couple behind him fell into an increasingly uneasy silence. Qian Ming couldn't understand why Song Yun was so furious about this issue. Sure, there was a problem, but his niece hadn't done anything too serious, had she? While business people outside treated Qian Ming like a VIP, hoping to get favors from him, in front of Song Yun, his status didn't mean much. Not to mention the shadow of the Ouyang family that loomed behind Song Yun. The mere fact that he was the wealthiest man in the city was enough to make Qian Ming tread carefully. After all, Song Yun's corporation alone accounted for 30% of the city's tax revenue each year. The sheer magnitude of this number was staggering. Song Yun preferred to keep a low profile, which is why many wealth rankings couldn't accurately estimate his assets. If one day Song Yun decided to reveal his full wealth, he could easily rank among the top 10 in the country. Faced with such a powerful figure, Qian Ming could only sigh and say, I'm in a tough spot too. I hope you can understand my position as a concerned relative. My niece is our only child, and if something happens to her. Before he could finish, Song Yun cut him off with a cold look. Qian Ming, let me be frank. Your niece is completely out of control. It's a good thing I was there that day. If it had been anyone else, she would have acted even more arrogantly. Qian Ming knew all too well what Song Yun meant. His brother's family had always relied on him, and he was aware of some of the things his niece had been up to. But he had always thought, she's just a girl, how much trouble could she cause? He had let her live freely, but that mindset had led to this. No. It might not just harm her today, it could end up ruining him as well. Just as the situation reached a stalemate, Ouyang Ji casually strolled in from the courtyard, looking pleased with himself, and even humming a tune. When he saw the guests in the living room, he paused, scratched his head, and smiled. Oh, brother-in-law, you've got company. I'll head upstairs. Wait a minute. Song Yun called him back, gesturing for him to sit on the sofa. These three are here to ask for leniency. What do you think? Should we let them off the hook? After briefly explaining the situation, Ouyang Ji's cheerful face gradually turned serious, and by the end, he looked as if someone owed him a large sum of money. Qian Ming, right. Ouyang Ji muttered. Do you even realize what kind of consequences your actions could lead to? The three of them stared at each other, bewildered. What was going on? They were just here to ask for help in getting someone released. Please, enlighten me, Qian Ming said. He was used to being influential, but in Ouyang Ji's eyes, he wasn't worth much. After all, the people Ouyang interacted with were on a whole different level. If Qian Ming were in the capital, he'd probably never even get the chance to meet Ouyang. This situation is far more serious than you think. If your niece hadn't done anything wrong, we'd just give her a warning and let her go. But what? Qian Ming asked, his body tensing. We discovered something troubling about your niece. Ouyang Ji said. What? Qian Ming felt like he had been struck by lightning. His body went numb. Was there something he didn't know? There are some things you're not in a position to understand. Ouyang Ji continued. But I'll tell you this, your niece isn't getting out. Even if my brother-in-law agreed, I wouldn't. As soon as Ouyang Ji finished speaking, the middle-aged woman behind Qian Ming suddenly stood up, glaring at him with wide eyes. She pointed a trembling finger at Ouyang Ji and began to curse. Who do you think you are? My daughter only made friends with a few foreigners. And now you're going to ruin her life? She's supposed to study abroad this year, and you're destroying her future. And who might this be? Ouyang Ji asked, his expression growing colder. Qian Ming hurriedly grabbed his sister-in-law's arm, trying to pull her back to her seat. This rural woman hadn't changed a bit, still narrow-minded and unable to see the bigger picture. He couldn't understand what his brother had seen in her all those years ago. Couldn't she see they were here to ask for help? Did she really think they were in a position to talk back to these people? Brother, don't hold me back, she shouted, pulling free. You young people are so cruel. Do you really think ruining my daughter's future benefits you? And you? She pointed at Song Yun. All we're asking for is a simple favor. But you drag your feet like a woman. We're willing to offer you something in return. My brother. Before she could finish, Qian Ming clamped his hand over her mouth, desperately trying to silence her. Oh no! How did his brother end up marrying such a walking disaster? Wasn't it enough that she was ruining their daughter's life? Did she want to drag him down with her too? Go ahead, say what you want to say. Song Yun said coldly. Qian Ming, it seems you've been living too comfortably, looking for an upgrade in your career. Qian Ming's back broke out in a cold sweat. He waved his hands frantically and stammered, No. This is all a misunderstanding. She doesn't know what she's saying. Please don't take it to heart. He was terrified that Song Yun might reach out to someone higher up and have him packing his bags and heading for re-education the next day. What did I say wrong? These two young men aren't human. The woman screamed, shaking off Qian Ming's grip. They're just using our daughter to squeeze more benefits out of you. Fine, name your price. We'll give you whatever you want. It's over. It's all over. Qian Ming collapsed onto the sofa, his mind blank. He never should have come today, and he definitely shouldn't have listened to his brother's family, hoping to use money to sway Song Yun. The truth was, if Song Yun wanted something, the entire business world would bend over backward for him without him even having to ask. Especially with Ouyang Ji, the heir to the Ouyang family, by his side. Escort them out. Song Yun's gaze was as cold as death as he looked at the hysterical woman. Huang Baoting and a few others stepped forward. The middle-aged woman threw herself to the floor, causing a scene with her shameless behavior. It was disgraceful, utterly disgraceful. Even after living a wealthy life for years, the pettiness deep in her bones had never changed. The situation was quickly spiraling out of control, and Huang Baoting had no idea what to do. Every time he tried to approach the middle-aged woman, she would lash out with punches and kicks. Her nails even came dangerously close to scratching his face. If she injured him, what would he do? Qian Ming, how much longer are you going to let this go on in my house? Song Yun asked, his tone dark and displeased. Isn't this enough of a disgrace? Aren't you going to do something about your wife? Qian Ming roared at his brother, who was sitting on the sofa, completely lost and unsure of what to do. His brother, timid and wearing glasses, slowly approached his wife to try and calm her down. But before he could even finish speaking, she swung at him, smacking his glasses askew. Her other hand raked down his face, leaving him with bloody scratches. Damn. Huang Baoting breathed a sigh of relief. If he had been less careful earlier, this could have been him. Honey, let's talk about this at home. Qian Ming's brother tried to soothe her, despite the pain on his face. But the middle-aged woman wasn't listening. She escalated her outburst, lying on the floor, crying and shouting, Oh heavens! I can't go on living! What did I do to deserve this? Nobody is helping me. I married a useless man who can't make money, who has no charm. And now you're going to send my daughter to jail. My daughter is a top student. I don't want to live anymore. Oh heavens, take me now! Qian Ming, this is your family issue. What, do you expect me to solve it for you? Or are you trying to use this pathetic display to make me back down? Song Yun asked with a cold sneer. Qian Ming's face was now covered in sweat. Mustering his courage, he walked over to the middle-aged woman and slapped her hard across the face. She was stunned for a moment, but then her expression twisted into a ferocious snarl. Qian Ming, normally a mild-mannered office worker, was so frightened he took several steps back. Brother, how dare you hit Xiao Huan? I've never laid a hand on her, so what gives you the right? Qian Ming's brother shouted, his eyes blazing with fury. Normally gentle, he now looked like he might turn violent if not for the fact that Qian Ming was his elder brother. Seeing the situation unfold, Qian Ming collapsed onto the sofa, utterly defeated. A disgrace. What a disgrace for this family. Enough. Song Yun clapped his hands, signaling to Yang Yingying and her team of tough maids. Yang Yingying wasn't one to tolerate any nonsense in the house. Within moments they had the woman tied up, while Qian Ming's brother was pinned to the ground by Huang Baoting when he tried to intervene. The pair were unceremoniously carried out of the house by Huang Baoting and the others. Back in the living room, Qian Ming sat like a man who had aged 20 years in a matter of minutes, his voice weak as he spoke. I'm sorry for all the trouble today. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Stumbling, he made his way out. What a mess. Ouyang-ji spat as he watched Qian Ming leave. He thinks he can get away with this nonsense, using his family's disgrace to try and manipulate us. Does he even know who he's dealing with? Song Yun sighed deeply. Even though it wasn't a big deal, it was certainly disgusting. Not many people dare to insult me to my face anymore, but today, someone actually had the guts. As for Qian Ming, someone else would take care of him soon enough. Song Yun thought the day's troubles were over, but something even more unpleasant was on its way. An hour later, Huang Baoting came to find Song Yun in the study, his face looking strange. Udag's sister is here. Yuji's sister. Song Yun's heart skipped a beat. Was this the same person who had caused trouble at Yuji's house before? Why had she come looking for him? Did Yuji even know she was here? While Song Yun hesitated, Huang Baoting added, should we invite them in? She's here with her son and daughter, and we can't just leave them standing outside. All right, bring them in. Song Yun said with a sigh. What was going on today? Was he cursed with bad luck? Normally weeks would go by without a single visitor, but today, so many had shown up, and it was giving him a headache. Yuji's sister, along with her son and daughter, entered the house, looking around as if they were visiting a grand estate. This place is really something. Look at the decor. The landscaping amazing. I need to set up a meeting with uncle and strengthen our ties. The young man remarked in awe. His sister quickly nodded in agreement. Brother, wasn't that woman you were eyeing at the shop Song Yun's sister? You should have uncle help you get closer to her. If you marry her, we'll never have to worry about money again. That's actually a good idea. The young man mused, rubbing the stubble on his chin as he let his imagination run wild. Stop worrying about your brother's marriage, and think about how you're going to get married yourself. The middle-aged woman said, sounding exasperated. Oh, come on. It's not my fault uncle keeps introducing me to losers. I'm not interested in those weirdos. The daughter replied. Her face had a certain appeal, but anyone looking closely would notice she had undergone several cosmetic surgeries, definitely more than once or twice. This kind of artificial beauty might work for the wealthy as a decorative trophy, but without Yuji's connections, she would have been long manipulated by others. Don't worry. I've heard of a promising young man, and his family background is impeccable. Just behave yourself, and watch how I arrange this marriage for you. The middle-aged woman boasted confidently. The promising young man she was referring to was none other than Ouyang-ji. Ever since Yuji had mentioned Ouyang-ji to her, she had been trying to find a way to meet him. After much persuasion, her brother still refused to tell her where to find him. But one day, she had stumbled across Song Yun's photo and address in Yuji's study, which sparked the idea of using Song Yun to get to Ouyang-ji. As for whether the two families were a good match, she hadn't given it much thought. In her mind, her brother was still highly influential, and that should be enough to make it work. As they entered the living room, the woman was stunned by the opulent decor, standing frozen in place. Hello. May I ask what brings you here? Song Yun asked gently, trying to understand the situation. After all, Yuji wasn't a nobody, he was a real heavyweight. Someone even Song Yun had to be cautious with. Nothing major really. We met briefly at my brother's place last time, and I thought I'd stop by for a visit. The middle-aged woman said with a smile. Also, there was a bit of a misunderstanding last time, and I wanted to clear that up. Song Yun smiled slightly at this and replied, It's good that you feel this way. After all, in this day and age, it's better to make friends than enemies. The middle-aged woman nodded seriously, then patted her son on the back. This is my son, Wang Bo. You young people should get to know each other. Who knows, maybe there will be opportunities to work together in the future. In truth, with Song Yun's current status, people were lining up to collaborate with him. A small-time shop owner like Wang Bo hardly had the qualifications. However, due to their connection with UG, Song Yun knew it wouldn't be wise to make things too awkward. No problem. If there's a chance to make some money, I'll keep you in mind, Song Yun said. Wang Bo's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. I actually have something. The only question is whether Chairman Song would be interested. Oh? I'm all ears, Song Yun replied, amused. I've been thinking about starting an investment company. Chairman Song, would you be willing to take a stake? I don't like to brag, but if you invest, the returns will definitely be substantial, Wang Bo said, full of confidence. I've got some connections, and I'm in on certain insider information. All I need now is some initial capital. Though Song Yun maintained a polite smile, inwardly he had already decided to blacklist Wang Bo. Even if Song Yun hadn't relied on his own systems, investing was always a gamble. You'd be lucky if one or two ventures turned a profit. And here was Wang Bo, shamelessly claiming that as long as he got money, there would be guaranteed returns. Who did he think he was fooling? It seems like a great idea. The middle-aged woman chimed in. Chairman Song, you've got the money, and we've got the resources. Together, we can definitely make it work. She was filled with hope. After all, Song Yun was a wealthy businessman. If he invested in their venture, their family's future would be secure. Thinking this, the woman began to exaggerate her own connections, as if she were someone important, completely ignoring that she relied heavily on UG's influence. Song Yun, who had initially remained courteous out of respect for UGI, was growing more irritated. These people clearly took him for a fool. Most investors would come prepared with detailed proposals, but here they were, trying to get millions from him with nothing more than a few empty words. Sure, he had money, but it didn't come from thin air. We can discuss this later. There's no rush, Song Yun said, dismissing the suggestion. The middle-aged woman looked a little disappointed but quickly perked up as she remembered something. By the way, is your sister here today? Sister? Song Yun asked, confused. I'm an only child. Which sister are you referring to? The young lady who had a disagreement with Wang Bo last time. Yuan Cu? Song Yun was starting to get a sense of what this woman was after. What business do you have with my sister? He asked. It's like this. The middle-aged woman straightened her posture. There was a bit of a misunderstanding last time, but Wang Bo didn't mean any harm. He just wanted to get to know your sister better. I was wondering, does your sister have a boyfriend? Unbelievable. Were they really trying to push this on him? Sorry, but my sister already has someone she likes. Song Yun replied politely. Besides, let's leave the past in the past. No need to bring it up again. That's okay. Young people these days, it's normal for them to meet and get to know each other first. My son Wang Bo is young and successful. If he were to be with your sister, she'd definitely be well taken care of. Exactly. I'm very loyal, and if your sister were with me, I'd treat her well. Wang Bo added, eager to convince Song Yun. This family really didn't know when to quit, did they? Song Yun was already thinking about asking them to leave. We'll see about that. If there's nothing else, I won't keep you. I've got a meeting to attend in a little while, Song Yun said, signaling the end of the conversation. Oh no, there's still more. The middle-aged woman insisted. First, we'd like you to arrange for my son and your sister to meet. And secondly, I quite liked the young man who was with you last time. I was thinking of introducing him to my daughter. Seriously? Did this family really think they could come and stir up trouble in his own house? Not only were they targeting his sister, but now they wanted to match up Ouyang Ji as well? Song Yun glanced at the girl sitting on the sofa. She wasn't unattractive, but anyone could tell she'd had a lot of cosmetic work done. She was the kind of artificial beauty that wealthier people might view as nothing more than a decorative object. Sorry, but I really do have other matters to attend to. Perhaps you can come back another day, Song Yun said, making it clear he wanted them to leave. A sensible person would have taken the hint, but the middle-aged woman didn't seem to understand social cues. No problem. I know you're busy. Just have your sister and that young man join us. We can talk separately, she said, as if Song Yun were just there to do her bidding. That's really not appropriate, Song Yun responded. Oh, come on. Don't you want our families to get closer? You know my brother is UG. If we become in-laws, I'm sure all of your businesses will grow even faster, she said, trying to entice him with potential benefits. Her arrogance was the final straw for Song Yun. I really do have things to attend to. You're free to leave whenever, Song Yun said, standing up and heading upstairs. Mom. What's with his attitude? I'm going to tell Uncle all about this. Wang Bo grumbled. He's rich, and rich people are all like this. Don't worry, I'll make sure everything works out, the mother reassured her son. In his study, the more Song Yun thought about it, the angrier he became. He called Huang Baiting to ask if the trio had left yet. The answer came back that they were still sitting in the living room, drinking tea without any intention of leaving. Unbelievable. Did they really think they could push him around? Song Yun immediately called Yu Ji. Yu Ji was in his office, going through paperwork when he saw Song Yun's name on his phone. He was a little surprised Song Yun rarely called him, and they mainly interacted at business events. Hello Chairman Song, what brings you to call me today? Yu Ji joked. Yu Ji, I don't like to trouble you, but your sister just showed up at my house, talking about marriage alliances and trying to get me to introduce Ouyang Ji to her daughter. I can't handle this situation on my own. What? Yu Ji sat in his chair, utterly bewildered. What on earth was going on? How had his sister ended up at Song Yun's house? And how did she even know where Song Yun lived? Yu Ji distinctly remembered turning down his sister's request. Was she still clinging to this idea? If old Master Ouyang found out about this, who knows how much he'd blame him in his heart. Let me call her to figure out what's happening. How does that sound? Yu Ji asked. I'd appreciate that, Yu Ji. After all, I can't make decisions in this matter. If old Master Ouyang hears about this, I'm afraid. Hearing this, Yu Ji broke out in a cold sweat. He had hoped to rely on the Ouyang family's connections to improve his standing and perhaps even move up to the capital. But if this situation wasn't handled properly today, the old master might blacklist him. Hold on a moment. Yu Ji hung up the phone and angrily threw the files he was holding against the wall. His sister had clearly been living the high life for too long, daring to pull a stunt like this now. Did she really think she was someone important without him? Meanwhile, in the living room, the middle-aged woman waited patiently for Song Yun to come downstairs. Her phone rang, and she answered, a bit confused. Xiao Si, what's the matter? Are you at Song Yun's house? Yu Ji's voice was low and tense. Yes, I came by to ask him for some help. Your nephew and niece still don't have anyone, so I thought I'd ask Song Yun for a favor. Did he mention it to you? Ridiculous. I've indulged most of your requests as long as they weren't too unreasonable, but today you've made a huge mistake. A major one. Yu Ji roared into the phone. What makes you think you can just show up and expect Song Yun's help? What makes you think your precious son and daughter are good enough for him? Do you even know who Ouyang Ji is? You've jumped into this mess without understanding anything. Do you realize how much trouble this could cause for me? The middle-aged woman winced at the volume of Yu Ji shouting. She frowned and said, What's the big deal? Since when is matchmaking a crime? Xiao Si, if you're not going to think about your nephew and niece's future, I will. What's wrong with Song Yun's sister or Ouyang Ji? And from what you're saying, wouldn't it be good for your future if they ended up together? Do you really think it's that simple? This isn't just ordinary matchmaking. You don't know what's at stake here, it could ruin everything. Yu Ji barked. Then something clicked. Wait, did you say Song Yun's sister? I thought he was an only child. I'm talking about the girl who had a disagreement with Wang Bo last time. The woman clarified. Before she could finish, Yu Ji's voice came booming again. Get out of Song Yun's house right now. What the hell? Yu Ji's mind was in chaos. Was his sister trying to ruin him? Everyone in the upper circles of Shanghai knew about the close relationship between Yuan Siyu and Song Yun. There were even rumors that they might end up together. And even though no one knew how Yuan Siyu had bypassed Yi Qingqing, there was no denying that she wasn't someone to be trifled with. And now his sister had the audacity to show up at Song Yun's house and try to steal his thunder? How could she be so foolish? Couldn't she have thought things through a little more? Even if her brain was for decoration, she could have at least asked him for advice beforehand. Now she had put him in a completely passive position. Yu Ji was absolutely livid. He began to suspect that he had been too indulgent with his sister's family, letting their confidence swell to such absurd levels. Xiao Si, why are you yelling at me? What did I do wrong? I'm telling you, I'm not leaving that easily today. The middle-aged woman hung up the phone right after that. Hearing the busy tone in his ear, Yu Ji forced himself to suppress his rage, stood up, and grabbed his coat, preparing to head to Song Yun's house. Xiao Zhao, get the car ready. I need to leave immediately. At the office door, Secretary Xiao Zhao noticed the dark cloud on Yu Ji's face and felt a wave of unease. Was something seriously wrong? Why was Yuji so furious? He quickly made the arrangements, and soon a car was quietly driving towards Song Yun's house. Mom, what did Uncle say? Wang Bo asked curiously. Don't worry about him. He's never willing to help with anything. Does he expect us to just sit around and wait? Trust me, we'll stay here today until Song Yun agrees to help us, the middle-aged woman said smugly. Half an hour later, Yuji stood at Song Yun's doorstep, his expression dark and stormy. His secretary Xiao Zhao was worried too. Judging by his boss's mood, and considering the fact that they were about to confront someone as powerful as Song Yun, this could lead to a major conflict, and the whole city might feel the tremors. Yuji, Huang Baoding, watching from the security room, immediately recognized him and quickly informed Song Yun. Song Yun, still nursing a headache in his study, felt a wave of relief upon hearing this. It was for the best that Yuji had come in person to handle the situation. After all, he couldn't exactly throw the entire family out of his house. He stood up, preparing to go greet Yuji at the door, but before he could reach the entrance, Yuji had already stormed inside. The middle-aged woman was caught off guard, not expecting her brother to show up in person for something she considered a small matter. Suddenly, she had a bad feeling about this. Hurry up, let's go. Yuji's chest was heaving with anger, and he was on the verge of losing control. In his mind, his sister was playing games with his career and future. The middle-aged woman looked confused. Did Song Yun call you over? I'm just saying, I didn't do anything wrong. What's with all the fuss? Shut up. Yuji growled. Your mother is acting like a fool, and you two are following along? You want to find partners without even knowing your place? I'm warning you, if you don't straighten up you'll end up in serious trouble. Yuji, you're here. Song Yun greeted with a smile. This whole situation caught me off guard today, so I had to trouble you to handle it. You know better than I do how to deal with this. Yuji nodded solemnly. Thank you, Song. This is my fault for not keeping my family in line. Come over to my place for dinner soon, and I'll make it up to you. Don't worry about it. Song Yun said politely. Shall we continue? Hey, you're too petty. The middle-aged woman interjected angrily. All I asked was for you to make an introduction, and you had to call my brother? How do you plan to do business in the future with such a narrow-minded attitude? Stop talking. Yuji snapped. You really are my sister, aren't you? Shut your mouth, get up and come with me, or I swear I'll never help your family with anything again. At this moment, a trace of doubt finally surfaced in the middle-aged woman's mind. Could it be that Song Yun wasn't just an ordinary businessman? After all, she had seen the previous wealthiest man before, and she still remembered how cautious he had been around Yuji. It was clear to anyone that Yuji had no desire to cross Song Yun. Brother, tell me honestly, why are you acting so unusually today? She whispered, lowering her voice as she leaned toward Yuji. Stop talking nonsense. Leave with me right now, or I'll leave on my own. But if I go, I can't guarantee Song Yun won't throw you out after I'm gone. Yuji growled. What? Did Song Yun really have that much guts? The middle-aged woman hesitated for a moment after hearing this, but ultimately decided to follow her brother's advice. Still deep down, she clung to a glimmer of hope, thinking maybe if she came back again, she might finally meet Ouyang and, after a few visits with her daughter, he would fall for the bait. Sorry for the trouble today. Next time, just call me directly if anything comes up, Yuji said grimly before turning and walking out. His sister, her son and daughter reluctantly followed behind him, clearly disappointed. For someone of Yuji's stature, it was rare to hear an apology, even when he made mistakes. People in his position simply didn't allow themselves to appear weak. Watching them leave, Song Yun shook his head in resignation. How did such trivial, domestic matters end up on his plate? Truly, as the saying goes, even an honest official can't resolve family disputes. Neither Qian Ming nor Yuji could escape the entanglements of family obligations. A while later, after enjoying a brief period of peace, Song Yun received a call from Principal Sai, informing him that the Grey Deer Research Institute had completed its reconstruction. Aside from some custom equipment that was still on order, everything else was ready. He invited Song Yun to come by for a tour. Song Yun had a genuine interest in the institute's research and knew that Shanghai University had invested nearly 2 billion yuan in its reconstruction. He was curious to see where all that money had gone. Since his father, Song Bo, had been one of the first to get involved in this field, Song Yun decided to invite him along. At that moment, Song Bo was sitting in his study, engrossed in reading The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, completely unaware that someone was standing behind him. Song Yun, seeing a magazine with bikini-clad women tucked into the pages of the classic novel, couldn't help but clear his throat loudly in exasperation. The sudden noise startled Song Bo, who quickly snapped the book shut and turned to see who had interrupted him. "You brat! Can't you knock before entering?" Song Bo, clearly embarrassed, banged the table in frustration. After all, being caught by his own son reading such a magazine wasn't exactly a moment of pride. "You never said I had to knock. Besides, this is my study, you know." Song Yun shrugged. "You little rascal. Starting to split hairs with your own father now? Should have never had you in the first place." Song Bo grumbled. Yes, you're my dear dad, and you're always right. By the way, remember how you said you were interested in that institute researching genetic medicine? They finished the reconstruction. Want to come with me to check it out? So soon? It's only been a month." Song Bo was astonished. Research institutes like that require extremely precise equipment. Even the slightest error in the data could throw everything off. Song Yun sighed inwardly. It might seem fast, but 2 billion yuan had already been poured into it in just 1 month. With that much money, people would have fought tooth and nail to finish it in half the time. When they arrived at the gate of Shanghai University, Song Yun parked in the lot, and the two of them started walking toward the institute. Initially, Song Yun thought about using his privileges as a board member to drive in, but his father insisted on walking, and Song Yun had no choice but to comply. Soon enough, Song Yun realized why his father had insisted on walking. Shanghai University, being a top-tier school, boasted not only academic excellence but also a high beauty standard among its students. In just a short time, Song Yun spotted several young women who could easily score above 90 in looks. These students exuded youthful energy and lacked the worldly attitude that often accompanied beautiful women outside the university. Their fresh innocence was a refreshing contrast. Before long, they reached the entrance of the Grey Deer Research Institute, where Principal C was waiting anxiously. As soon as he spotted Song Yun, he hurried over. "Chairman Song, why didn't you drive in?" Principal C asked curiously. "I've been sitting too much lately and thought I could use a walk. But enough about that. Let's check out the facilities." Song Yun replied. "Of course, right this way," Principal C said, leading the way. He didn't ask about the middle-aged man accompanying Song Yun. In the world of big bosses, if they didn't introduce someone, it meant you weren't supposed to know. Asking too many questions could irritate them, something Principal C, being a seasoned veteran, knew all too well. Inside, the spacious lobby came into view. This was where the junior researchers and graduate students worked, gathering data, organizing it, and filing reports. When the staff saw Principal C, they all paused their work, waiting for his next instructions. "Carry on with your tasks," Song Yun said casually. Some of the researchers were puzzled. Was this young man more powerful than Principal C? "Ahem, this is our board member, Mr. Song," Principal C explained. "The entire successful reconstruction of the Grey Deer Institute was made possible thanks to his generous support. Let's give him a round of applause." Hearing this, the researchers' eyes lit up, and they immediately broke into enthusiastic applause. After all, these people were all highly educated, with both intelligence and social skills. The more reserved types wouldn't last long here. In their eyes, Song Yun was a golden benefactor. If they could get his attention, maybe they'd be next in line for a promotion or a raise. All right, get back to work," Song Yun said, feeling a bit embarrassed by their enthusiasm. Weren't researchers supposed to be cool-headed, like machines? But in reality, the hungry, eager looks in their eyes made it seem like they were ready to eat him alive. "I'll give you a tour," Principal Sai offered, leading the way. At that moment, Song Bo turned to Song Yun and said, "You go ahead. I'll stay here and chat with these folks." He wanted to relive the atmosphere of his earlier years, and he also planned to get some insider information about how far the project had progressed. "Mr. Song, I didn't know you were coming personally. My apologies for not greeting you earlier." A spry old man with white hair hurried over. This was Professor Liu, the head of the Grey Deer Research Institute. "How do you like the new research facility, Professor Liu?" Song Yun asked with a smile. "Since I've already invested 2 billion, there's no need to hold back. If anything is unsatisfactory, just let me know, and I'll have Principal Sai make sure everything is fully supported." Hearing these words made Professor Liu feel incredibly warm inside. He had worked in many research institutions over his career, but none of the investors had ever been as accommodating as Song Yun. But most investors were either chasing fame and profit or penny pinching, wanting to split every dollar in half. Whenever funding was requested, it would be reduced at each level, so by the time it reached the researchers, the amount was often much smaller than expected. To someone like Professor Liu, A generous investor who didn't make demands felt like a godsend. Over the past few days, other department heads at Shanghai University looked at him with envy. 2 words summed it up: jealousy. Everyone knew what was crucial for a research institute: equipment. New technologies require constant support from cutting-edge equipment. But the downside to this is that the equipment is often prohibitively expensive. High-quality equipment comes at astronomical prices. Shanghai University had a total of 36 research institutes. If they were all funded as generously as the Grey Deer Institute, even someone as wealthy as Song Yun would go bankrupt in a few months. After all, research has always been a bottomless pit. No one knows whether their research will bear fruit, or if they are heading in the right direction. If a mistake is made at any stage, all the money spent up to that point could go down the drain. So, when other department heads saw the shiny new equipment at Professor Lu's disposal, they could only wish they could burn down their own labs and start fresh. "Professor Lu, would you mind giving me a tour of the work environment?" Song Yun asked, always ready to support talented individuals with his resources and goodwill. He knew that a single breakthrough by a researcher could change the world. Of course. I'd be honored to show you around." Professor Lu, overwhelmed by Song Yun's attention, eagerly responded. "Because of the fire last time, we've rebuilt the institute with fire-resistant materials. If a fire breaks out, the central control room will be alerted immediately, and the fire will be extinguished within a minute. Moreover, each department is now equipped with its own access control system. This isn't just to protect the research data, but also to minimize losses if a disaster occurs. The system will automatically lock down the affected department, containing the damage." Professor Lu continued, "Over here, you can see some of the new equipment we've brought in. It's not only for genetic research but also for preparing future pharmaceutical developments." As they toured the institute, Professor Lu presented Song Yun with a special white access card. This card granted Song Yun the highest level of clearance at the institute, allowing him to enter any area at any time. Even Principal Sai only held a second-tier black card. "Very impressive," Song Yun said with approval. "I have high hopes for your team, Professor Lu. I expect you to deliver results." Song Yun wasn't interested in micromanaging. If the monumental task of developing genetic medicine could be solved with just a few words from him, then genetics wouldn't be known as the shackles that God placed on humanity by researchers worldwide. "Don't worry," Professor Lu replied confidently. "We've kept all our previous data, so moving forward, the experiments will be much easier compared to before." Through their conversation, Professor Lu had already gauged that Song Yun was a results-oriented person. As long as the research yielded the desired genetic medicine, Song Yun didn't care about how much it cost. A boss like that was every researcher's dream. As Song Yun and Professor Lu chatted and laughed, Song Bo leisurely strolled over. "Oh, by the way, let me introduce you to my father, Song Bo. He's also a fan of genetics," Song Yun said with a smile. When Professor Lu saw Song Bo, his eyes widened in shock, and he began to tremble with excitement. "Professor Song!" Professor Lu exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. "I've been searching for you for over a decade, and I never imagined I'd meet you here today. And you are Mings?" Song Bo asked curiously, not recalling this person at all. "You may not remember me, but years ago, I attended a genetics symposium you hosted in the capital. I was deeply inspired by the ideas you shared, and they've guided my research ever since." Professor Lu, now acting like a starstruck fan meeting his idol, had stars in his eyes. "Oh, that event? I didn't realize people still remembered it. How surprising." Song Bo responded casually, as if it wasn't a big deal. "You have no idea, Professor. Your theories were a revelation to me." Professor Lu laughed. "I can't believe you're Mr. Song's father. What a small world. Would you be interested in joining our research institute? I'd gladly serve as your assistant." The researchers who were working nearby froze in disbelief. What was going on? Did Professor Lu just offer his position to someone they'd never even heard of? This institute was practically Professor Lu's baby. And now he was offering to hand it over without hesitation? Who exactly was this Professor Song? Well, Song Bo looked a bit uncomfortable. "I'm afraid I'll have to decline. If I join your research institute, might end up experiencing another fire." Song Bo knew that many hidden powers had their eyes on him. If he were to show any intention of re-entering the field, it wouldn't just be about a few fires. Those forces might decide to eliminate all the researchers with knowledge of the data. Song Bo couldn't bear to see these people lose their lives because of him. "Why? With you leading the way, the genetic medicine project would surely succeed. Please reconsider," Professor Lu pleaded, still hopeful. No. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime. But I won't be joining." Upon hearing Song Bo's refusal, Professor Lu looked visibly disappointed. But he knew better than to press further. After all, this middle-aged man was not only a top-tier genetics researcher but also the father of his own major investor. Then I guess we'll have to trouble you for advice from time to time, Professor Song. Professor Lu sighed. Suddenly, a familiar notification rang in Song Yun's mind. Ing. Host detected at the Grey Deer Research Institute at Shanghai University. Would you like to check in? Ing. A new mission is available for the host. Would you like to accept? What? Song Yun's heart raced. It had been so long since the system had contacted him that he thought it had stopped working. Without hesitation, he checked in and quickly accepted the mission. Ing. Check-in complete. Location Grey Deer Research Institute at Shanghai University. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've earned a reward, 1 vial of genetic serum. Ding. Host has received a new mission. Please complete it within 3 days. Failure will result in the system store being closed. What the? Song Yun was stunned. Why were the consequences of this mission so severe? The system store was full of items he drooled over, even if he couldn't afford them right now. But who knew? Maybe one day he'd have enough to buy exactly what he wanted. There was no way he'd let a store like this, full of game-changing items, be shut down. Let's take a look at this genetic serum, Song Yun thought, opening the system storage. A vial of glowing red liquid floated before him, looking strange and almost otherworldly. Next to the serum was a description named Berserker Serum. Upon consumption, the user enters a berserk state for 24 hours, with all physical abilities enhanced by 300%. Note, as long as the user doesn't suffer a fatal blow, they will fully recover from any injuries sustained during that time. What in the world? Is this the power of the system? Song Yun mumbled to himself, overwhelmed by the implications. What's wrong? Song Bo asked, noticing that something seemed off with his son. Nothing. Just remembered something. Song Yun replied, trying to suppress the joy bubbling up inside him. This serum was no joke. Forget the immediate power boost, the fact that it could save his life within 24 hours of consumption made it priceless. Without exaggeration, this serum could easily be worth billions. Feeling satisfied, Song Yun stored the serum and opened the mission details. As his eyes scanned the information, they narrowed with focus. Mission difficulty. A. Mission objective. After many struggles, China has risen to stand tall on the global stage. However, there are still some technologies that the country cannot independently develop due to technical barriers. To break these monopolies, China has secretly purchased a lithography machine. Due to an information leak, certain parties are now trying to intercept it. Help ensure the successful transport of the machine. Song Yun fell silent, realizing how serious this mission was. This was no simple task. The system's brief explanation hinted at deeper political and strategic games at play. However, the system didn't specify the transportation route or how he should complete the mission. Did that mean he had full autonomy to handle the situation? That could be both a blessing and a curse. After all, he couldn't exactly walk up to the authorities and ask, "Hey, did you guys secretly buy a lithography machine? Mind sharing the route so I can help out?" He'd probably be interrogated before he could even finish his sentence. Operations like this were always surrounded by layers of secrecy. You could uncover one truth, only to find 7 more hidden beneath. So, what now? Song Yun rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Chairman Song? Chairman Song. Principal C lightly taps Song Yun's arm, pulling him out of his thoughts. Your phone is ringing. Oh right, thanks. Song Yun absent-mindedly picked up his phone. Song Bo, meanwhile, had been observing his son's shifting expressions, one moment excited, the next lost in thought, and wondered if something was going on. Was his son having some sort of relationship problem? No, his son wasn't like that. Well, maybe. No, Song Yun was a decent and upstanding guy, just like him. But still, his son had significant influence in Shanghai now. The only people who could still make him this nervous were probably those hidden powerhouses. Maybe Song Yun had gotten tangled up with someone dangerous? Good grief! Could his son really have been keeping some major secret from him all this time? Song Bo made up his mind he would have to keep a closer eye on his son and step in, if necessary. After all, Yi Qingqing was pregnant, and there was Yuan Siyu to think about. There was no need for his son to get involved with anyone else. Hello, what is it? I'm busy, Song Yun answered, clearly irritated. The caller was none other than Ouyang-ji. There's something urgent. You need to get back home as soon as possible. Ouyang-ji's voice was grave. Can you be back in 30 minutes? My grandfather wants to talk to you. What? Song Yun scratched his head in confusion. Why was old Master Ouyang reaching out to him now? Something didn't seem right. Wait a second. No wonder the system hadn't given him many details, because someone had already set their sights on him. After hanging up, Song Yun quickly said, "Dad, I need to head home for something urgent. Are you coming with me?" "I'll come along," Song Bo replied, sensing that something was off in his son's demeanor. The two of them hurried back home, where Ouyang Ji was waiting in the living room. "I'm back," Song Yun called out. "Come on, let's talk in the study," Ouyang Ji said urgently, grabbing Song Yun by the arm and leading him upstairs. Song Bo watched the two of them, frowning. Something was definitely going on between them. Could it be that Ouyang Ji was the one leading his son astray? That must be it. Inside the study, a video call from the capital connected, and on the screen appeared the face of old Master Ouyang. Beside him sat a middle-aged man with a square face, exuding an air of seriousness and authority. "It's been a while, Song Yun. Has Xiao Ji been giving you any trouble recently?" Old Master Ouyang asked with a warm smile. "No trouble at all, Grandpa Ouyang. He's been doing well here. You don't need to worry," Song Yun replied politely. "Good to hear. Now, the reason I'm contacting you today is because I need a favor. Xiao Ji mentioned that you're quite skilled, better than him, even." "I suppose so," Song Yun responded modestly. "From here on, you have a choice. You can either listen to what I'm about to say and agree to help, or you can walk away now and forget you heard anything. But if you choose to listen, you'll need to clear your schedule and fully commit to the task we're about to give you," Old Master Ouyang said, his tone becoming serious. "Here it comes." Song Yun pretended to hesitate for a moment before carefully asking, "Can you tell me what it's about first?" "No," the middle-aged man beside Old Master Ouyang interjected, his voice powerful and commanding. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Jun, and I'm in charge of this operation. This conversation is encrypted and recorded, and if you agree to take part but later go back on your word, there will be serious consequences," Li Jun added sternly. "Oh, is it really that serious?" Even Ouyang Ji, sitting next to him, was taken aback. Everyone knew that Song Yun's current status was not to be trifled with. If someone pushed him too hard, the entire business landscape of Shanghai could change overnight. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ouyang Ji became more alert. Despite being old Master Ouyang's grandson, he was completely in the dark about the details of this operation. "I see," Song Yun muttered. "Will this mission put my personal safety at risk?" "It might, or it might not. I can't give you any guarantees. However, I can assure you that we will use every available resource to protect you," Li Jun replied. "Additionally, your role in this operation is primarily to use your identity as cover. You won't be required to engage in any direct danger unless you choose to." Hearing this, Song Yun started piecing things together in his mind. "I'll accept," he said firmly. "Good. From now on, you're officially part of the Morning Star project," Li Jun announced. "Wait, what about me? Am I just expected to go along with this without even being asked?" Ouyang Ji suddenly interjected, looking confused. "You've been drafted as well," Li Jun responded curtly before continuing. "Do you know about lithography machines?" Here we go, finally, the real topic. "Yes, I've heard about them. Isn't our country developing its own?" Song Yun asked. "That's correct. However, what we've developed so far is only low-end. The high-end machines are controlled by a few countries, creating a technological barrier that we haven't been able to break through. This monopoly is extremely detrimental to us," Li Jun explained. "So, we've taken a different approach. We've secretly purchased an advanced lithography machine from another country through a Chinese-owned foreign company. The operation was going smoothly, and the machine is already in transit. But somehow the information was leaked, putting us in a precarious situation. That's why we need your help." "Hold on," Song Yun interrupted, curious. "What happened to the people who were originally handling this operation?" "They're currently under investigation. We'll find out who leaked the information," Li Jun said, his tone grave. "We can't openly receive the machine with our official identities, so we need a decoy. The machine will arrive at the Hong Kong port at midnight, 2 days from now. We need personnel to collect it and transport it back to the capital. That's where your identity comes in. You're a businessman. We'll have local contacts send you an invitation for a leisure trip to Hong Kong, where you'll bring the rest of the team along. Do you have any other questions?" Li Jun asked. Song Yun thought for a moment before nodding. "When will the rest of the team arrive?" "They'll be in Shanghai by 8 p.m. tonight. Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., you'll all fly to Hong Kong." Once you've arrived, your role will be complete. Lee Jun replied. That's it? I don't need to do anything else? Song Yun asked, surprised. That's all. The team we're sending is highly skilled and works together seamlessly. If you interfere, you might disrupt their process. Lee Jun said firmly. Additionally, while there is some risk involved, your safety is a priority. However, the machine takes precedence over everything else. Wow. Song Yun hadn't expected the task to be this straightforward. All he had to do was go to Hong Kong and act like he was on vacation? Alright, I'll do it. Song Yun agreed casually. Thank you for your service to the country, Lee Jun said, standing up and saluting Song Yun. Everything has been arranged. Let's hope the operation proceeds smoothly. Let's hope so, Song Yun replied, watching as Lee Jun ended the call. Man, I feel like I'm just a bystander in all this. Ouyang Ji grumbled. They didn't even give me any information. Are we just supposed to walk into this blind? Don't worry. The team will probably have all the details. We'll find out when they arrive tonight, Song Yun said as he left the study, ready to prepare himself. After all, this mission might not be as simple as Lee Jun had made it seem. If it were, the system wouldn't have assigned it a difficulty rating of A. He needed to brace himself for the storm that was about to come. At 8 p.m., 4 figures appeared at the gate of Hua Shu Villa. They glanced at the grand mansion with indifferent expressions. These rich folks sure live well, huh? One young man muttered, rubbing his stubbled chin. Wonder if we'll ever get to live like this. Shut up. A burly man snapped. Get your head in the game. We're here on a mission, one that's critical for advancing our technology. If you mess this up and cause Song Yun to back out, Lee Jun will have your hide. Yeah, you're scaring me, the young man replied with a smirk. All we're doing is using Song Yun's identity as cover. What's there to be scared of? Knock, knock, knock. The villa's front door was knocked upon, and Huang Baiding, sitting in the surveillance room, observed 4 unfamiliar individuals standing outside 3 men and 1 woman. Despite their casual appearance, Huang noticed something suspicious about their stances. As a former personal bodyguard for Old Master Ouyang, Huang was all too familiar with these subtle cues. These 4 looked like they could spring into action at any moment, ready to respond to an attack. Could it be trouble again? Not wanting to delay, Huang quickly called Song Yun through the internal line. Song Yun's response was clear: let them in. Although still puzzled, Huang didn't waste time. He pressed the button to open the gates, allowing the 4 to enter the villa in an orderly manner. Emerging from the surveillance room, Huang greeted them. My boss has been expecting you. Please, come inside. One of the younger men's eyes gleamed as he remarked, Oh? You're a martial artist too. Not bad to meet a real fighter here. You're too kind, Huang replied modestly. I just know some basic moves, nothing like you all. He turned to lead them into the villa. Along the way, the burly man in the group whispered to the younger man, Keep your mouth shut. Song Yun isn't just anyone, he's got deep ties, probably to the Ouyang family. Don't mess this up before we even start the mission. Alright, I'll keep quiet. The younger man grumbled. But I don't see why you're all so cautious. He's just a businessman. Even if he's the richest man in Shanghai, a tax investigation would make him cooperate with us in no time. Before he could say more, the woman in the group turned and shot him a cold, emotionless stare, like a flash of lightning. The young man shuddered under her gaze, his bravado immediately gone. If you don't shut up, I won't hesitate to sew your mouth shut, she said flatly. Though she appeared to be in her mid-20s, the pressure she exerted was equal to that of a powerful authority figure. There was something terrifying in her complete lack of emotion, a sense of utter disregard for life. The young man feared she might snap his neck without a second thought. Okay, you're the leader, you're in charge. I'll keep quiet, he muttered, running a finger across his lips as if to show he was sealing them shut. As the 4 entered the villa, they were momentarily taken aback by the luxurious decor, realizing that this businessman was more than just rich, he was incredibly influential. Welcome. Song Yun greeted them with a smile, standing up from the sofa. Shall we talk in the study? The 3 men from the group immediately looked at their leader, the woman, for approval. After scanning the room to assess any potential threats, she gave a slight nod. They all proceeded to the study. Upon entering, they noticed a man leisurely flipping through a magazine, the same one Song Bo had been reading earlier that morning. Ouyang Ji, the young man exclaimed in surprise. You're part of this mission too? Your family is really pulling out all the stops for you. Smack. Before he could finish his sentence, the woman gave him a hard slap on the back of his head, leaving him crouched on the floor, rubbing his aching skull. Song Yun hadn't expected such a fierce reaction from the group's leader. Well, look who it is, just the four of you. Ouyang-ji said, closing the magazine reluctantly. Good, good. With you guys here, I can take it easy. He turned to introduce Song Yun. This is the man who'll be serving as our cover, Song Yun. Hello, Song Yun said with a polite nod. Big brother-in-law, these four are no joke. They belong to, well, let's just say a top secret unit. I can't give too many details, but I'll tell you this: their mission success rate is 100%. Ouyang-ji said with a hint of pride. Song Yun was genuinely impressed. Every mission carried uncertainty, no matter how well it was planned. Yet this group had a flawless record, which was remarkable. This is Fire Phoenix, the team leader. Ouyang-ji continued. The big guy is Green Ox, the talkative one is Great Sage, and the quiet guy in the back is Shadow. Nice to meet you all. It's an honor to work with you, Song Yun said, extending his hand. But none of them made any move to shake it, leaving an awkward silence in the room. Although you four are extremely skilled, let me clarify something. My brother-in-law may be a businessman, but there's no guarantee any one of you could take him in a fight. Ouyang-ji added with a knowing grin, fully aware of the group's arrogant demeanor. These elite operatives only respected strength. It was clear they looked down on anyone they considered weaker. You've got to be kidding. Great Sage scoffed. We've been through hell and back. You think he could beat any of us? Ouyang-ji, you must be out of your mind. I'm not joking. You'll find out if you push him, Song Yun said, still smiling calmly, not wanting to escalate the situation. After all, they had a mission to complete, and injuring one of these operatives wouldn't help. Is that so? You don't believe me? Great Sage snarled, clearly irritated. How about this, let's spar. If you can last 3 rounds with me, I'll call it a win. How about it? I'd rather not, Song Yun replied, still smiling. I'm not much of a fighter. Don't believe everything Ouyang-ji says. No, you can't back out now. If you chicken out, you're not a real man. Great Sage taunted. Song Yun sighed softly. Why did this guy have to be so provocative? Wouldn't it be better to just finish the mission and head back to the capital? Though the four of them seemed highly skilled, in Song Yun's eyes, they were hardly a real threat. Song Yun realized he couldn't back down now, not after the provocation from the other side. This place isn't very suitable for a spar. How about we move to the garden? He said calmly. Then, without waiting for a response, he opened the window of the study and leapt out. The study was 6 or 7 meters above the ground, enough to cause injury if one landed poorly. But Song Yun landed lightly, without making a sound. He's definitely a master. Fire Phoenix's eyes narrowed slightly. Maybe Ouyang-ji wasn't exaggerating after all. Song Yun had some serious skills. But if they were to back down just because of one light landing, then they would be underestimating themselves. Fire Phoenix followed closely, and soon the entire 4-member squad had jumped down as well. Ouyang-ji remained by the window, watching. If this mission was to go smoothly, these 4 needed to be put in their place first. And the best way to do that? By fighting them. Alright, let me go first. Great Sage cracked his knuckles, and his whole body began making loud cracking sounds, adding to his already intimidating presence. Come on then. Then, Song Yun beckoned him forward with a slight wave of his fingers. Great Sage's eyes flashed with anger. He had expected Song Yun to be cautious, but instead he was being underestimated. With a burst of strength, Great Sage shot forward like a cannonball, launching himself straight at Song Yun. Unfortunately for him, Song Yun moved with ease, using a gentle redirection technique. With a light touch, he grabbed Great Sage's shirt, stepped into a circular motion, and effortlessly tossed him aside. The remaining 3 team members were left speechless. What just happened? They couldn't believe it. Great Sage might have seemed reckless, but within their team he was ranked 3rd in terms of skill, a rare talent among thousands. And yet, he was defeated by Song Yun in a single move? Even Fire Phoenix, usually as cold as ice, couldn't help but show a flicker of surprise. This man was stronger than they had anticipated. Next, Song Yun called out, standing with his hands behind his back, smiling confidently. Should I go next? Green Ox asked Fire Phoenix cautiously. No need. Save your energy. We've got a mission tomorrow, and there's no point in escalating this, Fire Phoenix decided. After all, Song Yun was only supposed to assist in the mission. There was no benefit in creating tension between them. Their earlier desire to teach Song Yun a lesson was prompted by Ouyang-ji's smugness, but it was clear now that this young man had some real skill. Alright then, let's call it a night. I've arranged accommodations for you. I hope you all rest well, Song Yun said with a smile before walking away. The team members exchanged glances, unsure of how to react. The next morning, at 7:30 a.m., the four of them were already waiting in the living room. When Song Yun strolled downstairs, still yawning, he was taken aback by how early they were. "Wow, you guys are up early," he said with a laugh. "We're ready. When do we leave?" Fire Phoenix asked coldly. "No rush. I haven't even had breakfast yet," Song Yun replied casually, heading into the kitchen. An hour later, after finishing breakfast, Song Yun and Ouyang-ji appeared, each pulling a suitcase. "You brought so much stuff. Are you actually going on vacation?" Great Sage, now much more subdued after the previous night's defeat, asked. "Of course. What else?" Song Yun replied calmly. "If even we don't believe we're going on a trip, then who will?" "Exactly," Ouyang-ji added. "The whole point is for Song Yun to be seen as a wealthy businessman on a trip to Hong Kong. You're just the bodyguards." With that, the squad had no choice but to follow along. "Let's go," Song Yun said. They all arrived at the airport, where Song Yun's private jet was already prepared. Seeing the size and luxury of the plane, the squad members were once again reminded of just how powerful and wealthy Song Yun was. The flight to Hong Kong wasn't long, and during the journey, Song Yun familiarized himself with all the necessary details. His role in the mission was simple: he just needed to maintain his cover as a businessman enjoying a holiday, while the four-person squad handled the critical parts. By noon they landed in Hong Kong, where a small convoy arrived to greet them at the airport. "Welcome, welcome. Mr. Song, you're even younger than I expected," a middle-aged man said with a smile as he approached to shake Song Yun's hand. As they hugged, the man whispered, "The mission just became more dangerous." "You're in trouble." "What do you mean?" Song Yun asked, his smile fading. "There's been a leak. Someone exposed your movements," the man said, still smiling outwardly, but his voice now carried a strained urgency. "We have a mole. And I can't guarantee your safety anymore. If you want to turn back, we won't stop you. But if you choose to proceed, we'll reward you handsomely." Song Yun chuckled, patting the man's shoulder. "What's the big deal? I'm just here for a good time. Couldn't you at least find me a couple of ladies?" What?" The man was taken aback, unsure how to interpret Song Yun's words. "We're being watched. Look at 8 o'clock," Song Yun said quietly. The man glanced over his shoulder and saw a few shady figures observing them from a distance. "Sigh. I didn't expect us to be spotted so soon," the man muttered. "All right, we'll head out, but I have to say you should have warned me if you were this much trouble." Yeah, just don't forget my request," Song Yun replied, maintaining his carefree act. As they left the airport, one of the observers whispered into a hidden microphone, "Song Yun has arrived. Maintain surveillance," came the reply. "Roger." Sitting in the car, Song Yun turned to the middle-aged man, now much more serious. "What's going on here? It feels like you guys are leaking everywhere." The man looked uncomfortable but didn't argue. "You're right. We're in a bad situation. Forget it. We're here now, so let's just get the job done," Song Yun said, waving off the man's apologies. The man nodded and opened a briefcase, pulling out a stack of documents. "The information we have here includes the troublemakers we know of so far, and some of them are even high-ranking experts from the God of War list. Clearly, some forces are trying to impose serious technological barriers on us." The middle-aged man sighed, saying, "We originally thought this operation would proceed smoothly, but now it seems that the uncertainty has increased a lot." Song Yun ignored the man and continued flipping through the documents, looking somewhat puzzled as he saw certain names. God of War list. What on earth is that? What does this God of War list mean? Song Yun asked directly. The God of War list is a ranking made by a well-known international organization. It lists top experts from around the world. The opposing side has sent 3 people from that list for this operation, so they're clearly quite ambitious. God of War list. Song Yun mumbled to himself. He noticed that when the others around him heard the name God of War list, their expressions changed instantly, becoming much more alert. Could this God of War list really be that impressive? I wonder what rank Old Wei from the 49 cities holds on the God of War list. At this stage, Song Yun only knew one truly powerful expert, Old Wei. A figure as fearsome as him must be in the top 5, right? But the middle-aged man's next words left Song Yun disappointed. Old Wei is ranked 23rd. What? 23rd? You must be joking. Song Yun looked at him with disbelief. Old Wei's mastery of the whip was beyond compare. Even with his system-enhanced physique, Song Yun couldn't last long against Old Wei's whip. And now you're telling me this guy I thought was super strong is only ranked 23rd. Am I that clueless? Or has the world become filled with so many top-tier experts? Are experts as common as cabbages now? There's a reason for this. After all, Old Wei only operates within the 49 cities, and there's little information about him from the outside world. If it weren't for some existing data confirming that Old Wei is indeed an expert, he probably wouldn't even make it into the top 50. Hey. Song Yun sneered repeatedly. So, this list isn't as impressive as it seems, Hugh. It's full of exaggeration. He was sure that if Old Wei showed his real strength, he would definitely be in the top 5, if not first. Where are we headed now? To Donghao Grand Hotel. We've arranged everything for your stay. Now, even if we face attacks, we'll have to keep pushing through and fight back with all we've got. Song Yun took a deep breath and nodded seriously. There was no choice whether for the sake of national duty or the system. He couldn't afford to abandon this mission. Maybe the system knew all along that this operation would go haywire, which is why it set the mission level to A. That's possible. Does that mean the system can foresee the future? Song Yun felt a chill run through him at the thought. The car arrived at Donghao Grand Hotel, the most famous 6-star hotel in the city. No one dared to cause trouble here since the people staying at such a place were either wealthy or influential. If any conflict broke out, it would likely anger various powerful groups and lead to public backlash. After the middle-aged man checked them in, he led Song Yun and his team to the presidential suite on the top floor. The suite was a spacious 4-bedroom apartment, with a large bay window in the living room offering a wide-open view. Standing by the window, one could overlook the entire city. Check the room. Fire Phoenix ordered coldly. In an instant, her 3 teammates pulled out anti-bugging devices from their luggage and began sweeping the room inch by inch. This place should be fine, right? After all, they don't know which room I booked for you. The middle-aged man said, feeling that Fire Phoenix was being overly cautious. But soon he realized he was wrong. Fire Phoenix found over a dozen tiny devices hidden in the vase, under the carpet, and inside the fish tank. This is what you call safe. Fire Phoenix sneered, tossing the devices onto the table. From now on, we trust no one from the local branch, including you. Leave the information here and go. The middle-aged man, embarrassed and at a loss, forced a smile and said, All right, you guys take a rest for today. The schedule is in the folder, and I'll pick you up tomorrow. After that, he quickly left. This place isn't just leaky, it's falling apart, Dasheng complained, sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. And now we have people from the God of War list involved. Completing this mission is going to be tough. There's nothing we can do. These people have had it too easy for too long, they've forgotten what brutal reality looks like. Ouyang Ji said as he opened the fridge and grabbed a bottle of water. At this point, relying on the local branch is out of the question. I reckon there'll be a major shake-up after this mission is over. Song Yun, what do you think? Fire Phoenix, looking at Song Yun's determined figure by the window, finally spoke up. What I think doesn't matter. I'm just here to enjoy the ride. The real decision-making is up to the 5 of you. At this point, we're all in the same boat. I admit I underestimated you before, but now, the 6 of us are a team. If anything goes wrong, you'll likely be the first one to be taken out. Dasheng said seriously. Song Yun raised an eyebrow and was about to speak when the doorbell rang. Dasheng immediately jumped up from the sofa, walking cautiously to the door. Who is it? It's me. The voice of the middle-aged man who had greeted them earlier came from outside. Dasheng opened the door a crack and saw the middle-aged man standing there with 3 stunning women behind him. Mr. Song, don't say I didn't take care of you. These ladies are here specifically to entertain you. The middle-aged man patted one of the women on the waist, saying, Greet Mr. Song. Hello Mr. Song, the woman said sweetly. Song Yun hadn't expected the middle-aged man to actually bring him some company. But since there were outsiders present, he could only laugh and play along. You know me well. All right, let them stay. Hey, enjoy then. I'll leave you to it. After the 3 women entered, Ouyang Ji and the 4 members of the Fire Phoenix squad stood by Song Yun's side, looking every bit like bodyguards. The 3 women, meanwhile, were a bit cautious as they approached Song Yun. They had served dozens, if not hundreds, of big-shot clients before, but few had an aura as commanding as his. So, what are your names? Song Yun asked gently. I'm Duo. I'm Lily. I'm Hua. Great names. Song Yun chuckled as he sat on the sofa, then snapped his fingers at Fire Phoenix. Go ahead and open some red wine for our 3 lovely ladies. Let's drink and chat. Fire Phoenix, with a cold expression, wasn't too willing, but as soon as Song Yun turned away she understood his real intention. She stood up and went to the wine cellar in the room. Everything here would be added to the bill and settled when the guests checked out, so the room was stocked with a full selection of snacks, cigarettes, and alcohol. She opened a bottle of red wine, not sure what year it was from, and then took out a small box from her pocket. Outside the room, Song Yun, with a woman on each side, laughed and said, "With you three beautiful ladies accompanying me, I believe my stay in Hong Kong won't be lonely." "Mr. Song, what do you do for a living? Your bodyguards seem so professional, much better than those country bumpkin bosses." Hua Hua flattered him, massaging his shoulders in a sweet voice. If Song Yun was truly rich, she wouldn't mind asking him for a couple of expensive handbags as a tip. After all, in her line of work, youth was fleeting. So whenever they met wealthy clients, they had to ask for as much as possible. If he gave, great, if not, no loss. "Hey, no need to ask what I do. Just remember one thing: if you keep me happy, those handbags and tips will come your way." Song Yun responded like a seasoned player in the game of love. "Boss, here's your wine." Fire Phoenix came over with a tray holding a bottle of wine and 4 glasses. Song Yun exchanged a glance with her, picked up the bottle, and poured 4 glasses. He smiled. "This wine seems just okay. Tomorrow we'll get something better." The 3 women glanced at the wine on the tray. With their knowledge of luxury items, they immediately recognized that this bottle would sell for tens of thousands outside. And here was Song Yun, saying it was just okay? That left them with 2 possibilities: either Song Yun was bluffing and didn't know the wine's value, or he was genuinely that impressive. But could someone staying in the presidential suite at Donghao Grand Hotel be the type to bluff? Absolutely not. The 3 women now knew exactly how much effort to put into pleasing him. "Let's drink." After clinking glasses, Song Yun smiled as he watched the 3 women down their drinks. "Oh dear, Mr. Song, I can't hold my liquor." "Same here, just 1 glass, and I'm already feeling tipsy." "Mr. Song, you're the most handsome man I've ever met." The 3 women giggled, throwing compliments his way. And to be fair, Song Yun really was quite handsome. They had intended to fake being drunk, but soon felt genuine dizziness taking over, and before long they lost consciousness. Looking at them passed out on the floor, Fire Phoenix coldly asked, "What's next?" Song Yun gestured for her to keep quiet, then whispered in her ear, "Check if they have any listening devices on them." Fire Phoenix felt a shiver run through her body at his closeness, but after hearing his words her eyes sharpened. She realized something was wrong. These 3 women had been sent by the middle-aged man who was responsible for receiving them. If they also had bugs on them, it would mean the entire local branch was compromised. Without hesitation, Fire Phoenix gestured to Dasheng and Qingyu to help, and they dragged the 3 women into another room. Half an hour later the door opened, and Fire Phoenix, relieved, said, "No devices found." "Well, then things aren't as bad as they could be," Song Yun replied, holding a glass of wine as he stood by the window, looking out over the city's skyscrapers. "When will they wake up?" "I gave them a little extra, probably not until tomorrow morning." Song Yun glanced at her in disbelief. This woman had skills. He couldn't help but wonder what the women would think when they woke up. Would they assume they blacked out from the wine? "Let's make sure the act is convincing. You know what to do," Song Yun said, downing his glass. Fire Phoenix nodded, and went back into the room. The next morning Hua Hua woke up feeling groggy and confused. She prided herself on her ability to hold her liquor, so how could 1 glass knock her out like that? As she tried to move, her whole body ached as if she had been trampled by a rhino. She knew this feeling well and quickly leaned over the side of the bed, looking at the scattered clothes on the floor with a faint smile. Even though she couldn't remember the details, the result seemed to be what she expected. What she didn't know was that her aching body was simply the result of Fire Phoenix thoroughly manipulating her to create the illusion of a drunken night with Song Yun. "My head hurts so much," a voice mumbled beside her. "Shaish. Come look." Hua Hua said excitedly. When Duo leaned over and saw the disheveled room, she too became thrilled. Song Yun's behavior clearly indicated he wasn't short on money. Could they ask for a few more handbags? Maybe one from Hermes or Shangri-La? "How about we go out and check? I feel like my body clock is off after drinking, and I have no idea what time it is," Hua Hua suggested. Duo nodded in agreement. They didn't bother waking Lily. Fewer competitors for resources was always a good thing. After getting dressed and stepping into the living room, they saw Song Yun sitting at the dining table, eating breakfast. "You're up," Song Yun greeted them with a smile. "You ladies can't hold your liquor 1 glass, and you were out cold. It was hard work for me yesterday." Hua Hua froze, realizing she'd been out for an entire afternoon and night. No way. She had drunk all kinds of alcohol before. How could her tolerance be this bad? But now wasn't the time to argue about that. Smiling coyly, she said, "You're really amazing. My whole body still aches." Hey haha. As Song Yun laughed heartily, Hua Hua took the opportunity to ask, "So, how will you reward us? After all, you did promise that if we made you happy, we could ask for whatever we wanted." Of course, of course. "Let's have breakfast first, and then I'll take you shopping." Song Yun smiled and told Fire Phoenix, "Inform the kitchen to bring breakfast for these two lovely ladies. I knew you were the most generous man, and you're truly impressive, not just flattery." "I know I'm impressive." Song Yun took a sip of soup, his gaze unfathomable. "Are you saying that Song Yun really let those three women stay over last night?" In the CBDD, next to Donghao Grand Hotel, a young man in a suit sat behind an executive desk, thoughtfully tapping a pen against the surface. Based on what they knew of Song Yun, his household was already filled with beautiful women, so he should be somewhat resistant to temptation. They thought that the things Song Yun said at the airport were just pleasantries, but to their surprise, women actually entered his room in the afternoon and stayed for an entire day and night. Could Song Yun really be that much of a womanizer? This didn't quite align with the information they had gathered. "Boss, since Song Yun is here at such a critical moment, should we upgrade his threat level to B?" asked a woman in uniform, holding a file. The young man furrowed his brow, trying to make sense of the scattered clues, but soon gave up. He took a sip of coffee and said calmly, "Keep the level at C. Reassign half of the people watching Song Yun to our next operation. Even though we have some leaks, we're still short-handed." "Are you sure we should do that? Are you teaching me how to do my job?" The young man's icy stare silenced the secretary, who immediately lowered her head respectfully and replied, "I wouldn't dare." "Then do as I say. You're not the one bearing the responsibility, so what are you so scared of?" The young man clearly didn't appreciate having his decisions questioned. He slowly walked toward the secretary and, in a sudden motion, stabbed the file with his pen. Then, looking her directly in the eyes, he added sternly, "You do what I tell you, and don't make any decisions on your own. I know you were sent by those old men to keep an eye on me, but if you ever dare speak out of turn again, you know what'll happen." The secretary knew the young man's temperament well, and understood that when he lost his temper, even the most powerful figures in the Elders' Council would tread carefully. He was the type to do whatever it took to get rid of someone who crossed him. Still, given his status in the family and the flawless execution of his past plans, he had earned a mix of love and hatred from the family members. "I understand." Only then did the young man relax, patting her on the shoulder with a smile. "Stick with me, and there are two possible outcomes: either you end up swimming with the fishes, or you'll enjoy endless wealth and glory. Which one do you prefer?" "The second one." "Good. Then behave and just be a pretty face." He lightly tapped her cheek and walked out. But his work was far from over. He still had to coordinate the personnel and finalize the details of the upcoming operation. If something went wrong, he'd face mocking and scorn when he returned to the family. What a bore. Back at Donghao Grand Hotel, the last woman had finally woken up. When she saw her two companions pestering Song Yun for several handbags, an inexplicable anger flared up inside her. How unfair. We all did the same work, why should they get what I don't? And weren't we supposed to be best friends? Why didn't they wake me up when they got up? What a bunch of fake friends. Cowards. She cursed inwardly, swaying her hips seductively as she walked over to Song Yun. Half an hour later, the middle-aged man who had greeted them the day before knocked on the door again. When he saw the scene inside, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. No way. Did Song Yun really do it last night? He shouldn't have. Pod. Song Yun was personally chosen by old Master Ouyang. If this incident were to get back to him, my career would be over. The thought made his heart pound with guilt. "Mr. Song, good morning. Have you had breakfast?" he asked nervously. "Oh, you're here. What's your name again? I'll have your boss send you a year-end bonus. The three ladies you picked out for me really hit the mark." Song Yun laughed, with one woman on each arm. To the middle-aged man, Song Yun's words were like a death sentence. "My name's Siming. You can just call me Xiao Sai. Your itinerary for today is all set. Should we get ready to go?" Siming wiped the sweat from his brow. "No rush. First I'm going to take these lovely ladies shopping," Song Yun said, standing up and smiling at the three women. "You've got half an hour to get ready. Make sure you look stunning, alright? We can be ready in 20 minutes. Hua Hua giggled, already eager to show off her new handbag. No need to hurry. A gentleman must always be patient while ladies get ready. You're so manly, I love you even more now. Ha ha ha. Go on then. After sending the women back to their room, Song Yun turned to Simon and said coldly, "You really expect us to follow your plan? You know your own situation, right? If we actually went along with what you have in mind, we'd be swimming with the fishes by tomorrow. This plan was carefully crafted by our think tank specifically to clear your name from the situation." Bullshit. You expect me to believe there are no enemies in your think tank? Do you honestly think everyone is trustworthy? If you really believe that, I'll head back to Shanghai right now. I don't know how you even got to your position. Song Yun showed no mercy, scolding Simon harshly. Simon was at a loss for words. When he first came here, he had ambitions of making a name for himself, but the more he learned about how deep the waters ran, the more the grind of society and life wore him down. What do you suggest we do, then? We're going to have fun. I'm going to spend money like crazy, buying everything in sight. Let them know that Song Yun is here to indulge in a life of luxury. But the mission. Screw the mission. My job is just to get the people here. What else do you want from me? Alright, we'll do it your way. But if something goes wrong, I'll take full responsibility, okay? Stop whining. Just as Song Yun and Simon were talking, the door opened, and the three glamorous women rushed out to greet him. "Boss, let's head out now." "Ha ha ha. Let's go. You girls better show me all the famous spots today." Of course. The group set off in high spirits. As they left, Simon walked up to Fire Phoenix at the back of the group and asked, "Are we really going to let Song Yun take things off track like this?" Fire Phoenix shot a sideways glance at Simon, her tone full of disdain. "What do you expect? Since the other side already knows your entire plan, should we still walk straight into their trap?" "But." "No buts. Last night I reported everything to Li Jun. He told us to fully cooperate with Song Yun. Even if Song Yun decides to blow a fortune at a nightclub today, our team will back him unconditionally." "Alright then." Simon sighed in frustration. There was no point in arguing further. Fire Phoenix had already invoked Li Jun's name, so even if he felt wronged, he had to swallow his pride. Otherwise, the consequences would be more than just a simple reprimand. The group arrived at Hong Kong's most luxurious shopping district in 2 cars. As they gazed at the endless rows of luxury brands, the 3 women's eyes lit up with excitement. Today they were determined to bleed Song Yun dry. They would buy only the most expensive items, and if they didn't like something, they could always return it later. "Let's go, ladies. Let me pick out some handbags for you." Song Yun, now fully playing the part of a rich playboy, strutted into the district with the 3 women, drawing stares from passers-by. Song Yun's entering Queen's Road with the 3 women. "Should we continue following?" A man wearing sunglasses leaned against a car, pressing his earpiece. "Keep following." "Understood." The man stretched lazily and signaled to his team. 4 figures closed in on Song Yun from different directions. "Damn, he's just another nouveau riche. Is it really worth us keeping an eye on him?" the man muttered, lighting a cigarette. From his perspective, Song Yun had done nothing of substance since landing. He spent the night partying with women and was now out shopping. Just another young guy flaunting his wealth. Why were the higher-ups so concerned about him? "Sir, please extinguish your cigarette. This is a non-smoking area." A staff member approached him politely. "What? I'm not even inside the mall. Why can't I smoke on the street? For the sake of public cleanliness, we kindly ask for your cooperation. You can smoke at the designated area near the corner." "What the hell? Why aren't you telling that foreigner over there to stop smoking?" "Sorry, sir. We don't have jurisdiction over foreign citizens." "Figures. You people always favor foreigners. If I wasn't busy today, I'd give you a piece of my mind." Frustrated, the man angrily stomped out his cigarette on the ground. "Apologies, sir, but littering your cigarette butt will incur a fine of 500 yuan. "Excuse me." The man was stunned. He glared at the staff member and said, "Say that again." "Littering your cigarette butt will result in a 500 yuan fine." The staff member, intimidated by the man's glare, hesitated but stood his ground, knowing it was his duty. Fine. Here, take it." The man sneered, pulled 500 yuan from his wallet, and threw it at the staff member. "You'd better watch out." With that, he stormed off. Inside the mall, the 3 women were happily dragging Song Yun from one luxury store to the next, places they would never have dared to enter on their own. With a wealthy benefactor in tow, they felt much more confident in their demands. "Bring me that handbag." Hua, ordered the sales assistant arrogantly. The sales assistant, having seen her fair share of such situations, treated Hua with impeccable service. After all, there was mutual benefit at play. Hua got to empty her benefactor's wallet, and the sales assistant earned her commission. It was a win-win. "Boss, how does this bag look on me?" Hua whined, holding Song Yun's arm. "It looks great. How much is it? Pack it up." Song Yun waved his hand, signaling for 3 luxury bags to be wrapped up, much to the amazement of other customers. The women accompanying other wealthy men could only look on in envy. Some even began questioning why they hadn't chosen their partners more wisely. Look at him, handsome, rich, and willing to spend. Meanwhile, their own balding, unfit partners not only lacked appeal but also made excuses every time they asked for something nice. It was infuriating. "Anything else you want? Just name it. If it's reasonable, I won't even blink before buying it." Song Yun's generosity left the women around him gushing with admiration. By the end of the morning, Song Yun had already spent over 1 million yuan in this one mall alone, prompting the mall manager to come out personally to greet him. Plenty of people could spend 1 million, but a benefactor willing to spend that much on the women with him was a rarity. "Sir, here's our Platinum VIP card. Next time you shop here, you'll get a 10% discount," the mall manager said respectfully, handing Song Yun the card. The 3 women's eyes lit up. As locals, they knew the value of that card. It represented not just status and privilege but serious financial power. Rumor had it that the mall had only issued fewer than 100 Platinum VIP cards since it opened. They were witnessing something extraordinary. "All right, I'll graciously accept it. You're pretty good at your job. Next time I come shopping, I'll ask for you," Song Yun said, patting the manager's shoulder before leaving. "Boss, you're amazing." Hua cooed. Yes. I've never seen a manager come out to personally serve a customer. This is a first for me. "Boss, you're young, rich, and generous. No wonder the manager made such an exception for you." "Oh? Is the manager really that important?" Song Yun asked, somewhat confused. "Of course." Hua exaggerated. "This mall belongs to Hong Kong's richest man. It's said that the annual revenue of this mall accounts for 20% of his total income. So of course the manager is a big deal." "I see." Song Yun nodded, finally understanding. It made sense. Everything in this mall cost a fortune. It was a true money pit. "Boss, it's already noon. Should we get some lunch?" Lily suggested with a smile. "I know a great restaurant called Li Gong, but it's really hard to get a reservation." "No problem. Xiaoxi, go book us a private room," Song Yun instructed. Siming, standing off to the side, could only shake his head in frustration. He had no idea what was going through Song Yun's mind. A whole day of shopping and dining. Was there any serious business left on his agenda at all? After lunch, Song Yun returned to Donghao Grand Hotel with the 3 women. "Mr. Song, about this afternoon." Siming started to speak, but Song Yun waved him off dismissively. "This afternoon? What about it? I'm going to rest at the hotel." Hearing this, the 3 women's faces turned red. They knew their time had come to repay his generosity. After all, Song Yun had spent a fortune on them today. They couldn't just walk away without showing some appreciation. "Mr. Song will go freshen up first." Hua gave Song Yun a flirtatious wink, and the 3 women giggled as they headed into the room. "Song Yun, I can't let you keep fooling around like this." Siming lowered his voice, nearly hissing in frustration. "You need to realize that the lithography machine is arriving at the port the day after tomorrow. That's going to attract attention from all sides. If you keep playing around like this, I'll have no choice but to report you to the higher-ups." But Song Yun remained unfazed. To him, much of the information Siming had given them was questionable. Why not just shed all these burdens and strike decisively when the time comes? "Relax. All I did was play around for one morning. Look at you, already threatening to report me. Let me tell you, Siming, if you want to go ahead. But don't be surprised if the consequences aren't what you expect." Leaning back on the sofa, Song Yun continued casually. "Let's see who gets removed from this operation first, me or you." Siming was trembling with anger. Turning to Fire Phoenix, he asked desperately, "Aren't you going to do anything about him? You know how critical this operation is. If the enemy disrupts this, we'll lose our chance to break through the technological barriers for the next 5 years." He added, his voice rising, "And let's not forget the daughter of one of our key overseas allies has been captured because of that lithography machine. Are we really going to let this opportunity slip away?" Fire Phoenix understood Siming's frustration, but orders were orders. Last night, Lai Jun had instructed them to follow Song Yun's lead unconditionally. Military orders were absolute. So, even though Fire Phoenix had her own doubts about Song Yun's behavior, she could only suppress her emotions. "Everything is up to Song Yun," she said flatly, then turned away. "You people. Simon nearly choked on his anger. His hand shook as he pointed at the cold faces in the room. Fine, fine. I'm just meddling where I don't belong. Let's see how you plan to clean up this mess. With that, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Is he always this bold? Song Yun lit a cigarette, running his thumb through his hair, and sighed. Now he's acting like I'm some spoiled rich brat. If it weren't for his division leaking intel and getting exposed, we wouldn't be in this mess. He exhaled a cloud of smoke and continued. And don't forget, I'm sacrificing a lot here too. I've had to cozy up to these 3 women, putting on a show. Doesn't that count as a sacrifice? If word of this gets back to Shanghai, how am I supposed to explain myself? Damn it. Everyone's so caught up in their own problems. Who's going to care about mine? As Song Yun spoke, the door opened, and the 3 women each wrapped in a towel called out playfully, "Boss, come on in." "Boss, come over, we'll give you a massage," one of them cooed. Song Yun's gloomy expression immediately brightened, and he laughed. Ah, such a beautiful moment needs wine to match. Fire Phoenix, bring us some wine. 10 minutes later, the 3 women were sprawled across the bed, and Fire Phoenix sat in a nearby chair, lost in thought. What kind of person is Song Yun really? Arrogant? Young and rich? Or was he just a simple businessman as he appeared to be? No. There was nothing simple about him. After all, Shanghai was the financial center of China, and becoming the richest man there wasn't just about luck. Fire Phoenix found herself conflicted. By evening, the 3 women had slowly woken up. The room was dark, so they cautiously turned on a small bedside lamp. To their shock, they saw a man in a suit sitting by the window. Hua Hua couldn't help but let out a scream. "Shut up!" Fire Phoenix snapped, irritated. She had been thinking all afternoon but couldn't make sense of it. Song Yun was only in his 20s. What were most people his age doing? Playing video games, dating, working regular jobs. But him. Just a few years out of school, and he was already at the top. Yet he had managed to stay hidden from the public eye, deliberately keeping himself in the shadows. Why? Why are you here? Where's the boss? Hua Hua asked nervously. The boss is waiting for you outside. Get dressed quickly, he's taking you out. Fire Phoenix replied hoarsely, then left the room. Damn it. I blacked out again. Hua Hua checked her body, feeling the familiar post-exertion soreness. She knew this feeling all too well. But why did she always lose consciousness after drinking just a little? Do you think the boss is into unusual things? Lily whispered. The other 2 women's eyes widened at the suggestion. Of course. In their line of work, they knew better than anyone how demanding rich clients could be. Outwardly, these men looked refined, like perfect gentlemen, but behind closed doors, they often had far more intense and bizarre preferences than ordinary people. It must be something in the drinks. Hua Hua concluded. Whatever the boss likes, we just go along with it. Besides, he's not doing anything that different from others. Let's not bring this up again. If we annoy him, we won't get any tips. Hearing it was a matter of money, the other 2 women quickly fell silent. After getting dressed, the 3 women stepped out and saw Song Yun lounging on the sofa, idly watching TV with a drink in his hand. Boss, where are we going tonight? Tonight I'm taking you somewhere fun. Song Yun smiled, slapping a flyer on the table. Since we're here to have a good time, we have to check out the casino. I've heard the biggest one around is Lisboa. Since you're locals, tell me what's the deal with that place? Oh, for someone like you, boss, there's no secret to it, it's a legal, government-licensed casino. So you can play without worry, just be careful not to get too carried away if you're on a losing streak. You wouldn't believe how many billionaires end up deep in debt after just one night. Lily giggled. Oh, aren't they always saying that small bets are for fun? Do people really lose everything? Song Yun asked curiously. He had never been involved in gambling before, so everything here felt new and intriguing. Of course. You wouldn't believe it, but I once saw a big boss, worth over $1 billion, lose everything in one night. He ended up owing the casino over $40 million. In the end, he had to sell some company shares just to settle the debt and get out. Wow. This place really can ruin people. But I like it. Ha ha ha, with my luck I always come out on top. Song Yun stood up and said, let's go. Off to the Lisboa casino. Half an hour later, 2 cars pulled up in front of the casino. A valet quickly approached, and Song Yun, familiar with the customs here, pulled a few red bills from his pocket and stuffed them into the valet's vest. Take good care of the car. When I come back from winning big, I'll tip you again. Don't worry, boss. Any car I handle is in safe hands. Would you like a car wash while you're inside? We offer full maintenance services too. This place was just a casino parking lot, yet it had such luxurious services. Song Yun found it unbelievable. No need. Song Yun, with the 3 women on his arm, strode confidently toward the entrance. Behind them followed Fire Phoenix's 4-person team and Ouyang-ji. Ouyang-ji, what's going on with Song Yun? Has he lost his mind playing with women, or does he actually think we're here on vacation? Dashing grumbled. Shouldn't we be using every minute to figure out how many forces are involved? This isn't what I expected at all. If you were on Song Yun's level, you'd be the one leading the way. Ouyang-ji retorted with a roll of his eyes. Although he didn't fully understand what Song Yun was up to, he trusted him. After all, Song Yun had proven time and again that whatever he did, there was always a method behind it. This outing must have a purpose as well. Good evening, sir. How many in your party? A man in a suit approached Song Yun with a gleam in his eye. He was the casino's service manager, a person tasked with ensuring high rollers had a good time. His job was to guide the wealthy through various games, hoping they'd find something they liked. If the client won, they might toss him some chips. If the client lost, the casino would compensate him. It was a win-win situation for him, though it required a sharp eye for spotting rich players. If he made the wrong call and ended up with a regular guest, he'd be stuck watching his colleagues rake in commissions while he went home empty-handed. How many? Just me. Song Yun replied, sizing the man up. What do you want? I'm a casino staff member. You're a new face. Is this your first time at the Lisboa casino? Who is this guy? Song Yun asked Hua, not wanting to offend someone with connections in both legal and illegal circles, leaned in and whispered, he's like the hosts in old brothels here to make sure the clients have a good time. Oh, I get it now. Song Yun laughed. It's my first time here, so having a guide is probably a good idea. Lead the way. I'm not familiar with most of the games here. Of course, sir. My name is Wu Qian. You can call me Xiao Wu. Please follow me, and I'll help you exchange some chips. Wu Qian replied with a grin. Tonight, it looked like he'd hooked a big one. Suddenly, Song Yun heard the familiar voice of his system. Ding. Host has arrived at the Lisboa Casino on Queen's Road. Would you like to check in? Song Yun's eyes lit up. What would he get from checking in here? Gambling skills, maybe? Excited, he quickly clicked the check-in button. Like many of his generation, Song Yun had grown up watching gambling films featuring slick card players. Who hadn't dreamed of being able to shuffle cards and change their hand at will? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and earned 5 luck points. Song Yun froze for a moment, stunned. At this point, money wasn't a big deal to him. It was just the icing on the cake. But special abilities and attribute boosts. Now, that was something that really mattered. He had always wanted bonuses that were directly related to his own abilities, and now, luck was perhaps the most elusive yet valuable of them all. A person with great luck didn't just find money on the street, they could survive dangerous situations and come out on top. Sir, is there anything you need me to explain? Wu Qian, who was leading the way, noticed that Song Yun had stopped and felt a moment of panic. If this high roller backed out now, his commission would disappear. No, it's fine. Let's go, Song Yun said, suppressing his excitement and following Wu Qian to the counter. How much would you like to exchange for chips, sir? Given your status, I'd recommend starting with 500,000 yuan. Once you find the game you like, you can exchange more. Wu Qian's suggestion seemed thoughtful, but his mention of 500,000 immediately caught the attention of other guests. They quickly realized that this young man was no ordinary player. All right, let's start with 500,000, Song Yun said, pulling out a black card. The cashier had seen her share of wealthy clients, but even she paused when she saw this card. It was an American Express Centurion black card, one of only 100 issued worldwide. The card's credit limit was rumored to be high enough to buy a private jet. She had only ever heard of such a card from her senior colleagues, but here it was in front of her. Wu Qian, standing nearby, was equally stunned. He had initially pegged Song Yun as a rich second-generation kid, blowing his family's money for fun, but this was far beyond that. Had he known Song Yun was this rich, he would have suggested exchanging millions instead of just $500,000. Casinos were notorious for concentrating all the world's vices in one place. Here, news of newly minted millionaires spread alongside stories of billionaires who lost everything overnight. No one left a casino with a clear head. Here are your chips, sir. Please take them, the cashier said with a sweet smile, presenting a tray with Song Yun's black card and chips worth 500,000 yuan. Let's start small, Song Yun said, pocketing the black card and heading into the casino. Where would you like to start? Blackjack or Texas Hold'em? Wu Qian followed closely behind Song Yun, carrying a heavy tray, smiling obsequiously. If it's your first time here, I'd personally recommend trying the big small game. It's the easiest and quickest to pick up. What Wu Qian didn't mention was that big small was also the fastest way to lose money. Around 60 to 70% of those who gambled here lost on this game. After seeing Song Yun's black card, Wu Qian had already decided he would make sure Song Yun left behind a few million tonight before walking out. That's boring. Let me look around first, Song Yun said as he scanned the casino floor. His eyes suddenly lit up when he spotted something. I'll play that. Huh. Wu Qian's face instantly stiffened. Song Yun had pointed at a slot machine. Slot machines featured a 3x3 grid of different fruits. Players inserted coins, and if 3 symbols aligned horizontally, vertically, or diagonally, the machine would spit out coins based on the winning combination. The game was a favorite among people with little money who wanted some cheap thrills. After all, with just a few coins, you could play for hours, and even if you didn't win, you'd only lose a few hundred at most. But if luck was on your side and you hit the jackpot, you could win thousands, even tens of thousands. However, that only happened after the machine had eaten enough coins, something only the casino staff truly knew. Isn't this kind of game a bit beneath your status? Wu Qian said, trying to hide his discomfort. And the coins you exchange with chips can be quite dirty. Your hands will turn black after just a few minutes. It doesn't matter. Seeing this machine reminded me of when I was a kid, watching adults shout in excitement at arcade games. I feel like trying my hand at it. If you don't want to follow, hand the tray to my bodyguard. Don't worry. Your tip's safe. Take 1,000 from the tray, and be on your way, Song Yun said calmly. No way Wu Qian was going to pass up a potential windfall over a mere 1,000. He quickly replied, "Oh no, it's my honor to serve someone as young and wealthy as you. If you're interested in this game, I'll even check with the staff to see if the machine has taken in enough coins today." "No need. I've always had good luck. Any machine I pick will be a winner." Song Yun smiled and picked a machine at random. The man sitting nearby, furiously feeding coins into his own machine, glanced at Song Yun's entourage and nervously slid his chair a few centimeters away. "Go get me 1,000 yuan in coins," Song Yun said. Right away Wu Qian handed the tray to Dasheng, grabbed a 10,000 yuan chip, and hurried off. "Boss, are you really going to play the slots?" The middle-aged man sitting nearby asked curiously. "Yeah, why not?" No reason, the man chuckled awkwardly. Most high rollers headed straight for the big tables. Slot machines were typically for gamblers with little money, hoping for a lucky break before moving to the tables, or for tourists seeking some low-risk excitement. Someone like Song Yun, with beautiful women, bodyguards, and a personal casino manager trailing behind him, usually wouldn't waste their time here. The machine you're at, someone's been playing it all day and hasn't hit 3 in a row. If you really want to play, you might want to try a different one, the man suggested. "It's fine. I'm just here to have fun," Song Yun said with a smile. In truth, he had chosen the slot machine for a reason. Games like blackjack and big small offered no challenge to him, thanks to his ability to see through things. And now, with the system boosting his luck, he wanted to test it out on something purely luck-based. "Boss, here's 1,000 coins." Wu Qian returned, slightly out of breath, with a tray full of coins. In all his years of catering to high rollers, he had never seen one quite as eccentric as Song Yun. "All right, leave them here," Song Yun said, grabbing a handful of coins and feeding them into the slot machine one by one. One coin after another disappeared into the machine, as uneventfully as droplets of water falling into the sea. Song Yun had fed about 500 or 600 coins without seeing a single win. Wu Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Once Song Yun finished burning through the rest of the coins, he could steer him toward the real games. "Boss, if I may say, these slot machines are all controlled by the system. It's a well-known fact that the odds are against you. Do you think the casino would just let anyone win money easily? I'm afraid the machine you chose might be locked today," the middle-aged man beside him commented, having run out of coins himself. "Let's see what happens when I finish." Song Yun continued feeding the machine. Soon, only one coin remained from the original 1,000. "Could it be that the luck boost I got isn't enough for this game?" Song Yun frowned slightly, pondering. "This is the last one." Song Yun inserted the final coin. It slowly rolled down into the machine and triggered the mechanism. The 3x3 grid began spinning. One jester's face appeared on the screen. Then another. Then a third. One by one, the entire grid of 9 squares filled with jesters. Wu Qian's heart skipped a beat. What the hell? Most of the time, the slot machines offered fruit combinations. But there was a hidden jackpot. The jester. One jester would pay out 1,000 coins, 2 would be 2,000, 3 would be 4,000, and so on. If the screen was filled with jesters, the payout would be multiplied by 10. This was why gamblers, even after losing almost everything, would sit at these machines, hoping for that one lucky hit. In the decades since the casino opened, only 2 people had ever won this prize. Song Yun was now the third. Just as Woo Kian stood there, dumbfounded, the machine began playing celebratory music. The sound echoed across the casino floor, drawing curious glances from other patrons. Newcomers had no idea what was happening, but the seasoned gamblers' eyes sharpened, and they quickly packed up their chips and rushed over to see the slot machine in action. Is this a miracle? The middle-aged man next to Song Yun muttered in disbelief, his mouth hanging open in shock. Clear the way, clear the way. A middle-aged man in a floral shirt pushed through the crowd with a group of security guards in tow. The surrounding guests immediately recognized him and quickly stepped aside. Some even clamped their hands over the mouths of their friends who were about to complain. Who's that? You don't know. Every casino has its own enforcers. These guys didn't exactly have clean records to begin with. They're the casino's hounds. So what? We're customers here. He can't lay a hand on me, right? Hey, shh. Keep your voice down. That man's called Brother Wu. Rumor has it he's got blood on his hands. We'd be better off staying out of his way. Song Yun's sharp hearing picked up on the conversation, and he immediately understood what was happening. These men, employed by the casino, came running whenever there was an unusually big win like this. Their job was to check for cheating. If they found someone winning dishonestly, well, let's just say that person might end up swimming with the fishes without an oxygen tank. Wu Qian, don't cause any trouble. Wu Qian's heart skipped a beat when he saw who had arrived. This young man wasn't like the usual gamblers. They were dealing with a legitimate rich guy. If things went south, all of his efforts today would have been in vain. Wu Qian? What are you doing here? Brother Wu asked, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. He knew Wu Qian, a manager who brought in high-rolling clients for the casino. The casino gave him some leeway because he was good at his job. Brother Wu, let's talk over here, Wu Qian said quickly, grabbing Brother Wu's arm and waving off the crowd. All right everyone, nothing to see here. Go back to your games. Once they were in a quieter spot, Brother Wu rolled up his sleeves, revealing a maze of tattoos, and scratched his head in confusion. You, dealing with big clients, what were you doing in that section of the casino? Brother Wu? The young man who hit the jackpot? He's my client. Wu Qian explained with a bitter smile. He's the real deal, a wealthy guy. The card he used to buy chips? It's a black card. You've been in this business long enough to know who we can mess with, and who we can't. I was there the whole time he was playing the slots. He just got lucky, that's all. A black card. Brother Wu was visibly startled. Those cards were so rare that even billionaires didn't always have one. A kid with that kind of card? No way he didn't have some serious connections. Wu Qian, all he's won so far is small potatoes. I'm hoping he'll lose big tonight. So once we go back, just do your thing and leave the rest to me. Wu Qian said confidently, patting his chest. While bringing in high-rolling winners could earn Wu Qian tips, those tips were peanuts compared to the casino's cut. The real money came from the casino's commission, 5% of whatever the client lost. If a client lost $1 million, Wu Qian would pocket 50,000. If he got a real big spender, he could buy a new car the next day. All right, you take care of this fat pig. If you make bank tomorrow, remember to treat your brother Wu to a good meal. Brother Wu said with a grin, patting Wu Qian on the shoulder. He didn't believe for a second that Song Yun would walk out a winner. Ordinary people might occasionally win, but the big shots always lost it all in the end. No problem, Brother Wu. I'll head back now. After Wu Qian left, Brother Wu lit a cigarette and muttered to himself, can Song Yun really be that lucky? Is this kid really just here for fun? Back at the slot machine, Song Yun casually lit a cigarette, draped his arms around the 3 women, and laughed. Looks like my luck's pretty good today. I'll give you all a nice bonus when we get back. Boss. You're amazing. I love you even more now. Boss, make sure to keep winning today. The onlookers couldn't help but shake their heads as they watched Song Yun's playboy act. This kid really didn't seem to understand the dangers of a casino. Did he not know that casinos were like bottomless pits, places that took and never gave? Not only were the dealers experts in gambling, but even the feng shui of the casino was designed to ensure that the house always won. The ceiling was painted with bats, and the stairs leading into the casino sloped downward, symbolizing that guests would be drained of their wealth. But Song Yun didn't seem to care at all. Just wait until he loses, he'll be crying soon enough. Many guests silently cursed him, as it was far more painful to watch someone else win than to lose themselves. Boss, I'm back. Would you like to keep playing here, or should we move on to something else? Wu Qian asked with a smile. If you want to keep playing, I'll exchange your winnings for more coins. If you're done, I'll convert everything to chips and we can try another game. Let's switch. I'm ready to win big, Song Yun said, cracking his knuckles with excitement. Got him. Wu Qian thought to himself with a sly smile, though he kept his obsequious expression. After quickly exchanging the coins for a neat stack of chips, Wu Qian asked, Boss, what would you like to play next? Let's go with that big small game you mentioned, Song Yun said as he scanned the nearby players. Some were gripping their cards tightly, veins bulging on their foreheads, while others were laughing as they scooped up chips. Others still were deep in thought, unsure whether to keep betting or cut their losses. What a perfect display of the range of human emotions! Wu Qian led Song Yun to a big small table and, after seating him, gave the dealer a subtle nod. The dealer, fully understanding the signal, knew they had another big fish on the line. Boss, in front of you are 3 sections: big, small, and the rarest, triples. Triples means all 3 dice show the same number, and it's an all-win bet, Wu Qian explained, half squatting by Song Yun's side. Got it, Song Yun said nonchalantly. The dealer picked up the dice cup, gave it a few casual shakes, and slammed it down onto the table. Place your bets. The dealer has opened 4 rounds of big in a row. It can't be big again, right? I don't believe it. I'm sticking with small. That's the spirit. I'm all in on small. Are you guys crazy? 4 big rounds already, and you're still betting on small. Are you just trying to throw your money away? You have a point. Maybe I should switch to big. The crowd buzzed with chatter, as everyone tried to guess what the next roll of the dice would be. They were overanalyzing the probabilities, hoping to outsmart the dealer. But for Song Yun, who had activated his X-ray vision, it was no guessing game. He could see the numbers inside the dice cup, and they added up to small to the other gamblers. Betting on big or small was a tough probability puzzle. But for Song Yun, it was a predetermined fact. I'll bet 100,000 on small to test the waters, Song Yun said, deciding to ease in gradually. He knew that winning too big, too quickly might attract the attention of the casino's management. Bets are in. The results are coming. The dealer called out. Is it big or small? Damn it! I'm going with big. Trust me, everyone, bet on big. Just one big win, and we'll all be rich. All in on big. If I win, I won't need to work for the rest of the year. If I lose, I'll be working construction tomorrow. The crowd's excitement grew, and more people threw their chips onto the big side. Some of this frenzy was intentionally stirred up by the casino. It wasn't just customers in the crowd. Many of the people hyping up the bets were actually casino shills. These shills had a job to manipulate the atmosphere and steer the crowd towards bad bets. The dealer, while seemingly shaking the dice cup randomly, was actually highly skilled in controlling the outcome. The dealer, trained to roll specific numbers, would signal the shills once they knew the result. The shills would then encourage others to bet the opposite way, pushing the crowd into a frenzy. 3, 2, 1. The result is 1, 1, 2, a total of 4 small. As the dealer lifted the dice cup, hearts sank. Many gamblers had bet heavily on big, and now their dreams were shattered. No way. It can't be small. You cheated. You're cheating. One gambler shouted in disbelief, having gone all in on big. The shock of the loss had clearly clouded his judgment. The one word that casinos dread most: cheating. Claiming the game isn't fair can hurt the casino's reputation. If people thought the games weren't fair, who would come back to gamble? Within moments, 2 security guards approached the man, gently placing their hands on his shoulders. Sir, you seem tired. Let's take you to our VIP lounge for a little rest, one said politely. Everyone knew what that really meant. The man was probably in for a rough night. Hey, I bet 100,000 on big. You were the one convincing me to go all in on big. If it weren't for you, I could have won tens of thousands. Another gambler shouted, grabbing the shirt of one of the shills. Yeah, you were the one messing with our heads. Now we've all lost money because of you. What do you have to say for yourself? The shill, looking panicked, protested. Hey, I didn't force you. I bet on big myself and I lost too. Bullshit. You only bet a few $100, nowhere near what we lost. Pay up. If you don't pay me back what I lost, I'll show you why the flowers are so red. Despite his manipulation, the shill was skilled in deflecting blame. With just a few words, he had convinced a whole group of gamblers to bet tens of thousands on big. Everyone calmed down. Look, I admit I might have led you in the wrong direction with my words, but come on, you're all adults. Don't you have your own minds? I said bet on big and you did. If I told you to hand over all your money, would you do that too? Besides, this is all about chance. If you lose, just try again. Don't put this all on me. Hey, stop hitting me. How did this turn into a fight? Somebody help. Song Yun sat back in his chair, laughing as the crowd beat the shill. The casino didn't intervene right away, there were too many people involved. Once the mob had vented their frustration, 2 security guards finally strolled over, picking up the battered shill and hauling him away. Pa, scumbag. I'm going to get another 100,000 in chips. I refuse to leave until I've won tonight. Me too. That bastard really screwed me over. Song Yun glanced at the other shills hidden among the crowd, smiling to himself. Here are your winnings, the dealer said, sliding a stack of chips towards Song Yun using a transparent ruler. Song Yun quickly counted he had just won 300,000 yuan. While that wasn't much to him, the speed of the win was exhilarating. 300,000 in a minute. What if I bet 1 million next time? Or even 10 million? Song Yun thought. No wonder so many people were obsessed with this game of big and small. Congratulations, sir. Wishing you continued luck tonight. Boss, you're amazing. You were the only one to bet on small while everyone else went with big. Your luck is incredible. Yes. I think you're the god of wealth himself, boss. You're going to win big all night. The 3 women at Song Yun's side showered him with praise. Laughing, Song Yun tossed each of them a 10,000 yuan chip, slipping them down their collars. That's nothing. I plan to win a few billion before I leave this casino, Song Yun declared with a grin. Hearing this, Wu Qian sneered inwardly. This spoiled brat thinks he's going to win billions? He'll be crying soon enough. To Wu Qian, it was simple. Song Yun was betting on luck, while the dealer was relying on skill. Luck would run out eventually, and one big loss could leave Song Yun with nothing. As the crowd gathered again, the dealer began shaking the dice cup. Place your bets. Let me think. The dealers opened 3 bigs and then a small. I'm betting small this time. Shut up. Don't get us beaten up again. Screw it. Win big or lose it all. I'm going with small. Amid the gamblers shouting, Song Yun activated his X-ray vision again. This time, the dealer was being tricky. I'm betting 1 million on big. Song Yun threw 1 million yuan's worth of chips onto the big section. The onlookers were stunned by the size of his bet. Most of the gamblers here played with small stakes, and the total bets on the table rarely exceeded a few 100,000 yuan. But this young man had just bet 1 million in one go. Why isn't he playing in the high-stakes area? The crowd wondered. 1 million. For many, this was an enormous sum of money. Considering the average household income today, such an amount could support a family for decades. But now, this giant fortune had been converted into stacks of chips right before everyone's eyes, leaving the crowd in awe. 1 million? Sir, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? The dealer stammered. Before he could finish, someone in the crowd shouted, What's the big deal? I saw a high roller last month betting in millions. This is nothing. No wonder they say, 1 bet to poverty, 1 bet to wealth, or 1 bet to rags. Just hearing numbers like this gives me a thrill. You're showing your ignorance. If this guy is throwing around money like this, it means he's seriously loaded. Come on, guys. This young man has set the bar. We're all in our 40s and 50s. Are we really going to act like cowards? Screw it, I'm all in. With the casino shills hyping up the bets, the atmosphere was reignited, and everyone's excitement soared once more. I don't have much left, but I'm not going to let some young kid outdo me. All in. I've only got a few chips left. If I win, it's gourmet meals for me. If I lose, I'll just go home and sleep. What's there to be scared of? I'm in. Despite the noise around him, the dealer remained calm, frowning slightly as he looked at Song Yun. Sir, I advise you to take it slow. Betting 1 million in one go, if you lose, you'll have nothing left. Mind your own business. I've got money to burn. I could lose 1 million or 10 million, it doesn't matter to me. Now, are you going to deal, or do I need to do it for you? Song Yun drummed his fingers on the table, his eyes flashing with amusement. Wu Qian was puzzled. When had the dealer become so compassionate? Normally, when people lost everything, he'd look at them with disdain. Now he was offering advice? Something wasn't right. Wu Qian exchanged a glance with the dealer, who subtly shook his head. Damn. Could this spoiled rich kid actually win again? No way. What are the odds? A 1 million yuan bet at this payout rate. The thought made Wu Qian shudder. While it wouldn't break the casino, it would definitely sting. Considering his boss's ruthless methods, Wu Qian knew this needed to stop. Boss, I really think you should slow down. If you blow it all now, you'll have to go back to exchange more chips later, such a hassle. Let's take it slow. I promise you'll have a great night and still make money. What do you say? Song Yun, wearing a devil-may-care grin, looked up at Wu Qian. What, are you upset because you don't get a cut when I exchange chips? Shouldn't you be happy you're making money? Wu Qian put on a pained expression, clasping his hands together. You're misunderstanding me. I always want my clients to win big, not lose everything. After all, I'd much rather make a friend than see someone lose. Come on, are you going to open the bet or not? I'm getting impatient here. Someone in the crowd yelled. Yeah, what's the holdup? Just because someone's betting $1 million doesn't mean the rest of us don't matter. Do you think we're not customers? Hurry up. I don't want to miss my ride home. The crowd's frustration was mounting, putting both the dealer and Wu Qian under pressure. What's your plan? Wu Qian whispered to Song Yun, his tone pleading. If you've changed your mind, I can use my authority to undo your bet. I know I've got money, but nobody likes throwing it away. I get it. So, how about we back off this round? Wu Qian reached out to take back the chips. Are you serious? They can change bets like this. Someone in the crowd shouted. Place your bets and hands off the table. You can't just take back bets like that. Wu Qian was too nervous to care about the crowd's complaints. Losing this money would be bad, but angering a powerful boss could be far worse. Wait. Song Yun's voice cut through the commotion, cold and firm. The crowd's right. Once the bet is placed, it's final. If I lose, it's just bad luck. Let's go. Damn it. Wu Qian's face twitched, and he suppressed his anger, glancing at the dealer with a raised eyebrow. This was their secret signal: use any means necessary to protect the casino's interests. The dealer gave a slight nod, then discreetly pressed a button beneath the table with his foot. Suddenly, one of the dice inside the cup shifted. The big result had just turned into small. All right. If he's not going to listen to reason, let's roll. 1, 2, 3 small. I won. I finally won. Someone in the crowd cheered. Unbelievable. Whenever I bet big, it's small, and when I bet small, it's big. I'm done. Oh boss, if you had backed out, you would have saved yourself 100 grand. It's painful just watching. Wu Qian pretended to sigh. So boss, what now? Do you want to keep playing here, or try something else? Keep playing. Song Yun said, his eyes narrowing as he gripped a chip in his hand. His heavy breathing suggested he might be on the verge of losing control. All right. Let's keep going. Wu Qian said with a forced smile, signaling the dealer again. If they were going to do this, they'd do it right. If this kid was going to lose, they'd make sure he lost big. This young guy just lost a fortune. 100 grand, just like that. I'll never see that much in my life. Well, he's a rich kid. Born with a silver spoon. Why are you even comparing yourself to him? Yeah, you're right. I'll just stick to my own game. The dealer shook the dice cup again, the clatter of the dice filling the air. Place your bets. Boom. The dice cup hit the table with a thud. $1 million on triple. Song Yun threw his chips onto the table. Triple. This kid is really going for it. Yeah, triple pays out big, but the odds are ridiculously low. Is he just throwing money away? Song Yun's bold bet sent a ripple through the crowd. Mind your own business. Just worry about your own bets. Song Yun snapped impatiently. The other gamblers soon placed their own bets, but the dealer already knew what was inside the cup. For a brief moment, he wondered if this young man had some sort of X-ray vision. But he quickly dismissed the thought. That kind of stuff only happens in novels, right? Still, the fact that Song Yun was going for the triple made the dealer uneasy. Knowing the payout could be huge, the dealer decided to pull the same trick, reaching to press the hidden button under the table. But just as his foot moved, a force swept under the table, knocking him back. The dealer fell backward, landing awkwardly on the floor. He looked up, stunned, as Song Yun calmly withdrew his foot. It had been Song Yun who had used his inner strength, stomping the floor and throwing the dealer off balance. Ow, my back. The dealer groaned, clutching the edge of the table. What the hell just happened? What are you doing? Were you trying to mess with the dice cup? Someone shouted from the crowd. Stay down and don't even think about moving, or I'll be waiting for you outside. Another voice threatened. It wasn't me. I didn't do anything. The dealer protested as he struggled to get back up. You sure? Looks like you were up to something. Back away from the table, I'm starting to think you're cheating. Song Yun said coldly. Yeah, exactly. How could you, a grown man, just fall over while standing still? Maybe he tried to step on something and missed, which made him stumble. Damn. People always say casinos are shady, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. No wonder I've been losing constantly. The surrounding crowd began speculating about what had happened, and the dealer started sweating profusely. What was the worst thing that could happen in this business? Losing trust. If a casino's reputation was tainted, who would come back to gamble? This was shaping up to be the biggest professional crisis the casino had faced all year. Everyone calmed down. The dealer shouted, raising his voice. I fell because I'm not feeling well. It has nothing to do with the casino. Don't believe what you see in the movies. Our games are completely fair and transparent. Fair? Who do you think you're fooling? Get out of the way. Let me see what you're hiding under that table. A bald man in a tank top barked, stepping forward and reaching out to grab the dealer by the collar. Don't get rough, the dealer yelled in panic. If these people found the cheating device under the table, he'd be lucky to avoid getting thrown into the sea in a barrel by the casino bosses. No way. He still had a long life ahead of him. He wasn't going down like this. Help. Somebody help. This guy is causing trouble and trying to rob the chips. The dealer shouted at the top of his lungs. Instantly, all eyes in the hall turned toward the commotion. Causing trouble? Robbing chips? Who in their right mind would try that in a place like this? Everyone knew the higher-ups here were connected to some shady characters. Causing a scene in this casino could easily cost you your life. Sure enough, within a minute, a dozen security guards in uniform surrounded the area. Well, who do we have here? Isn't it Mr. He from 19,000? What brings you here to hassle a humble dealer? A middle-aged man in a slick suit stepped forward from the group of guards, his hair styled into a shiny, slicked-back look, giving him the appearance of a corporate big shot. I thought your establishment was better than those shady little casinos that rely on cheap tricks. But after tonight, it's clear you're no different. This dealer was caught cheating right in front of everyone. If you don't give me an explanation, I'm not leaving. The bald man, Mr. He, snarled. It was clear that this man had some kind of backing. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to make such bold threats. There must be a misunderstanding here, Mr. He. Dealer, come here and explain what's going on. The middle-aged man in the suit identified as Manager Wang offered a smile to Mr. He before turning with a stern look to the dealer, demanding an explanation. After all, there were over 1,000 people in the hall. If word of this got out, the consequences would be disastrous. Wang had already decided to squash this problem before it spiraled out of control. Boss. I wasn't feeling well today, so I accidentally fell while rolling the dice. Some of the customers thought I was trying to cheat. The dealer said, sounding aggrieved. We've always put fairness first. I'd never do something to jeopardize the casino's reputation. Oh. Wang raised an eyebrow, his expression calm and calculating. If that's the case, you should take the rest of the day off and go to the hospital. There's no need to work when you're unwell. Go now, and I'll handle things from here. No way. Are we supposed to just take the dealer's word for it? Exactly. We want to see the dealer's spot for ourselves. How do we know there's no cheating device hidden there? I saw a documentary once that said some casinos install buttons under the tables. One press, and the dice change to whatever the dealer wants. Who knows if you're doing the same thing here? Manager Wang, public opinion is a powerful thing. If you don't let us take a look, this situation might not blow over easily. Mr. He said, lighting a cigarette and sitting back with a cold smile. Wang knew all too well what was hidden under the dealer's table. If the crowd saw it, absolutely not. Mr. He, I'm sure this is all just a misunderstanding. How about we discuss this privately? I can assure you, you'll be more than satisfied. Wang whispered in Mr. He's ear. Besides, aren't you running for a leadership position next month? I can help sway the bosses to support you. Mr. He's expression changed at the mention of this. The hostility on his face began to soften. Well then, let's handle it your way. Compared to the few thousand chips he had at stake tonight, the leadership position was far more important. If he could secure the backing of the casino's bosses, his competition would have no chance. Priorities were clear, and Mr. He wasn't a fool. Everyone, disperse. This was just a misunderstanding and an internal matter of the casino. I can assure you, there's nothing shady going on here. Wang called out to the crowd. One customer began to protest, only to meet Wang's cold, piercing gaze. That was enough to silence him. Just moments ago Mr. He had been standing up for them. But now that he had backed down, it was clear the rest of the customers had no leverage. If they kept pushing, it wouldn't end well for them. It's not worth it. Many of the bystanders thought. After all, most of them were just casual players. Losing a few hundred yuan in a night was one thing, But risking a trip to the hospital over it? Definitely not. Just as Wang thought the situation had been resolved, a voice rang out from the side of the table. I disagree. Wang's face darkened as he turned toward the source of the voice, only to see a young man surrounded by several beautiful women and a few bodyguards who clearly weren't to be trifled with. Who's this kid? Wang wondered, puzzled. He didn't recognize him at all. And who might you be? Wang asked cautiously. Manager Wang, let's have a word in private, Wu Qian said, pulling Wang aside to a quieter spot. After lighting a cigarette for Wang, Wu Qian explained, this young man is from the mainland. I'm not sure which family he belongs to, but he carries one of the 100 exclusive Centurion black cards. I'd suggest you handle this situation carefully. Hearing this, Wang's expression grew serious. Anyone in the casino business knew what a black card represented. People who held them were backed by wealth and power that couldn't be underestimated. Now Wang had to think carefully about how to handle the situation without causing any offense. Old Wu, I owe you one this time. Let's grab a drink together another day. Manager Wang patted Wu Qian on the shoulder before leaving thoughtfully. Wu Qian followed closely behind, curious to see how the situation would unfold. Good evening, sir. I'm the manager of this area. My name is Wang. Feel free to call me Old Wang if you like. Manager Wang greeted Song Yun politely, standing in front of him. I believe today's situation was just a misunderstanding. Perhaps we could have a chat about it. Oh? And what kind of chat are we talking about? Song Yun replied casually, leaning back with his legs crossed, flanked by two women. You wouldn't be wasting time with me if you didn't have something to hide. Manager Wang silently cursed Song Yun in his mind, but kept his composure, maintaining a smile despite the crowd around them. Not at all. It's just that when I saw you, it reminded me of how our boss looked in his younger days, full of spirit and ambition. I simply wanted to make your acquaintance. Trying to make friends, huh? I'm not one to be difficult. Since you've gone to the trouble, it would be rude of me not to oblige. Where should we talk? Surely not out here. Song Yun's expression remained calm, but he was already thinking strategically. He knew that public places were where information flowed most freely, and secrets often slipped out in casual conversations. While he didn't trust the casino's intelligence network, he figured this could be a good opportunity to gather some useful intel. Today, not only could he win some money, but he might also get valuable information. Following Manager Wang, Song Yun and his group moved to the VIP lounge. Wu Qian, however, wasn't allowed in due to his status, but he didn't mind. He knew that no matter how the night ended, his commission would be enough to buy a nice 300,000 yuan car. Inside the lounge, a woman dressed in a kimono was kneeling at the tea table, carefully preparing tea for the group. After a quick glance from Manager Wang, she quietly stood up and left. The only sounds in the room were Song Yun's occasional compliments about the tea. I must apologize for my poor manners. We've been talking for a while, but I still don't know your name. That's my fault. Please let me offer a cup of tea as a gesture of respect, said Manager Wang, speaking warmly. This polite exchange helped bring them closer while subtly probing for information about Song Yun's background. Don't be fooled, casinos often had more information at their fingertips than intelligence agencies, as they operated in a murky gray area, connected to both the legal and illegal worlds. If Song Yun revealed his full name, it wouldn't take long for his details to end up on Wang's phone. We're all just here for a good time. You can call me Master Song. As for my full name, Song Yun sipped his tea, smiling faintly. My father always told me not to flaunt myself too much. I'm sure you understand, Manager Wang. I understand perfectly, Wang replied, his heart skipping a beat. This implied that Song Yun had a powerful background and wasn't just another arrogant second-generation rich kid. But which prominent family in China had the surname Song? Could it be the Song family from Lanling or the Song family from Yanjing? Many powerful figures flashed through Wang's mind, including the infamous Song Yun. But he quickly dismissed that possibility. Everyone knew that the Song family in Shanghai was led by a self-made tycoon, the city's richest man. He owned enough assets to buy dozens of casinos. Why would someone like him waste time here? Impossible. But dismissing this possibility also meant Wang missed the correct answer. Since we're being straightforward, let me apologize on behalf of the dealer for the incident earlier in the hall. His health issues caused a misunderstanding, and as his manager, I take full responsibility. I have a few suggestions for how we could resolve this situation. And I'd like to know what you think. Manager Wang began, laying out his plan. First, the money you won at that table is yours to keep, and I'll personally cover any losses from the house's account. Second, I'd like to offer you a card granting access to our exclusive second floor games, where the real high-stakes players gather. Third, as a token of my appreciation, I'm gifting you 100,000 yuan in chips. It's a small gesture, but I hope you'll enjoy your time here. Manager Wang finished speaking and looked at Song Yun, waiting for a response. Wang had clearly been in this business for a long time. He'd handled Song Yun's emotions expertly, addressing the incident while keeping Song Yun as a valuable customer for the future. Song Yun considered the offer. Of the three compensations, the second one intrigued him the most. Playing cards with high-profile individuals would provide a greater chance of gathering useful information compared to chatting with ordinary players. Since you're so sincere, I'm happy to make friends. But tell me, Manager Wang, this second floor game. Is it held regularly, or how does it work? Song Yun asked. Manager Wang exhaled with relief, smiling as he replied. The games are held on a non-regular basis, but you're in luck. There's one tonight. Would you like to join? Of course. I'm here for some excitement and to win a little money to show my old man that I can take care of myself. Song Yun replied with a playful grin. Manager Wang, understanding the subtext, smiled knowingly. Looks like this young man's got some family drama and came here to blow off steam, he thought. If that's the case, please follow me to the second floor. However, I must ask that your companions wait here for a while. Don't worry, I'll ensure they're well taken care of. That's fine. Could you also get my chips for me? Song Yun said, handing Manager Wang his black card. Manager Wang's expression turned more respectful as he accepted the card. Once he left, Song Yun pretended to be busy texting on his phone but was actually sending instructions to Ouyang and the others. He wanted each of them to take a stash of chips and mingle among the other players, not worrying about losses. Their goal was to listen for valuable conversations. Song Yun needed a solid information network. Ouyang discreetly glanced at Song Yun, then nodded in agreement, standing quietly by. At the casino counter, Manager Wang handed the black card to a staff member, speaking softly, check the origin of this card. The staff member swiped the card through a special machine and frowned deeply. Manager, all of the cardholder's information is hidden. Really? Manager Wang's suspicions about Song Yun deepened. This young man might be even more powerful than he initially thought. After exchanging chips, Manager Wang personally returned with a tray. Song Yun casually grabbed a handful of chips and tossed them onto the table. Later, I plan to enjoy a few rounds. You can take this small sum and go have some fun on your own, he said nonchalantly. This must be 40 or 50,000, right? And you're just giving it to us. Duo's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the chips, impressed by their value. Though she'd accompanied other wealthy clients to casinos before, she had never been given such a large sum to spend herself. Spending tens of thousands was something she always hesitated to do. Why would I lie? It's just a bit of pocket change, not even enough to cover one of my meals. Take it and enjoy yourselves. Song Yun waved them off. After sending the three women and Yang on their way, he lit a cigarette, looking at Manager Wang with a glint of excitement. Now, shall we get to business? Of course, sir, please follow me. Manager Wang replied, still stunned by Song Yun's earlier display of wealth. High rollers like this, those who could toss around tens of thousands without a second thought, were rare, even for a casino like theirs. Managing a customer like Song Yun could lead to an extraordinary bonus at the end of the year, possibly in the millions. With excitement and caution, Manager Wang led the way upstairs to a large, intricately carved dark wood door, about 3 meters tall. After knocking, the door slowly opened, revealing a masked man inside. This is an esteemed guest, here for the high-stakes game today. Please make the necessary arrangements, Manager Wang said with a smile. The masked man assessed Song Yun's attire, quickly estimating its worth to be at least 1 million yuan. It was clear that Manager Wang had encountered someone of great fortune. Greetings. I'm the manager here, but you can call me Whiteface. The game starts in 10 minutes. Please, follow me inside, Whiteface said, bowing slightly as a sign of respect. Song Yun followed, curiously observing his surroundings. The room they entered was a large, elegantly decorated lounge of over 300 square meters, filled with valuable antiques and famous paintings. Whiteface walked over to a shelf, retrieved a black, intricately designed mask, and handed it to Song Yun. Many of our guests here value their privacy. Some of the high-profile players don't like being seen in public, so we all wear masks to conceal our identities and prevent any issues after the game. Song Yun liked this idea. He wasn't one for drawing attention, so he gladly donned the mask before following Whiteface into a private room. Inside, a poker table had already gathered over 10 players. They paused momentarily when Song Yun entered. Whiteface, didn't you say it was just us today? Why bring in a new face? A woman wearing a pink mask spoke up. Whiteface quickly bowed and explained, Madam, this gentleman is also a high-profile client of the casino and has every right to participate. I assure you, his status is on par with anyone in this room. I wouldn't dare refuse him. The woman snorted dismissively but said nothing further. The others in the room, however, eyed Song Yun with curiosity. Hello, I've been playing here since the first game. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Black, said a burly man wearing a mask similar to Song Yun's. He extended his hand with a smile. Song Yun shook his hand calmly. If this game turns out to be enjoyable, I'm sure we'll meet again in the future. Ha ha ha, that's the spirit. By the way, what line of work are you in outside of this game? If there's ever a chance to. Black, that's over the line, interrupted a man wearing a pigsy mask. His voice was deep and gruff. Everyone in this room is anonymous for a reason. Trying to dig into personal details isn't exactly polite. Brother Black's irritation was evident behind his mask, though he kept it in check. In their usual high-status circles, they were surrounded by flatterers and sycophants. Having someone openly oppose them was rare and unwelcome. However, here, everyone was on equal footing, leaving little room for venting frustration. Sensing the rising tension, Whiteface quickly stepped in to smooth things over. It's almost time for the game to begin. Please take your seat so we can start. He personally led Song Yun to a seat next to the man in the pigsy mask, then left to arrange for the dealer. Kid, keep your eyes open in here. None of these people are pushovers. If you reveal your identity, it's not the losing that'll hurt. You could get robbed by the time you get back to your hotel. Pigsy remarked casually, absent-mindedly toying with the chips in front of him. I've had enough of you, Pigsy. Brother Black suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Every time I come here, you've got something to say. Let's drop the masks and settle this right now. See if your skills match up to my fists. Oh, calm down. I'm no match for you, Pigsy replied mockingly, though his body language showed indifference to the threat. Just as tensions were about to boil over, the door behind the poker table opened. A woman dressed in a kimono entered gracefully. She wasn't wearing a mask, and her captivating beauty was hard to ignore. Gentlemen, what's with all the hostility? How about showing me some respect and calming down? She said with a soft smile. At her words, both Pigsy and Brother Black immediately quieted down. Gentlemen, fortune favors the peaceful. Let's choose today's game and get started, she suggested, giving the nearby wheel a gentle spin. The arrow landed on Hua, a popular Chinese card game similar to poker. Looks like we have a newcomer. Do you know how to play Hua? She asked Song Yun, smiling sweetly. There's no game I'm not skilled at, Song Yun replied confidently. Her eyes twinkled at his response, and she threw him a flirtatious glance. Well then, I hope you win big today, so we can meet later tonight. Song Yun looked puzzled and glanced at Pigsy for clarification, but he was too busy ogling the dealer to explain. Brother, is there some special prize for winning? Song Yun asked out of curiosity. Whiteface didn't tell you. Pigsy seemed genuinely surprised. Whoever wins tonight's game gets to take the dealer out, all expenses covered. And let me tell you, this one's named Kyo, an absolute gem. I've had the pleasure once before, and let me tell you, unforgettable. Wait, aren't there female players here too? Does that mean? Song Yun took a sharp breath. This was getting a bit too wild for him. But Pigsy nodded seriously. Who said it's not possible? TSK, the world is full of surprises, and Song Yun had certainly seen a lot today. Seeing that everyone had no objections to the rules, Kyo, the dealer, opened a fresh deck of cards. She shuffled and cut them slowly in full view of everyone. If anyone raised a single doubt, she would immediately discard the deck and replace it with a new one, repeating the process. Only once everyone was satisfied did she begin dealing the cards, one by one, to the players. The rules for this round are simple. The minimum bet is 100,000. If you choose not to look at your cards and play blind, those who do look at their cards must bet at least double what the blind players bet. I hope everyone has a fun and exciting game, Kyo explained, lowering her hands and watching as the players began their tactical moves. We've got plenty of time, so I'll start with a blind bet of 2 million, said Brother Black. He was the first to speak, casually tossing a stack of chips onto the table. In Hua, a Chinese card game similar to poker, it's not just about luck, it's also about courage and strategy. Skilled players can bluff their way to victory with bad cards, forcing opponents to fold even when holding a winning hand. The card hierarchy includes high card, pair, straight flush, and the highest, three of a kind known as leopard. Brother Black made his move, and the others followed suit, also playing blind. When it came to Pigsy's turn, he slowly lifted his cards, glanced at them, and chuckled. This is too small to be interesting. I like to play big and finish early, especially since Miss Kyo needs her beauty sleep. I'll raise to 10 million. 10 million. Everyone at the table wondered if Pigsy had a strong hand. Song Yun glanced at his cards 7, 8, 9 in sequence, a small straight. Not great, but not terrible either. After some thought, he said calmly, I'm with you, Pigsy. I'll raise to 20 million. As the round progressed, the pot grew larger, reaching 80 million. The chips on the table now totaled over 200 million, and it was only the first round. Even Kyo, the dealer, seemed surprised by the intensity. These players were all going all in, no holding back. The focus returned to Brother Black. Sweat dripped from under his mask as he made his decision. He finally chose to look at his cards. The first card a spade ace, the highest card. Not bad. The second card a spade 10. Very good, he thought. He might have a flush. He slowly revealed the third card a spade king. A flush. Brother Black slapped his cards down on the table. 100 million. Whoa. Black, what kind of hand do you have? Someone exclaimed. Typically in bluffing games players raise early to scare off others. But they'd been going for several rounds, and Brother Black was still raising. It made everyone wonder if they had a hand strong enough to continue. Sure enough, as soon as Brother Black raised to 100 million, many players folded. When it was Pigsy's turn, he glanced disdainfully at Brother Black and confidently matched the bet. Song Yun, however, wasn't foolish. From the way the two were playing, it was obvious they had at least flushes, maybe even higher. With just a small straight, there was no point in continuing. He folded. Now, only Brother Black and Pigsy remained at the table, both relentlessly raising the stakes. Soon, the pot swelled to 700 million. Finally, Brother Black threw in 200 million more and declared, I'm calling you. In Zhejianhua, when only a few players remain, one can force a showdown by doubling the bet and calling the opponent's cards. Brother Black was feeling cocky with his flush, but he knew it wasn't invincible. If Pigsy had something like a straight flush, he'd be beaten. Pigsy, on the other hand, revealed his cards of 5, 6 and king of the same suit a flush, but weaker than Brother Black's. With a triumphant grin, Brother Black raked in the 700 million pot. The adrenaline rush from winning such a massive pot sent a wave of excitement through the players. The thrill of the game and the huge stakes made every nerve in their bodies tingle. Ha ha, Pigsy, you're too generous. Next time, just hand me the money directly, no need to make a show of it. Brother Black taunted. Pigsy remained calm, as though losing that much didn't bother him at all. Winning early doesn't matter. It's the endgame that counts. Pigsy replied with a smile. Miss Kyo, let's start the second round. Kyo nodded and discarded the deck into a shredder, replacing it with a new one and dealing the cards again. This time Song Yun didn't play blind. He immediately looked at his cards and was pleasantly surprised. Straight flush. Was this the luck bonus he'd been hoping for? A straight flush in a 10-player game was more than enough to go all the way. The game continued with the usual raises, but Brother Black, confident in his streak, didn't look at his cards until the last moment. Pigsy, however, folded early. It was down to Song Yun and Brother Black. When Brother Black finally looked at his cards, he couldn't believe his luck. Another straight flush. The pot had grown to 600 million, and there was no way he was folding now. Finally, after the pot reached 1.3 billion, Brother Black grinned and said, Sorry, but I'm calling your cards. I have a straight flush. The room sighed. Skill matters, but luck plays a huge role, and it seemed like Brother Black was on a roll today, destined to clean up. He was about to pull in the chips when Song Yun's voice cut through the room. Hold on. Everyone stared in disbelief. Could Song Yun really have a hand bigger than a 7-8-9 straight flush? When Song Yun slowly revealed his cards, everyone around gasped in shock. It was also a straight flush, but just slightly higher than Brother Black's a straight flush with 8, 9, 10. If Song Yun had shown a JQK or QKA straight flush, it wouldn't have been as surprising since those are common winning combinations. But for it to be just barely higher than Brother Black's, that was a dramatic twist that left everyone astonished. It was the perfect big fish eats little fish scenario. Damn it. What's the point of playing? Brother Black slammed the chips he was holding onto the table, his frustration more about the devastating swing in fortune than the money lost. Haha, wasn't Brother Black on a lucky streak? Looks like it just took a sharp turn. Pigsy laughed uproariously. clearly finding Brother Black's misfortune far more entertaining than winning himself. Seeing Pigsy stoking the flames, the woman in the pink mask tried to calm things down. It's just one hand. Maybe Brother Black will win it all back in the next round. Pigsy, enough teasing, you don't need to rub it in. Oh, since the lovely lady says so, I'll keep quiet. Pigsy replied with a chuckle. In this round, Song Yun had won nearly $1 billion, including his original stake and the winnings. And this was only the second hand. The total funds in play today reportedly exceeded $5 billion, making it a high-stakes gamble in every sense. Let's keep going, Song Yun said casually. As Kyo shuffled, cut, and dealt the cards, she threw Song Yun a flirty glance. Being well acquainted with men, she could tell just by his demeanor that the man behind the mask was likely quite handsome. She was part of the game too, and wouldn't mind spending her evening with a good-looking winner. Damn it. If we're playing, let's play big. Brother Black's eyes gleamed fiercely from behind his mask as he slammed down a blind bet of 10 million, immediately raising the stakes to a level where everyone had to take the game seriously. Several players looked at their cards and quickly folded due to weak hands. It's just 10 million, I can handle it. I'll match 10 million and raise another 10. Pigsy boldly declared. Song Yun, however, glanced at his cards. The hand was mediocre, not worth playing when the minimum bet had risen to 40 million. Though he had plenty of money, he wasn't reckless, so he decisively tossed his cards aside and sat out this round. Even if he folded every hand from now on, he figured he could still walk away with several million in winnings by the end of the night. Today's choice to play seemed like a good one. Now, he just wondered how Ouyang-ji was doing. Downstairs at the casino, Song Yun's 3 female companions had already taken their chips and dispersed to different tables to play the games they found interesting. Meanwhile, Ouyang-ji discreetly signaled to Fire Phoenix, and their group huddled in a quiet corner to discuss Song Yun's plan. Soon they split up and mingled with the largest crowds, each holding a stack of chips. Ouyang-ji, not interested in card games, decided to try his luck with the same slot machine Song Yun had played earlier. Though he appeared focused on the screen, his sharp ears were tuned to the conversations around him. When he had run out of coins, and was about to get more, a disheveled middle-aged man behind him caught his attention, talking loudly on his phone. Yeah, what is it? Speak quickly. I've already lost thousands, and I'm in a bad mood. Seriously? You're telling me that machine is worth that much? I've already lost 2 men over this. Let me be clear, if you don't give me 50 grand, those guys will spill everything. Hey, I wouldn't dare threaten the big shots, they're far above my pay grade. I'm just a small fry. When I get paid, I'll get it done. Alright, I'm waiting for the transfer. After hanging up, the man angrily slammed his hand against the slot machine, cursing, damn it. This machine must be rigged. How have I not hit a single winning combo all night? Ouyang-ji couldn't help but smirk. The man had no idea that this was the same machine Song Yun had won the jackpot on earlier. It wasn't going to pay out again anytime soon. However, what intrigued him more was the mention of a machine. Could this be referring to the lithography machine they were looking for? Quickly, Ouyang-ji grabbed a few more coins and sat down next to the man with a friendly smile. Rough night, huh? Don't get me started. This damn machine's eaten up thousands of my money and hasn't given me a thing. This casino's bound to go under someday. The man vented his frustration but then shot Ouyang-ji a wary look. People in his line of work were always cautious. He noted Ouyang-ji's appearance. He didn't look like a rich kid, but the calmness in his eyes suggested he was no ordinary person. Something about this guy didn't sit right. Sensing danger in talking too much, the man quickly packed up and left the casino, glancing over his shoulder now and then. Unbeknownst to him, Ouyang-ji was silently following him. The man entered a dark alleyway. It was shabby but filled with a dozen or so bars and massage parlors, catering to gamblers who had lost everything. Muttering curses to himself, the man was unaware that Ouyang-ji was right behind him. As he rounded a corner, a large hand suddenly clamped over his mouth, and something sharp pressed against his back. Cold sweat poured down the man's back. After years on the streets, he had plenty of enemies. Was this a debt collector, or maybe someone looking for revenge? Whoever it was, he knew that if he made a wrong move now, it would all be over for him. Ouyang-ji pulled him into a secluded alley, and as soon as he released his grip, the man fell to his knees begging, please, I don't know what I did to offend you, but if it's money you want, I've got a few thousand in my bag. Take it. I swear I won't call the cops. And if you're here for revenge, at least tell me why. Ouyang-ji chuckled. You're quick to catch on. But I'm not here for money or your life, I'm just curious about that machine you were talking about. Machine. Machine. The man's eyes widened in shock. When he saw that Ouyang was the same person from the casino, his pupils shrank in fear. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just a regular guy. I've never worked with any machines. The only machine I've ever owned is my old Toyota, and even that's been passed down through 8 owners. As Ouyang smiled coldly, he said, playing dumb isn't something an ordinary person should do, especially when there's a knife hanging over your head. Pretending to be clueless won't help you here. The middle-aged man forced a nervous smile and replied, "Come on now, young man, this is a law-abiding society. Do you think you can just kidnap me? I've got plenty of friends and family, and if I don't show up tonight, someone's bound to take action. You better think twice before doing something rash." Ouyang patted the man's face and said, "Now that's more like it. Since I stopped you, I've already made sure to cover all the little details. Don't worry about your friends and family. For now, you can have a little nap here." With that, Ouyang pulled a small packet from his pocket, tore it open, and revealed a cloth soaked in a foul-smelling chemical. The man recognized the scent immediately within seconds. It could knock a grown man out for hours. He tried to make a break for it, ramming into Ouyang with all his strength, but it was like hitting a brick wall. Ouyang didn't budge an inch. The next thing the man knew, the cloth was pressed over his face, and everything faded to black as he lost consciousness. Ouyang found a nearby trash bin, tossed the man inside, dusted off his hands, and calmly returned to the casino. His mission for the night was complete. Whether this lead would unravel something bigger was no longer his concern. Upstairs at the casino. Meanwhile, Song Yun had entered a phase of simply tossing away hand after hand. He would peek at his cards, and if they were decent, he'd throw in some chips. If not, he'd fold immediately. Despite this conservative playstyle, he had still won over 70 million. "I say, young man, why are you playing so timidly? Does anyone else here fold as quickly as you do?" Brother Black couldn't hold back his frustration after watching Song Yun fold again. "We're all high rollers here, people of stature. Winning requires a bold, aggressive spirit. If you're going to play like this, you might as well go downstairs." Song Yun chuckled and replied, "Why do you care how I play? I like to play it safe. Or maybe you're upset because you're losing money. How about this? Tonight's late-night snack is on me, Brother Black. I'll cover the bill." The remark was a subtle yet sharp insult. The group couldn't help but laugh at the tension brewing. Even Pigsy was taken aback. Everyone in the room was wealthy, used to paying for their own meals. Offering to cover someone else's food bill was almost an insult, implying they couldn't afford it themselves. A few $100,000 for a meal was nothing compared to the stakes at this table, but still it stung. As expected, Brother Black's face darkened. He clenched his chips tightly, his gaze turning venomous towards Song Yun. Since their earlier showdown, Brother Black had been on a losing streak, dropping close to 2 billion in total. The financial pain, coupled with the humiliation, made his anger boil over. "What's your problem, kid? You looking for a fight?" Brother Black slammed his fist on the table, his muscular frame adding to the threat. Song Yun just smiled, unfazed. "No need for violence. If I hurt you, who's going to cover your medical bills? Are you expecting me to foot the bill for that too? Damn it. I challenge you to a duel," Brother Black roared, standing up from his chair. The atmosphere in the room shifted instantly. What had started as a casual game now had everyone on edge. The mention of a duel heightened the excitement. It wasn't just a card game anymore, it was all or nothing. The rules were simple: both players draw a card from the deck, and the one with the higher card wins. The minimum bet? A cool 10 million. Within minutes, a player could lose everything they had on the table. "A duel?" Song Yun asked, intrigued. He turned to Pigsy for clarification, who whispered the rules in his ear. Upon hearing the explanation, Song Yun's eyes lit up. Brother Black was practically handing him a golden opportunity. With his luck, and the fact that he could literally see the cards, there was no way he could lose. "All right then," Song Yun said, standing up confidently. "Let's play. But 10 million is too small. How about we raise the stakes to 50 million per round? 50 million. Everyone in the room was stunned. Was Song Yun insane? This game was pure luck. One bad draw, and he could lose everything. 50 million, huh? Brother Black considered the offer, then tossed his card onto the table. "Fine by me. Kyo, get me 300 million in chips. I want to see what this kid's made of." Kyo's hands shook slightly as she took his card. In all her years working in the casino, she had only seen one duel like this. It had ended with one man losing everything, even his company. She never expected to witness such a high-stakes duel again. After Kyo hurried out to fetch the chips, she reported the situation to the masked manager, Whiteface. Whiteface was baffled. This newcomer was causing quite the stir. What had he done to provoke Brother Black so much? He knew Brother Black wasn't just any ordinary gambler. He was a high-ranking member of a criminal syndicate, making tens of billions each year through shady deals. For him to throw $3 billion on the line tonight, it was either going to end in a huge win or a disaster. If Brother Black lost, Whiteface shuddered at the thought. The consequences could be deadly for the young man. You better not back out after 1 or 2 rounds, kid. Brother Black sneered. In a duel, you play at least 10 rounds before you can call it quits. Don't worry. Song Yun replied coolly. As long as you've got the money, I'll keep playing. Kyo soon returned with the 300 million in chips and handed them to Brother Black, who ran a rough hand over her face and grinned. Looks like you'll be mine tonight. For Kyo, Brother Black was like a wild boar who had no idea how to treat a woman gently. After every night spent with him, she'd have to take half a month off to recover. So, deep down, she hoped that the newcomer would win tonight. But her thoughts didn't matter. The casino paid her tens of thousands each month just to look pretty and stay quiet. If she had too many opinions, her job wouldn't last long. Come on, kid. Let's see what you've got today, daring to play with me like this. Brother Black sneered, tossing his chips onto the table. No matter the outcome tonight, he was already planning to make sure this kid wouldn't live to see the next sunrise. Song Yun casually matched the bet, glancing at the cards laid out by Kyo. He quickly picked one. I forgot to mention. Pigsy whispered into Song Yun's ear, in a duel, we use only 1 deck of cards. Each card is discarded after being drawn. If your luck isn't great, the tide can turn after a few rounds. But if you survive 10 rounds, you can cancel the duel. Song Yun smiled indifferently. To him, all the numbers on the backs of the cards were crystal clear. Forget 10 rounds, he could keep winning as long as Brother Black had money to lose. Now, reveal your cards. Kyo said in her soft but firm voice, acting as the referee. Brother Black slammed his card down on the table, grinning smugly at everyone around. First round, and my luck's already this good. Looks like I'm in for a big win tonight. His card was a jack, a high card indeed. But when Song Yun revealed his card, the entire room gasped in unison. A king. In a duel, a king was the highest card. No one had expected the young man to pull off such a strong start. Cheating? No one even considered the possibility. After all, with so many eyes watching in such a simple game, cheating would be nearly impossible to pull off. Damn it! Brother Black cursed, pounding the table. His eyes were bloodshot as he yelled again. His anger flared as he snatched up another card. But when he saw the value, his face twisted in frustration. An ace. The lowest card. Once again, 5 million was handed over to Song Yun. In less than a minute, Brother Black had lost $1 billion. Grinding his teeth, Brother Black began plotting his next moves for the evening. It wasn't just the shame of losing, it was the fact that most of the money he was gambling with belonged to his criminal organization. If he burned through billions in one night, the organization's leaders would come after him for sure. There was no doubt that if he lost everything, he'd be the one paying with his life. For the third round, Song Yun let Brother Black draw first. Brother Black got a 10, and hadn't even had time to feel pleased before seeing that Song Yun had drawn a jack again. Once more, he lost by just 1 point. Could this kid really be his unlucky charm? There was a widely believed superstition among gamblers that some people just had bad luck, and others had the ability to curse your game. Brother Black had seen it before: someone who couldn't win no matter what. Those people were known as lanterns, and betting against them was a guaranteed way to make money. Was this kid his bad luck charm? Superstition or not, gamblers often believed in luck, and right now it seemed like fate was against Brother Black. The 4th round? Song Yun won. The 5th round? Song Yun won again. By the 10th round, the pile of chips in front of Song Yun had grown into a mountain. Brother Black forced a smile. Well, you win, kid. I admit defeat. His tone was calm, but his mind was already spinning with ways to recover. Winning or losing the game wasn't important anymore. What mattered was what he had planned for later. You're giving up already? Song Yun asked, casually running his fingers over the stack of chips. Brother Black cupped his hands and bowed slightly. A loss is a loss. We'll meet again someday. With that, Brother Black stood up and left the room. With one player gone, the others lost their enthusiasm. The thrill of the duel had made regular poker feel dull in comparison. One by one, the players began to leave. The rule was that each person had to wait 5 minutes after the previous player before they could exit. Song Yun was the last to leave. As Pigsy got up, he leaned in and whispered, "Be careful of Brother Black. He's a dirty player. Someone won $1 billion from him once, and they never showed up to play again. if you know what I mean. Song Yun smiled and nodded. Thanks for the heads up. Don't worry, I may not be good at much, but I'm pretty hard to kill. Satisfied that Song Yun was prepared, Pigsy left. After 5 minutes, Song Yun stretched, feeling relaxed. This place was more fun than he had expected. Now, he was curious how Ouyang-ji was doing with his mission. Just as he was about to leave, Kyo came up to him, wrapping her arms around his. Little boss tonight, I'm all yours, she said, giving him a seductive look. Song Yun hadn't touched any of the women that had been following him around, and he wasn't about to start now. He even put sleeping pills in their drinks so they'd be out cold by nightfall. A woman like Kyo was far too dangerous for him to get involved with. Hey, sorry to disappoint, but it's that time of the month for me. Song Yun joked, shoving a 100,000 chip into Kyo's cleavage. Cash this out for me and transfer it to my account. With that, he left without looking back. In the lounge outside, Whiteface was already waiting for him. He knew that Song Yun was the big winner tonight. Initially, he had thought the young man was just some reckless kid, but now he realized Song Yun had more guts than he'd given him credit for. But where was Kyo? She wasn't with him. Did you enjoy yourself tonight, sir? Whiteface asked, personally helping Song Yun remove his mask. It was all right. Want a bit of pocket change enough for a late-night snack? Song Yun replied casually. Whiteface cursed inwardly. Pocket change? A few billion for a snack? He scoffed but kept his thoughts to himself. You're cocky now, he thought. Just wait until Brother Black finds you tonight. Then we'll see how lucky you really are. The billions in chips were converted into cash and transferred to Song Yun's account. After coming downstairs, he found Ouyang-ji sitting at a slot machine, endlessly feeding coins into it. Over 1,000 coins had gone in with nothing to show for it, except his now blackened fingers. Song Yun approached with a grin. Any luck? Yeah, not bad. We'll talk about it once we're out of here. Ouyang-ji replied quietly, without even looking up. Song Yun's eyes lit up at this, and he quickly gathered Fire Phoenix and the others. As for the 3 women who had accompanied him, he casually gave each of them 100,000 yuan and sent them on their way. The women, however, couldn't help but look back at Song Yun longingly. After all, they had met plenty of men before, but none were as good-looking, generous, and straightforward with their money as Song Yun. In fact, just based on Song Yun's looks, the women wouldn't have even minded not being paid for spending time with him. Watching the women reluctantly leave, Fire Phoenix coldly remarked, Young Master Song, you really live up to your reputation as a charmer. Just a few days with those women, and they'll remember you for life. I'm truly impressed. Song Yun shot her a strange look. I didn't deceive you, nor do I intend to pursue a relationship with you. So who are you trying to impress with that icy expression? Still, Song Yun prided himself on being a gentleman, not one to quarrel with women over trivial matters. He quickly changed the topic. Xiao Ji, what did you find out? He asked. Ouyang-ji signaled with his hand, and the group quietly moved into a nearby alley. Meanwhile, not far from the casino, Brother Black sat in a van, watching Song Yun intently as he walked away. It was clear to him that Song Yun was an outsider, probably without any strong local connections. This made Brother Black feel more at ease. As long as Song Yun wasn't part of the local underworld, no matter how tough he thought he was, Brother Black would make sure to strip him down, both figuratively and literally. In the alley, the group found the man Ouyang-ji had stashed in a trash bin, still fast asleep. Song Yun gave Ouyang-ji a nod, and Ouyang immediately pulled the man out, dragging him along like an old friend, all the while loudly complaining, I told you couldn't handle your drinks, but you insisted on downing glass after glass. Now I've got to drag you home. Damn you! This kind of scene wasn't unusual in that alley, given the shady clubs nearby. People passed by without giving them a second glance, eager to get on with their own nighttime activities. Soon they made it back to their hotel without any trouble. Once inside, Song Yun tied the middle-aged man to a chair and took a silver needle, plunging it into an acupuncture point on the man's forehead. The man shuddered violently and slowly opened his eyes, groggy but awake. As soon as he fully regained consciousness and saw his situation, he realized there was no escape. But the man wasn't an ordinary person. He knew that if he didn't return home by a certain time, his men would launch a city-wide search. All he needed to do now was stall for time. Where am I? What do you want from me? He asked, his voice shaking with fear. If it's money you're after, I can call my family. But if it's my life you want, at least tell me why before you kill me. Song Yun pulled up a chair, sat across from him, and lit 2 cigarettes, handing one to the man. Smiling, he said, Look, we're all adults here. There's no point in playing dumb. Just tell us what we want to know, and I promise you'll walk out of here unharmed. What are you after? How should I know what you want? Is it women you're after? I've got plenty of contacts if that's the case. The man joked nervously, taking a puff of the cigarette, trying to act as if he wasn't intimidated. Song Yun saw through his act and nodded thoughtfully. So you're not going to talk, huh? Well, then, let's try something different. Song Yun stood up and motioned for Shadow to take over. Shadow was known for his techniques methods that could make even the toughest of men beg for mercy. He opened a case filled with glinting, silver instruments, each designed for extracting information in the most painful ways possible. Seeing the tools laid out before him, the man finally realized this was no joke. He spat out the cigarette butt and quickly said, I really don't know what you want, but if you ask me, I'll tell you whatever I can. Photolithography machine. Song Yun replied coldly. The man's eyes widened in fear. These people were after the machine. If he had known earlier, he would never have taken the job. Sure, the payment was good, but it wasn't worth dying for. As the reality of the situation sank in, he remembered the face of the young master who had sent him on this task. The thought of crossing that person shattered any fleeting hope he had. If he stayed silent, he'd be the only one to die. But if he talked, his entire family would suffer. Photolithography machine. What is that, some kind of fancy printer? He stammered, trying to play dumb again. Maybe if you let me go, I could ask around for you. Song Yun could see the man's thoughts racing across his face and knew this wasn't going to be easy. With a nod, he signaled Shadow to proceed, then left the room to call his wife and check in with her. The hotel may have been expensive, but its soundproofing was top-notch. Despite the torture likely taking place in the living room, the bedroom was quiet as could be. After saying goodnight to his wife, 2 hours had passed. When Song Yun returned to the living room, the man was slumped in the chair, drenched in sweat and barely conscious. He still hasn't talked. Song Yun asked, surprised. Shadow, who had always boasted about his success rate, cursed in frustration. Damn, this guy's got the toughest will I've ever seen. Relax. If you can't break him, I'll take over. Song Yun said calmly. He walked over to the table, picked up some ordinary sewing needles, and got to work. As Song Yun's needle pierced various acupuncture points on the man's body, the man, whose eyes were already swollen, let out a weak, mocking laugh. Is that all? It doesn't hurt at all. Let me tell you, you're not going to get anything out of me. He continued defiantly, even if I die here today, tomorrow there will be plenty of people avenging me. Taking one of me down and costing you all your lives. Totally worth it. Song Yun twirled the final needle in his hand and said calmly, Don't worry. You're not dying today. Even if you try, I'll drag you back from the gates of hell. With that, the last needle was slowly inserted into the man's chest. The man, who had been trying to maintain a look of defiance, suddenly thrashed violently as soon as the needle pierced just a millimeter of skin. His entire body turned red, writhing like a fish being stripped of its scales. It hurts. What did you do to me, you bastard? The man screamed and cursed, but Song Yun's hand remained steady, the needle sinking deeper. With every inch, the man's sensations flipped between unbearable muscle-cramping pain and icy cold, as though he were being thrown naked into the snow. Talk, and I can guarantee you'll walk away from this clean. Song Yun whispered, his voice like the devil's, echoing in the man's ears and tempting him to reveal everything he knew. But just at that moment, the door beeped and swung open. A group of men, casually dressed but armed with weapons, barged into the room. They looked confused at the sight of the man on the chair, caught in the throes of agony, neither able to live nor die. The crowd parted, and Brother High Black, puffing on a cigar, swaggered into the room. Song Yun pulled out the last needle, stood up, and glared at him coldly. What? You couldn't handle losing a little money? Do you have any idea what business you've just interrupted? Ah, so that pig must have warned you in advance. Doesn't matter. Tonight, you're going to hand over every cent you won from me. Brother Hay sneered, taking in the scene around the room. His gaze fell on the man tied to the chair, and his eyes widened in shock. Lao Ba. What are you doing here? He tried to step forward, but Ouyang-ji blocked his path without budging an inch. Lao Ba. Is that you? Damn it. You bastards dared to lay a hand on him. Brother Hai's chest heaved with rage, his fury palpable. Lao Ba weakly lifted his head, his bloody teeth showing as he croaked, Second brother. Save me. I'll get you out of here right now. Brother Hai barked, motioning to his men. Kill everyone in this room. Dump their bodies in the sea. He had brought over 20 men with him, all his most loyal and skilled fighters. This group, in any normal confrontation, could take on 100 people without breaking a sweat. But within minutes, Brother Hi's elite crew was pinned to the ground by Song Yun's team, who had fought barehanded the entire time. The groans of pain from his men felt like slaps to Brother Hi's face. "You'll regret crossing me in my territory." Brother Hai seethed as he pulled out his phone, preparing to call for backup. He ruled over hundreds of men a single call, and he could summon them all. But before he could complete the call, Song Yun flicked a needle, striking the phone. Smoke began to rise from the damaged battery as Brother Hai's phone shorted out. Finally realizing the gravity of the situation, Brother Hai turned and saw the door had been closed behind him. Now, he was trapped, helpless. "Damn it. I'll take you down with me," Brother Hai roared, launching himself at Song Yun. Despite his years of experience and muscle, Brother Hai was no match. Song Yun casually raised a hand, sending the nearly 200-pound Brother Hai flying across the room like a kite with a severed string. Song Yun slowly walked over, grabbing Brother Hai by the jaw. "It seems you and Lao Ba are quite close. I think we'll keep you both together." Lao Ba, still tied to the chair, was shocked by the turn of events. His hoarse voice rasped, "Let him go. If you free him, I'll tell you everything I know. You had your chance earlier. Now, I'm not interested," Song Yun said coldly. He dragged Brother Hai's massive body over to a chair and tied him down. Then, grabbing a bucket of cold water from the bathroom, he splashed it over Brother Hai's face, waking him up. Brother Hai blinked, disoriented. He had once been the undefeated underground boxing champion of Southeast Asia. Even though he hadn't kept up with training in recent years, his combat instincts were still sharp. Yet, facing Song Yun, he hadn't even touched the guy's sleeve. He sighed, defeated. "I guess this is my punishment for being blind. Brother Hai, I'm sorry I got you involved," Lao Ba said weakly, blood staining his lips. Brother Hai forced a bitter smile. "I don't even know what happened here. I just came to take advantage of the situation and ended up getting played. Seems like my luck's been terrible lately." Song Yun chuckled. "So now you two want to reminisce, huh? Lao Ba, you didn't talk under torture, but now you're suddenly eager to trade information. Does Brother Hai know something you don't?" Lao Ba's eyes flickered nervously, and Brother Hai, sensing something off, also grew wary. "Wait, why is Lao Ba even here?" Brother Hai muttered, piecing things together. As recent events clicked into place, a terrible realization dawned on him. "No. Brother Hai is just muscle. We're sworn brothers, bound by blood before our second master. That's why I'm willing to exchange my secret for his freedom," Lao Ba quickly defended. "I don't believe you," Song Yun replied, signaling to Fire Phoenix to bring another set of needles. Turning to Brother Hai with a smile, he said, "I'd rather hear the truth from you." Brother Hai looked at the needles full of contempt. "Needles? You think I'm scared of a few pokes?" Brother Hai sat there with a fearless expression, but Lao Ba, sitting nearby, couldn't stop frantically pushing his legs against the floor, trying to distance himself from Song Yun. To him, Song Yun was a full-fledged demon. While Dark Shadow's methods were brutal, they only targeted the body. As long as one's willpower was strong enough, the pain could be endured. But Song Yun's needles were different. They inflicted a soul-deep torment that set every cell in his body on fire. This kind of pain was beyond anything a hardened warrior could withstand. "What's the matter, Lao Ba? Why are you so scared?" Brother Hai sneered. "You're acting like a coward." He scoffed. "Come on, kid, give me your best shot. If I scream, I'll take your last name." "Please, no need for that. I don't need any more sons," Song Yun joked, shaking his head. "I swear people these days will do anything for money, even start calling me dad." Without hesitation, Song Yun began inserting the needles. At first, Brother Hai's expression didn't change, and he kept taunting, "You're finished, kid. My crew will be here any second, and when they are, I'll make you kneel and lick my." Before he could finish, an overwhelming wave of pain washed over him. It felt like his entire body had caught fire, with every nerve screaming, "Pain. So much pain." Song Yun's final needle activated every fiber in Brother Hai's body. He writhed in agony, thrashing against the ropes binding him to the chair. If it weren't for those restraints, he might have thrown himself out the window to escape the unbearable pain. "What do you know about the lithography machine?" Song Yun's voice was calm, but in Brother Hai's ears, it thundered like rolling storms in his mind. "It seems he'll need a bit more time to enjoy this pain. Shall we continue with you?" Song Yun asked Lao Ba with a chilling smile. Lao Ba, already weakened by the earlier session, could no longer hold out. "Please, no. Ask me anything, and I'll tell you." "Traitor!" Brother Hai roared through gritted teeth, trying to ignore the pain as he cursed. Do you realize what's going to happen if you talk? You're condemning all of us. Song Yun ignored him and drove the needles deeper into Brother Hai's body. His eyes rolled back, veins bulging under his skin, but oddly, he didn't pass out. The body's natural defenses had shut down. I'll talk too. I'll talk. Brother Hai finally cried out, unable to endure it any longer. Song Yun felt fortunate they weren't staying in a cheap hotel. Otherwise, with all the noise, the neighbors would have called the cops long ago. With a quick pull, Song Yun removed the needles from Brother Hai, who collapsed into his chair, drenched in cold sweat. Let's start with you. Song Yun said to Lao Ba, flashing him a smile that sent shivers down his spine. Lao Ba immediately spilled everything he knew. Brother Hai, though worn out, also gave up all the information he had. As the pieces came together, Song Yun realized the gravity of the situation. Both men spoke of a mysterious mastermind, a powerful figure who had them both and their families tightly under control, using both money and fear. According to them, the next night was critical. A plan was in motion to steal the lithography machine. The mastermind had even ordered that if the machine couldn't be taken, it must be destroyed. Looks like tomorrow's going to be a long night. Ouyang-ji muttered lazily, lighting a cigarette as he leaned back on the couch. And these two only represent one faction. There are likely others in play. Tomorrow's going to be a real battlefield. We knew it wasn't going to be easy when we took this job. Song Yun sighed. But we're already on this ship. There's no turning back now. What should we do with these two? Let them go. Fire Phoenix interjected, her voice filled with disdain. In her eyes, both men were vile scum. The world would be better off without them. Let's not kill them, Song Yun said, waving off her suggestion. We'll knock them out with a sedative and hand them over to the police in the morning. Let the law deal with them. With that, Song Yun retreated to his room to sleep, and Ouyang-ji followed suit, yawning as he went. Fire Phoenix and the others took turns keeping watch, knowing they had neither Song Yun's skill nor Ouyang-ji's background. All they could do was work hard at the small tasks they were given. The next morning, Song Yun woke up to a room full of bound thugs. He scratched his head, feeling a bit overwhelmed. What do we do with these guys? Leaving them here could be risky. But if we let them go, they'll run straight to report everything. Song Yun muttered. We're not really going to leave someone behind to watch them during the mission, are we? Ouyang-ji asked, his toothbrush in his mouth. Yeah, this is a real headache, Song Yun said, glaring at Brother Hai, who was still sleeping soundly. Annoyed, Song Yun slapped him awake. Brother Hai opened his eyes, confused and startled. Seeing Song Yun, he instinctively tried to scoot away, chair and all. What should we do with your little crew? Song Yun asked, casually slurping a bowl of instant noodles. Brother Hai glanced around nervously before whispering, maybe. Let them go. Oh sure, and what if one of them blabs about what happened last night? Who do you think I'll hold responsible? Song Yun asked with a half smile. No, I was just joking. Brother Hai quickly backtracked. How about this? I know of an old abandoned warehouse in a secluded area. You can lock them all up there, and no one will ever find them. It's even my own property, so trust me, no one's going to look there. Brother Hai swore, eager to please. After seeing Song Yun's capabilities, Brother Hai had no intention of testing him further. If he helped bring down their shared enemy, perhaps his family might survive. Not a bad idea, Song Yun said, patting Brother Hai on the shoulder. By noon, Ouyang-ji had secured a bus, loaded up all of Brother Hai's men, and locked them in the abandoned warehouse. As night fell, Song Yun and his team suited up and prepared to head to the rendezvous point, where the heist was set to take place. As night fell, Song Yun and his team arrived at an abandoned port by the sea. 20 years ago, this place had been bustling with activity, with hundreds of cargo ships coming and going daily, bringing significant economic value to the area. But over time, as the local economy shifted, the port was forgotten, overgrown with weeds, and the once solid warehouses now stood in disrepair. They found shelter in a spot shielded from the wind, scanning their surroundings. According to what Brother Hai and Lao Ba had told them, the handoff was supposed to happen tonight at 10 p.m. Damn it. Song Yun grumbled as he tightened his coat against the cold. This mission was supposed to be simple. I should have been home with my wife by now, not freezing out here in the middle of the night. We were supposed to have the lithography machine by yesterday, and now look at this mess. And that local intelligence officer, Sai Ming? What a joke. He didn't even know the cargo ship had been compromised. He had the nerve to call me this morning asking why the shipment hadn't arrived on time. What did he expect me to do? Fly over there and fix it myself? Don't worry. Ouyang-ji sighed. I've already told Grandpa about this. Sai Ming boasted that he could handle everything here, but the truth is, He's been sidelined since he arrived. People around here don't respect authority unless it's someone tough enough to keep them in line. Song Yun nodded, lighting a cigarette as he stared out at the dark, turbulent sea. I've been thinking. I bet tonight's enemies aren't just external forces. There might be traitors among us. We need to stay sharp. The cold sea breeze was relentless, biting through their layers. Despite their rigorous training, the wind still cut through them, and after standing still for so long, even their well-conditioned bodies felt the chill seeping in. As the watch ticked closer to 9:50 p.m., a low whistle sounded from the sea as a small passenger ship approached the dock. It's here. Song Yun nudged Ouyang Ji, who immediately perked up to get a better look. A 10-meter-long passenger ferry docked, and soon a truck drove off the ship, followed by over 30 strong men who began unloading something with the help of a crane. Should we move now? Fire Phoenix asked cautiously. Not yet. The main players haven't shown up. Song Yun chuckled, enjoying the show. The unloading process was quick. In just a few minutes, they had begun loading the cargo onto the truck. But just as the driver started the engine, a gunshot rang out from the rooftop of a nearby abandoned warehouse, shattering the windshield and possibly killing the driver. That shot was like a starting bell. Chaos erupted as various factions emerged from the shadows, all exchanging gunfire. It was clear that many different groups had come to claim the prize. Song Yun and his team stayed hidden, watching the battle unfold. Damn, I counted at least 7 different groups fighting out there. If we had made a move earlier, we'd have been caught in the crossfire. Ouyang Ji said, relieved they had waited. But don't forget who owns that ship. Song Yun replied, his eyes narrowing. I highly doubt they only sent 30 workers. Where are the rest of their men? As the gunfire gradually died down, only 4 men remained from one of the groups. But they were clearly exhausted and in no shape to move the lithography machine. Should we go now? Ouyang Ji asked, his tone impatient. Wait. Something's still not right. Song Yun muttered, keeping his eyes on the battlefield. The 4 surviving men, leaning on each other for support, made their way to the machine covered by a tarp. One of them uncovered it, and their faces instantly fell. It wasn't the right machine. They had been tricked. But before they could warn the others, more than 20 men in suits, armed with submachine guns, emerged from the shadows and gunned them down without mercy. Talk about being outsmarted. Da Xiang muttered. It's all just a dirty game of strategy. After dealing with the remaining enemies, a young man disembarked from the ship. He walked over to the fake machine, smirked, and directed the crane to hoist it back onto the ship. Just then, a small yacht approached the dock. The yacht had all its seats removed, making space for a large, real machine, the true target of tonight's mission. Let's move. Song Yun ordered, sprinting towards the yacht with Ouyang Ji and the others close behind. The young man on the ship was momentarily stunned by their sudden appearance but quickly started shouting orders for his men to counterattack. Caught off guard, half of the enemy force fell in the initial confrontation. Hold the line. The young man screamed from the deck. If they get the machine, none of you or your families will survive. Shut up. Ouyang Ji shouted back, unloading a clip at the young man, forcing him to take cover. After several minutes of intense fighting, only 2 enemies remained, retreating desperately. If we can't have it, destroy it. The young man yelled. Your families will be taken care of. The remaining 2 men exchanged glances, understanding their leader's ruthlessness. If they failed, their families would face unimaginable consequences. One of them pulled out a grenade and charged toward the lithography machine. At that critical moment, Song Yun surged forward, tackling the man and sending him flying into the sea. Boom! Water splashed everywhere as the grenade detonated harmlessly in the ocean. The last enemy, trying to make one final stand, felt a sharp pain in his chest and collapsed, defeated. You're Song Yun. The young man on the ferry shouted, his eyes locked onto Song Yun with a mixture of fear and anger. I underestimated you. But this isn't over. Expect our revenge. With that, the ferry's whistle blew again, and the ship carried the young man away from the scene, leaving behind the battlefield and the smoldering remains of the failed heist. Damn it! That guy got away. Ouyang Ji cursed, firing a few rounds at the now distant ship, though the range and the strong sea winds made it impossible for the bullets to reach their target. It's fine. We'll meet him again someday. Song Yun said calmly, watching the ship disappear into the distance. Call Sai Ming. Tell him to get his team here within half an hour to secure the machine. The rest of this isn't our problem. Fire Phoenix nodded and dialed Si Ming's number. At the Intelligence Operations Center, Sai Ming was fuming, glaring at his team of advisors who were whispering among themselves. He slammed his fist on the table and yelled, "You've got nothing on these people. What's the point of having you here if you can't even gather basic intel? Every month you're paid handsomely, but for what? To fatten pigs. Sir, the enemy's movements are too secretive. We've already lost 3 agents. There's really nothing we can do. One advisor stood up and retorted. And let's be clear, gathering intel isn't just our job. You're the one responsible for getting the information. Yeah, exactly. We're just analysts. You can't expect us to go out there and gather the intelligence ourselves. The last director never put all the blame on us like this. Tsai Ming's eyes were bloodshot as he listened to their excuses. You useless fools. He spat, lighting a cigarette. You think I don't know some of you are on someone else's payroll? Normally I'd overlook this. But now, I can't even guarantee my own job, let alone protect any of you. If this mission fails, I'm the one getting replaced. But mark my words, I'll make sure you're all kicked out before I go. He pointed at each advisor in turn. Wang Yan. Your son just started at that fancy private school, right? 800,000 yuan a year at least. And didn't you just take out a mortgage? 6 or 7,000 a month, I hear. Li Binbin. Your father's still recovering from that stroke, right? That treatment you've been paying for isn't cheap. Tens of thousands for meds, and you're sending him abroad every month for injections. That's got to be a huge drain. And Wang Li. I heard your wife spent over 400,000 last month. Bought 3 limited edition handbags. I bet your credit card bill's through the roof. He finished, glaring at them coldly. You better think long and hard. If you get fired, where's all that money going to come from? You can't do that. We haven't broken any rules. You have no grounds to fire us, one advisor protested. Yeah. It's not our fault. Intel is supposed to come from the field agents. If they can't deliver, why are you blaming us? Tsai Ming chuckled bitterly, taking a drag of his cigarette. I don't care about your excuses. If I go down, I'm taking all of you with me. And don't forget what my job used to be. You've all got dirt on your hands, and it won't take much to dig it up. If you don't find out where the deal's going down tonight, I'll make sure you're each grilled by the inspection department. The room went silent as the advisors squirmed in their seats, knowing they were all guilty of selling bits of intel on the side for some extra cash. If Tsai Ming decided to drag them down with him, prison sentences of 10 or 20 years weren't out of the question. Finally, the team started working in earnest. As Tsai Ming was overseeing the progress, his phone rang. Without bothering to check the caller ID, he angrily hung up. He was already on thin ice with his superiors, and if this mission went south, losing his job would be the least of his worries. It could mean the end of his entire career. The phone rang again. And again. After the 10th ring, Tsai Ming answered in frustration. Who is this? It's Fire Phoenix. The mention of her name sent a cold sweat down Tsai Ming's spine. He immediately composed himself and replied nervously, Don't worry, I'm pushing my team hard. We'll have results by morning. No need. Come to Jiangwan Dock with your best men. We've already intercepted the lithography machine. Fire Phoenix's calm voice came through the receiver. Tsai Ming was stunned, frozen in place, unable to process what he'd just heard. Hello. Fire Phoenix's voice came through again, but when no response came, she assumed the signal was bad and hung up. On the other end, Tsai Ming collapsed into his chair, staring at his team. With a deep sigh, he muttered, Stop what you're doing. It's over. The job's already done. Not only am I finished, but you lot are going to be replaced too. Ignoring their shocked faces, he stood up and walked out to gather his men for the trip to the dock. Back at the dock. What did Tsai Ming say? Song Yun asked, exhaling a long puff of smoke. He heard me. But then there was no response. I hung up after that. Fire Phoenix shrugged. Seems like the whole operation here is riddled with problems. We'll probably see a big cleanup when we get back. That's inevitable. Song Yun agreed. They don't even have a handle on what's happening in their own backyard. I wouldn't be surprised if there's not just negligence but outright betrayal involved. Ouyang nodded grimly. If there's a traitor in the intelligence department, that puts every field agent's life at risk. Tsai Ming's career is as good as dead. Song Yun added, not particularly concerned. All he wanted was to head back to Shanghai, curl up with his wife, and get some rest. 30 minutes later, a convoy of off-road vehicles arrived at the dock, and Tsai Ming rushed over to Song Yun panting. Where's the machine? It's right over there. Song Yun gestured calmly at the machine covered by a tarp. Go check it out yourself. Tsai Ming summoned 2 technicians, who carefully inspected the machine. After a few minutes they confirmed, it's genuine. This is the lithography machine we ordered. Thank you so much. Tsai Ming shook Song Yun's hand vigorously. I never expected you to pull this off. The problems we had were entirely on our side. Once I've completed the delivery, I'll submit my resignation. I just hope you won't hold this against me. Don't worry about it. Song Yun replied nonchalantly. I did my job. The rest isn't my concern. Si Ming, now filled with anxiety, was practically begging for forgiveness from Song Yun and his team. After all, not only had his department failed to assist them, but they had also provided incorrect intel early on. Si Ming knew all too well that if Song Yun reported his failures to the higher-ups, the consequences would be disastrous for him. What Si Ming didn't realize was that the higher authorities had already seen through the corruption in his local department and were merely waiting for the outcome of Song Yun's mission to initiate a full-scale purge. Now that the task is complete, how about I treat you all to a meal? Si Ming said with a nervous smile. Besides, I can't be sure the enemy doesn't have any backup plans, so I would appreciate your help transporting the machine safely. Well, since you put it that way, we can't refuse. Let's see it through to the end. Song Yun replied. With that, they all boarded a large SUV. Si Ming oversaw the loading of the lithography machine, breathing a sigh of relief once everything was secured. He personally got behind the wheel to drive them back. The convoy moved slowly but encountered no issues on the way back to headquarters. Once they arrived, everyone finally relaxed. With the full force of the headquarters guards on duty, even the most brazen enemies wouldn't dare attempt an assault. All right, I've reserved a table for us. Shall we head over now? Si Ming suggested. Song Yun glanced at the time and hesitated. If they hurried, his private plane could pick him up, and he could be back in Shanghai by midnight. However, seeing the pleading look in Si Ming's eyes, he decided to give in. Besides, the higher-ups would make their decisions soon enough, and having dinner wouldn't change anything. All right then, lead the way, Director Si. Song Yun replied with a smile. Si Ming drove them to an upscale restaurant. While he went to the front desk to confirm the reservation, Song Yun and the others stood outside, chatting. Brother Yun, looks like you won't be heading back to Shanghai just yet. My grandfather just sent me a message. He wants you to come with me to the capital. The higher-ups want to see you. Ouyang Ji said, grinning as he looked at his phone. Seriously? I was hoping to catch a flight back tonight. Song Yun sighed. With King's due date approaching, I'm getting more anxious by the day. Couldn't you ask your grandfather to excuse me this time? I don't care about the accolades, just let them reward me however they see fit. Come on. Do you know how rare it is for such a high-ranking official to make time for you? If I told my grandfather you weren't going, he'd break my legs. Yang Ji protested. Please bro. For the sake of my legs, just come with me to the capital. Fire Phoenix, who had been listening, chimed in. How high up are we talking about? Even Ouyang's grandfather holds them in such regard. She had interacted with many high-ranking officials, but the way Ouyang Ji was talking suggested someone truly powerful. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she glanced at Ouyang Ji, and then pointed upward, silently mouthing her question. Ouyang Ji nodded subtly, causing Fire Phoenix to take several deep breaths to steady herself. What's going on with you two? Song Yun asked, puzzled by their cryptic behavior. Ouyang Ji and Fire Phoenix just looked at him strangely, both sides clearly not understanding each other. Forget it. You're coming with me, no arguments. Ouyang Ji said firmly, before glancing towards Si Ming, who was still talking with the front desk. What's taking him so long? I'm going to check it out. When Ouyang Ji reached Si Ming, he found the director locked in an argument with the receptionist, his brows furrowed in frustration. What's going on? Ouyang Ji asked, patting Si Ming on the shoulder. Can you believe this? They gave away the table I reserved. Si Ming cursed under his breath, a rare outburst from the usually composed director. What? Ouyang Ji glanced around at the lavish restaurant. It was clearly a high-end establishment. How could they make such a mistake? The female manager, maintaining a professional smile, apologized. I'm terribly sorry, sir. It was an unexpected situation, but we ask that you please wait for a bit. As compensation, we'll give you a 10% discount on your meal. Do I look like I care about your discount? Si Ming snapped. I'm hosting some very important people tonight, and you've messed up the reservation. What kind of system are you running here? I understand your frustration, sir, but please calm down. You're disturbing the other guests. If you continue, I'll have to call security to escort you out. The manager's tone was polite, but her words were sharp, which only further enraged Si Ming. A small restaurant like this dares to treat me with such disrespect. Let's see who's occupying my table. Si Ming's eyes flashed with anger. As the head of a powerful department, he wasn't used to being treated like this. Sir, you can't go in there. The manager panicked as Si Ming ignored her, pushing past toward the private dining area. She called for security while trying to physically stop him, but Ci Ming effortlessly shoved her aside. When he reached the room, he flung open the door to find 4 foreigners seated inside. Furious, Ci Ming dragged the manager back to the room and barked, "This is the unexpected situation you were talking about. Let me go, or I'll call the police and charge you with harassment." The manager, now disheveled and humiliated in front of the restaurant patrons, was livid. "You're giving our country a bad name by behaving like this," she screamed. "We Chinese pride ourselves on being good hosts and making foreigners feel welcome. You're embarrassing us." Ci Ming let out a bitter laugh. "Hospitality? What about basic respect? I made a reservation, and you gave my table to someone else. Do you not understand the concept of a reservation?" One of the foreigners stood up and politely addressed Ci Ming. "Sir, regardless of the situation, could you please put the lady down? It's rather unbecoming to treat a woman this way." "And who asked for your opinion?" Ci Ming snapped. "I reserved this room ahead of time, but this woman gave it to you. How's the food?" The foreigner, taken aback, quickly waved his hands in apology. "We're terribly sorry. We had no idea the room was already reserved. We were just brought here by the manager." This is just too much worshipping foreigners to this extent. Some people may look like they're standing tall, but they have no backbone at all. I'm already regretting coming here to eat. If my friends find out, they'll mock me for having no taste. Damn it. I just loaded up my membership card with 10,000 yuan here. What a joke. I want my money back. A crowd had gathered, and people were clearly displeased with the restaurant manager's behavior. The fact that she had broken the reservation agreement and handed over the private dining room to some foreigners made people feel that she was a bootlicker. Many thought that if they were in the same situation, they would have flipped the table by now. The manager hadn't expected things to blow up like this. After all, this restaurant catered to high-end clientele business elites who valued integrity and contractual agreements. That was the foundation of their success. If enough customers canceled their memberships because of this incident, the consequences would be dire for her. She feared that her boss would tear her apart for this. With that thought, the manager decided she couldn't let Ci Ming continue speaking. She shouted at the security guard standing idly by the door, "What are you doing? Don't you see there's a disturbance? If you don't get them out of here, you're all fired." The head of security crossed his arms and replied with complete indifference, "I've had enough of you, lady. Who do you think you are?" Pathetic. With the head of security refusing to act, the other guards had no intention of stepping in either. The manager was livid. She could understand being looked down upon by high-ranking business people, but these low-level security guards, how dare they disrespect her? She broke free from Ci Ming's grasp and stormed over to the head of security, delivering a sharp slap to his face. The sound of the slap echoed around the restaurant, and everyone was stunned. Even the head of security hadn't expected the manager to lose control like this. "You little punk. I've been in this business since before you were even out of diapers. Who the hell do you think you are? From this moment on, you're fired, and don't even think about getting paid for this month," she screamed, pointing her finger in his face like a mad woman. Just then, a voice came from the entrance of the restaurant. "Why is there such a crowd here? Let me through. I want to see what's going on." The diners parted to reveal a middle-aged man in a sharp suit walking towards the commotion, his face full of confusion. Upon seeing him, the manager's demeanor changed instantly, becoming pitiful and tearful. "Boss. Sob, sob, sob. These people are causing trouble. They lifted me up and threatened to hit me, and the security just stood there, watching. I'm so hurt and scared." The crowd exchanged knowing glances, their eyes full of curiosity and amusement. It was obvious to everyone now there was something going on between these two. Even high-earning business elites couldn't resist a bit of gossip. All right, there are a lot of people here. Calm down." The restaurant owner, flustered by the manager crying in his arms, clearly didn't know what to do. She wasn't the most beautiful woman, but she was skilled enough to keep him coming back for more. That's why he had given her the manager position in the first place, to keep his wife from getting suspicious. Today his wife was out of the country on a trip with her friends, so he had rushed to the restaurant, eager to sneak out for a night with his favorite, but who would have thought he'd walk into such a mess? "I pay you guys to keep the peace here, not to just stand around doing nothing. Since Manager BI says you're not up to the job, you're all fired." The boss snapped at the security guards. "And as for whether you've been neglecting your duties, I'll have our company lawyers deal with you." "Boss. Shut up. No matter what's happening, you should have followed orders. If there's a disturbance, it's your job to manage it, not just watch. You've neglected our customers, and for that, you'll lose this month's pay. In fact, I'll make sure our lawyers hold you accountable for any damage done to the restaurant's reputation." The boss delivered his speech with righteous indignation, while the manager in his arms shifted around seductively. The boss was distracted, eager to wrap this up quickly and take her out. My dear guests, I deeply apologize for what's happened today. As a gesture of goodwill, the restaurant will cover all of your meals tonight. I hope this will help you enjoy the rest of your evening, the owner said. It was a smart business move. The cost of covering dinner was minimal compared to the value of maintaining his customers' connections. However, the usual charm of his offer didn't seem to work this time. People remained where they were, continuing to watch the scene unfold. Xiao Wu, I think I'll pass. I'm not interested in dining here anymore, and frankly I find this place filthy. We've been friends for a while, but I'll be canceling my membership. Goodbye. An elderly man gently placed his VIP card on the table before leaving with his family. This man was the former chairman of a major conglomerate, with a net worth in the billions. Boss Wu was stunned. What had gone wrong? He had maintained a good relationship with this old man for years, so why had he suddenly decided to cut ties today? Seeing the old man leave, others followed suit, placing their membership cards on the table as they walked out. Years of cultivating a loyal customer base vanished in an instant. The blow to Boss Wu was immense. He stared down at the woman in his arms in disbelief. What's going on? Why are they all leaving? What do they mean by dirty? Is there something you're not telling me? Of course not. How could I hide anything from you? The manager's eyes filled with tears again. You don't believe me, do you? Fine, I'll leave. As she tried to walk away, Boss Wu quickly grabbed her wrist, soothing her. Don't be like that. I was just asking. No need to get so upset. Once we finish up here, I'll take you to a 5-star hotel for a late-night snack. Meanwhile, the once crowded restaurant was now nearly empty, with only Song Yun's group and the foreigners remaining. I apologize for the confusion. I'm afraid I'll have to ask you all to leave now, Boss Wu said, subtly implying that it was time to go. Are you kicking me out? Tsai Ming asked coldly, stepping out of the private room. Upon seeing Tsai Ming's face, Boss Wu broke out in a cold sweat. Mr. Tsai, no, boss, see what brings you here. Boss Wu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, forcing a fawning smile. How could I dare to ask you to leave? It would be an absolute honor for me if you dined at our restaurant every day. He had once seen, at a business banquet, a whole conglomerate collapse because of a single sentence from this man. Within half a month, that company had been shut down, its stock halted, and everything went downhill. Boss Wu knew that his own small business could not afford to provoke someone like Tsai Ming. Even if Tsai Ming didn't lift a finger, just a few words from him could destroy everything. You've got quite the sense of humor, Tsai Ming said with a cold smile. But from what I've experienced here tonight, your restaurant doesn't seem to live up to your flattering words. Tsai Ming was fuming inside. He had invited Song Yun and his team for dinner not just out of courtesy but because of their close ties to very important people at the top. If they returned with anything negative to say about him, his position could easily be taken over by someone else. And now, on this crucial night, of all times, the restaurant had messed up. He was furious and determined that if he was going to suffer, he would take Boss Wu down with him. His eyes glinted with cold malice as he patted Boss Wu on the shoulder. You know what they say, a virtuous wife keeps calamities at bay. I wonder if your wife knows about your little affair here. Enjoy the rest of your night. You've really made my evening quite special. Tsai Ming then turned back to Song Yun and his group, offering a forced apology. I'm really sorry for the inconvenience tonight. You must be eager to move on to your next plans. I'll make it up to you next time when we're in a more suitable setting. No worries, Song Yun said indifferently. My private jet is already waiting at the airport. We'll grab something to eat on the flight. Take care. With that, Song Yun and his group stood up and left. Tsai Ming watched their figures disappear, feeling utterly drained. He collapsed into a chair, exhausted. You all can leave too, Tsai Ming said, lighting a cigarette and waving the foreigners away. They exchanged glances and quickly exited, leaving only Tsai Ming, Boss Wu and Manager Bi in the now empty dining hall. Even if Boss Wu had been clueless before, Tsai Ming's words had now made everything painfully clear. What have you done? Boss Wu grabbed his mistress, Manager Bi, by the shoulders, shaking her as he shouted, Did you offend Tsai Ming? Speak up. Manager Bi, realizing the gravity of the situation, turned pale. Her body trembled uncontrollably, barely able to stand as she grasped the severity of what was unfolding. She never imagined that this man, whom even her lover feared, would have such deep connections. Boss Wu, there's no need to put on a show for me, Tsai Ming sneered, pointing at him. Do you even realize who I was hosting tonight? Do you understand the impact this dinner could have had on my career? Oh, that's right, I didn't even get to have the dinner. You know nothing. Shouting at this woman won't help. She only behaves this way because you've let her, Si Ming said, his tone dripping with contempt. Boss Wu understood that Si Ming was placing all the blame on him. Mr. Sai. Shut up. Si Ming roared, standing abruptly. I've spent years carefully climbing my way to the top. Any mistakes I've made could have been smoothed over, but now, because of your ignorance and your spineless mistress, all my plans are ruined. I may be replaced soon, but I've got a few days left. Good luck in the meantime, he spat, storming out of the restaurant. On the private jet, Song Yun and his group were enjoying a gourmet dinner prepared by a 5-star chef as the plane took off smoothly, heading back to the capital. Everyone was wide awake, knowing that they were about to meet someone of immense importance. Brother Yun, how should we respond if they ask about Si Ming? Ouyang Ji asked quietly. Just tell the truth. Don't try to be clever, and don't think you're helping anyone by keeping things quiet. Do you really think they don't already know everything? The higher-ups always have a way of knowing what's going on. With that, Song Yun reclined his seat and dozed off. A few hours later, their plane landed in Beijing, where a black Hongqi sedan was waiting for them. A middle-aged man in a formal Zhongshan suit approached with a smile on his usually stern face. Your mission was executed flawlessly. The higher-ups are very impressed with your team's performance. He turned to Song Yun and continued, especially you, Mr. Song. As a businessman, you not only took the lead but also gathered vital intelligence and led your team to thwart those conspirators. The leadership has asked me to inform you that, during tomorrow's meeting, you may request one favor. As long as it doesn't violate any principles. Everyone except Song Yun looked shocked at this statement. The possibility of making such a request meant that limitless resources could be at his disposal. Yet Song Yun remained calm and composed, as if he hadn't even heard the offer. The middle-aged man nodded approvingly. Now this is a young man who understands how to handle success. What the others didn't know was that Song Yun had just received some even more thrilling news in his head. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the A-level mission transportation. Ding. Due to your perfect mission completion, you have received a bonus reward. Ding. You have earned the title Protector of the Nation. Ding. Title Protector of the Nation effect. All your businesses within China will receive a national luck bonus. Ding. You have earned 100,000 points of business credits. Ding. You have received the formula for agility potion. Note this potion grants a 50% increase in agility for 2 hours with no side effects. Ding. You have unlocked the special laboratory bonus feature. Note you can choose any one of your research labs to receive a 30% boost in development speed. Ding. You have gained the favor of China's highest authorities. Your resources will be doubled over the next year. A series of rewards from the system made Song Yun's head spin, and everything around him became hazy. It wasn't until Ouyang Ji nudged him with his elbow that Song Yun finally snapped back to reality. Song Yun hadn't even heard what the middle-aged man had said earlier. All he noticed were the envious glances from everyone around him. Scratching his head, he flashed a harmless smile and awkwardly responded, "Oh, is that so? Hee hee." Everyone stared at Song Yun in disbelief. Seriously? That's it? Damn. Dude, can you show at least some emotion? Your calmness is making the rest of us look greedy and superficial. Even if you don't look overly grateful, you should at least seem a little excited, right? Otherwise, how are the higher-ups going to feel like they've done you a favor? How will they offer you such opportunities again? Ouyang Ji quickly smiled and said, Haha, it seems Song Yun is a bit overwhelmed by the huge honor. Please don't mind him. The middle-aged man in front of them wasn't just anybody. He was the head of the secretariat. A man at the very heart of power. Many people would give anything just for a tiny bit of inside information from him, just a minor tip that could propel them toward unimaginable wealth. But sadly, the people in his position were known for their integrity. Not only would they never leak anything, but if you asked too many questions, they could call in the security services to deal with you on the spot. So, Ouyang Ji didn't want the man to form a bad impression of Song Yun, which is why he quickly jumped in to smooth things over. Song Yun was still in a daze, his brain far from its usual sharpness. Fortunately, the middle-aged man was quite impressed with Song Yun, seeing in him a calmness and composure even in the face of great pressure. No worries. You've just come off a long flight, and you must be tired. I was instructed to take you to a guest house to rest. Let's go. With that, the man turned and headed toward the car. Hey, can you stop being so dazed? At least react a little. Ouyang Ji whispered in frustration as he pulled Song Yun to the back of the group. Do you realize what just happened? They gave you a request. A request that can grant you nearly unlimited resources as long as it doesn't cross any lines. Even in the Young family, such a thing would make my grandfather drool. And you're just standing there like a block of wood. Hearing Ouyangji's exasperated tone, Song Yun rubbed his head and asked in disbelief, "Wait, I wasn't paying attention earlier. What was said? From the way you're talking, it sounds like it was a big deal. Are you serious? You really are something, man." Ouyangji sighed, shaking his head. He then repeated what the middle-aged man had said. It was only now that Song Yun fully realized the magnitude of what had just happened. Completing this mission had elevated him to a new level. If before he needed the Ouyang family's backing to fend off opposition from Beijing's powerful families, now he could stand on his own. In fact, those same families would likely step aside if he ever challenged them. Why? Because Song Yun's name was now on the radar of the highest-ranking officials. Any overt attacks on him would be seen as provocations by these powerful figures. Song Yun was genuinely stunned. The middle-aged man drove the team through the quiet streets of Beijing until they arrived at a secluded compound. Despite being in a prime location, the small courtyard only contained a modest 3-story guest house. "You'll rest here tonight. Someone will come to escort you tomorrow. Song Yun, take some time tonight to think carefully about tomorrow's meeting," the man said, giving Song Yun a meaningful look before driving away. "What kind of place is this? It looks so run down." Da Sheng scratched his head, puzzled. "If you don't know, just keep quiet. This is one of the most important reception sites. The security here is on par with the highest government facilities. Only people who have made significant contributions are allowed inside," Ouyangji explained, giving Da Sheng a sideways glance before leading the way inside. Once they entered, the interior revealed a classic, elegant style, and the two receptionists in traditional kipao greeted them with warm, welcoming smiles as they handled the check-in process. Once in his room, Song Yun finally relaxed. Lying on the soft bed, he browsed the items in his system's marketplace. Flame palm, 100,000 points. Sounds cool. What guy wouldn't want to set things on fire with his hands? Ice heart technique, 100,000 points. Doesn't look as flashy as the other one. Strength potion. Better save up for that one. Heavens above. Can't I get more points already? Song Yun was beginning to understand the frustration Yi King and the others must feel when shopping. You want this, you want that, but in their case they can actually buy it. Meanwhile, he was stuck with a nearly empty wallet. Speaking of Yi King, Song Yun suddenly remembered that he hadn't called her today. If she found out he'd returned and hadn't told her, he'd be in trouble for sure. Grabbing his phone, he quickly called her, and soon the two were chatting sweetly. In the next room, Ouyangji was also on the phone, speaking with his grandfather. "My dear grandson, this mission was a great success. Even though you weren't as prominent as Song Yun, this will still look fantastic on your record." Ouyang's grandfather sounded thrilled. As for Song Yun, he's just skyrocketed to new heights. Before, no matter how rich he was just a businessman. But now, his future is limitless. "Grandpa, what's the higher-up's stance on Tsai Ming?" Ouyangji couldn't resist asking. "Si Ming. For years the intelligence network has been a mess. If it weren't for Song Yun saving the day, the mission would have failed. The higher-ups have already decided on his fate. Don't get involved, and certainly don't stick your neck out for him. We have no connection with that guy. And you don't want those bigwigs thinking you're playing politics. So, what should I say if they ask tomorrow? Just tell the truth." After hanging up the phone, Ouyangji realized that Song Yun's perspective on things had become vastly different from his own. He had naively thought that Siming the department was simply lacking a bit of capability, and that with a few more years of effort, it would definitely become self-sustaining. However, Song Yun now thought the same way as Ouyangji's grandfather. For those who can't achieve success, there's no point in helping or pushing them forward. Everything would depend on their own fate. Thinking of this made Ouyangji restless and unable to sleep. The next morning, at 9 a.m., the team gathered in the hotel restaurant for breakfast. Just as they were finishing their meal, a young man in a formal suit entered with a warm smile. "Hello everyone. I'm the person in charge of taking you into the Red Wall today. My name is Li Tian, but you can call me Secretary Lai. If you've finished your meal, shall we head out now?" "You're the so-called rising star, Li Tian," Ouyangji exclaimed in surprise, his eyes wide open. "Rising star? That's just some idle talk among people of my age. I still have a lot to learn," Li Tian replied humbly. Ouyangji, however, was stunned inside. Li Tian looked young, but in reality he was already 32 years old. Yet, in that world, his age was considered remarkably young. Reaching his current position was something most people wouldn't achieve until their 40s or 50s. Li Tian, with his exceptional attention to detail, had worked his way up step by step from being a village official fresh out of university. It was nothing short of a miracle. "We're finished. Let's go." Song Yun smiled at Li Tian. The group took a car to the entrance of the Red Wall. Just going through the procedures took them through 7 or 8 different steps, and even at the entrance to the reception room, they were led to a small room for a thorough search. Only after everything was confirmed did they finally get to enter. "Please don't be annoyed. Even we, who work here regularly, have to go through the same steps. It's all for everyone's safety," Li Tian explained, worried that his guests might feel uncomfortable. "It's fine. The procedures are necessary. It's better to be thorough than have something go wrong," Song Yun replied insightfully. Li Tian smiled and said, "You've got a good perspective, Song Yun. I see we have some time to spare, so I'll stick around and chat with you." Despite the informal tone, Li Tian was friendly and approachable. "Although I may look young, I'm actually older than all of you. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Li." "Brother Li, from what you said earlier, does that mean someone's actually tried to stir up trouble here before?" Song Yun asked, curious. Hearing this, Li Tian's expression changed slightly, and he made a shushing gesture towards Song Yun. "There have been, and more than once," Li Tian whispered, before recounting some stories he could share with the group. This went on for over an hour until the door to the reception room suddenly clicked open. Li Tian immediately fell silent and stood up, his expression turning serious as he looked toward the entrance. "Good day, leader. Song Yun and his team have been brought here. My task is complete, awaiting your instructions." Li Tian's demeanor had completely transformed from the casual, gossiping person he was moments ago. A stern-looking elderly man entered slowly, accompanied by the middle-aged man who had greeted Song Yun's team the previous day. The moment they saw the elderly man, Song Yun and the others felt an overwhelming pressure that made it hard to breathe. They had seen this person often on television, but this was their first time meeting him in person. "Come now, no need to be so serious, my young friends. Please take a seat," the old man said, motioning for everyone to sit. He then turned to Li Tian and said, "Comrade Li Tian, your task is done. You may return to your work now." Li Tian bowed to the elderly man and left. The old man turned back to the group. "You are all young heroes. When I first saw the reports about your achievements, I was astonished. But you managed to pull off the victory in the end. What a relief." Song Yun and his team sat straight, listening attentively without a hint of boasting. Originally, the reception today was supposed to be handled by a few academics from the Academy of Sciences, but I thought, considering your contributions, your treatment should be elevated, so I decided to come in person. We're pressed for time, so let's get straight to the point. Ouyang, your accomplishments will be assessed, and appropriate recognition will be given. Now, Song Yun, what is your request?" As he asked this, the old man leaned forward slightly, increasing the pressure on Song Yun. Song Yun was suddenly at a loss for words. Everything he had planned to say seemed to vanish. He just sat there, stunned. Ouyang and the others were becoming anxious for him. "Say something. Come on, brother. Why aren't you talking? Are you planning something big?" The old man, however, remained calm, watching Song Yun without any sign of impatience. "Song Yun, have you not made up your mind after a whole night? Or is what you're thinking too ambitious?" The middle-aged man joked, lightening the tense atmosphere. Just as Song Yun was about to speak, the system's voice rang in his head. "New task issued, refuse." Seeing the details of the task, Song Yun's expression became even more peculiar. The system wanted him to refuse this opportunity. One must understand that when these high-ranking officials made a promise, they always followed through. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance for most people. Yet, the system was telling him to refuse. But after seeing the reward, Song Yun's expression changed again, and he spoke seriously. "You're too kind. For me, being able to contribute to the nation's technological advancement is enough. As for any requests, honestly, I didn't have anything in mind at all." After speaking, Song Yun lowered his head, discreetly observing the reactions of those around him. Ouyang and the others were shocked, which he had expected, but the elderly man and the middle-aged man were also taken aback. They had heard their fair share of such righteous-sounding statements, but how was it that they were hearing it again today? Could this young man be using reverse psychology? "Song Yun, we don't make idle promises here," the middle-aged man said sternly. "If you haven't made up your mind, keep thinking. The leader is busy, but I'll stay with you until you decide. We won't let any hero go unrewarded." "Haha. This young man is quite interesting. The elderly man chuckled. Let's do as Comrade Ni said. Take your time, there's no rush. No. I truly don't want anything from this mission, Song Yun said calmly. Compared to those who defend our country, the hardships I went through are nothing. Oh, do you really think that? The old man raised his head, his eyes showing a hint of doubt. At his level, he had seen plenty of hypocrites, people who clearly wanted something but would still refuse it, pretending not to care just to seem more virtuous. The old man had no patience for such people. He would ask once, "Do you want it?" If the answer was no, he might ask again. But if the answer was still no, there would never be a third time. Everyone around him knew that pretending to be humble in front of him was dangerous. What was originally yours could be lost in an instant. I really don't want it, Song Yun said with some helplessness. But in his mind he was screaming, I do want it. I want a lot of things. It was the damn system that was making him refuse. Song Yun, it's good for young people to be humble, but too much humility becomes pride. Think before you speak. The middle-aged man started to say, but the old man cut him off with a smile, scolding him, You old rascal, is that how you give advice? Leader, I wasn't advising, I was criticizing. The middle-aged man chuckled. In fact, he had a very favorable impression of Song Yun, which is why he gave him a subtle hint at such a crucial moment. If it had been someone else in a different situation, he would have started praising them after the first refusal, and as for the reward, well, they could forget about it. Leaders, I really don't have anything I want. I'm very content with my life. My family is happy, my child is about to be born, and I have professional managers handling most of my business. I only need to oversee the big decisions, Song Yun explained. I don't have big ambitions. A simple, peaceful life is enough for me. Hearing this, the old man fell into deep thought. After a while he nodded approvingly. Contentment is a rare quality. In this world, there's nothing harder to achieve than true contentment. When someone has a lot of wealth, they always want more. They'll even meddle in industries they know nothing about, just to avoid missing out on an opportunity. But there's only so much money to go around. If you take it all, what's left for others? If more people were as reasonable as you, I'd have a much easier job. There was a deeper meaning in the old man's words, but Song Yun and his team acted as if they hadn't heard it. The old man might say these things, but actually slowing down in response would be foolish. Since you've made up your mind, I won't press you any further. What are your company's plans for the future? The old man asked suddenly, catching Song Yun off guard. I don't have any major plans. Song Yun quickly replied. Others may want to expand internationally, but that's not my concern. If I do expand, it would only be to acquire foreign companies, gain their technology, and reinvest it in society. That's a commendable mindset, the old man said. Well, that's all for today. I have other matters to attend to. The old man stood up to leave but paused at the door, turning back to Song Yun with a smile. I look forward to seeing you reach that level. As the old man and the middle-aged man left, Song Yun felt a cold sweat break out all over his body. Shall we go? I'll escort you out, Lei Tian said with a smile to the group. Once outside, the oppressive weight they had felt lifted from their chests, as if a heavy burden had been removed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Ding. Mission completion perfect. Ding. Congratulations, the host has gained the favor of an important figure. Character affection mode unlocked. Ding. Congratulations, the host has received 100,000 system points. Ding. Congratulations, the host now owns 93% of Hextech Group's shares. It had arrived. Curious, Song Yun opened the affection system and saw that everyone he knew was listed there, with a score next to each name. The maximum score was 100. The old man and the middle-aged man from the meeting had scores of 20 and 40, respectively. As for people like Yi King, their scores were above 90. This system was an invaluable tool. With it, Song Yun could tell who around him was sincere and who was hiding ulterior motives. He could even judge if someone was likely to harm his interests. Just this alone made today's experience worthwhile. He continued scrolling through the system rewards. The Hextech Group sounded familiar, so he pulled out his phone to check and was left stunned. The Hextech Group was a tech company in the United States, involved in most research projects on the market. From gene editing to everyday consumer goods, they had their hands in everything. And now, Song Yun owned 93% of this massive corporation. With just a few of their research projects, he could elevate China's technological capabilities to new heights. This was incredible. The system's rewards were clearly far superior to anything else. But acquiring the company was one thing, extracting the technology was another challenge altogether. Never mind, It was too complicated to think about right now. As Song Yun was basking in his thoughts, suddenly the car screeched to a halt, jolting him out of his daydream. What's going on? Song Yun asked, confused. There's a fight over there. Ouyang frowned. Looking closely, Song Yun saw a scuffle taking place in a small alley. These kids are getting too bold. If he hadn't noticed, it would have been one thing, but now that he had, Song Yun couldn't ignore it. The people fighting seemed young, and they had no sense of holding back. What are you doing? Song Yun shouted after stepping out of the car. The group paused and turned to look at him. Hey old man, mind your own business. If you don't leave now, I'll beat you up too. A girl with earrings sneered. As the crowd parted slightly, Song Yun saw that the person being beaten was already bruised and curled up on the ground, begging for mercy. Judging by your age, you're probably in high school. Don't you know violence is wrong? If you keep this up, I'll find your school and your parents to see how they've raised you. Li Tian, who had also stepped out, scolded sternly. What's with all these nosy people nowadays? The girl scoffed. Stop? I won't stop. Go ahead, tell my parents I doubt a nobody like you would even get a chance to meet them. Her arrogant attitude made Song Yun and his team furious. The student who had been beaten up noticed that the blows had stopped and gradually closed his mouth, opening his swollen eyes to a narrow slit. He realized that someone was trying to help him, but he knew that the families of those who had attacked him all had some influence. Even if they were reported to the school, the worst that could happen was probably a fine, nothing serious. And for them, the money they would have to pay might be less than their monthly pocket money. Thank you. But you should leave. The young man weakly called out. This made the girl frown immediately. She stomped on him viciously and said, What's this got to do with you? Shut your mouth. What are you doing? Song Yun shouted angrily. You're completely lawless. Can't you resolve your grievances peacefully? And if you absolutely must fight, then do it one-on-one. What's the point of ganging up on someone? In Song Yun's time, fights weren't uncommon, but students back then were afraid of their teachers and parents. As soon as someone shouted, the teacher's coming, the scene would clear in seconds. Moreover, back then, group fights against one person were rare. If two people didn't get along, they would settle it one-on-one, and sometimes they'd even shake hands afterward and become friends. Oh wow, uncle, are you really that out of touch? So what if a few of us are beating up one person? I could call more people if I wanted. The girl sneered disdainfully. This is your last warning. If you keep meddling, I'll really lose my temper. You think I'm scared of you? Song Yun said, anger boiling inside him. The girl rolled her eyes but suddenly laughed. Looks like we've got someone who's not afraid of death. All right boys, get them. The group of boys with her instantly shifted from looking like students to acting like street thugs. Cracking their knuckles, they started moving towards Song Yun and his group. But just then, Ouyang and the others got out of the car. Dealing with these kids was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Within moments, a few slaps had the kids on the ground, groaning in pain. Looks like you've got some skills. The girl exclaimed, realizing the situation had turned against her and trying to run. But Ouyang wasn't going to let her escape. He quickly grabbed her and pinned her hands against the wall of the alley. You jerks. Do you even know who my dad is? Do you know who my mom is? How dare you do this to me? You just wait, I'm going to make sure you all pay. It was hard to believe that such vicious words were coming from someone who looked so pretty. Song Yun sighed and shook his head. He crouched down to check on the young man who had been beaten. After a quick examination, Song Yun found that the young man wasn't seriously injured, just some bruises and scrapes. However, if they hadn't intervened, the boy would definitely have needed a few days in bed to recover. Thank you, but you should leave now. Their families are not to be messed with, the young man said quietly after Song Yun helped him to his feet. You don't know who they are. It's better to leave while you can. Afterward, they'll just beat me again to let off steam. Don't worry. I'm not afraid of trouble. Song Yun replied calmly, smiling. Are you still in school? What grade are you in? I'm in my second year of high school. Still just a kid then. What school do you go to? Didn't you report this bullying to the school? Song Yun asked curiously. I did, but their families are rich. The school can't do anything to them. Whenever they cause trouble, they just pay compensation, and it's a lot of money. Usually after the parents of the beaten students see the money, they don't pursue it any further. That's just fueling their behavior. What school do you go to? Let's see if this is something I, Song Yun, can deal with. This. The young man hesitated. After all, he was just a kid, and he had many concerns. If he told them the school's name and Song Yun made a scene, what would happen then? Not only would the bullies take revenge, but the school might cause him problems as well. You say one word, and you're dead. The girl hissed from where she was pinned against the wall, still unrepentant and issuing threats. Ouyang-ji, can you make her shut up? She's really annoying. Song Yun called out in frustration. Ouyang-ji chuckled and tore a strip of cloth from her jacket, stuffing it into her mouth. The girl immediately started making muffled noises, her arrogant threats silenced. I genuinely want to help you. Please trust me, Song Yun said seriously. The young man softened when he saw the sincerity in Song Yun's eyes. He eventually told them the name of his school. Song Yun nodded, then took the young man and the girl to go visit the school. The school wasn't far from the alley, and even without driving, it only took a few minutes to walk there. It was class time, and when the security guard at the gate saw the group approaching, he was taken aback. But when he recognized the young man's school uniform and saw the girl being restrained by Ouyang-ji, he sighed heavily. The girl had a reputation as a troublemaker, and many people at the school knew about it. The guard's first thought was that she had caused trouble again. He straightened his uniform and walked over to them. Who are you? It's class time, and no unauthorized people are allowed in. Hello, I'd like to speak with your principal, Song Yun said politely. After all, the security guard was just doing his job, and it wouldn't be right to take out his frustration on him. You'll have to tell me why you're here before I decide whether to let you in. The guard replied, glancing around and noticing that the girl's mouth had been gagged. This wasn't acceptable no matter how much trouble she caused, she was still a student at the school. What kind of situation was this? Who are you people, and why is one of our students tied up? If you don't explain, forget about seeing the principal, I'll call the police right now. Song Yun felt a headache coming on, and wasn't sure how to respond. Just then, Li Tian patted him on the shoulder and showed him his phone. Don't worry, I've already contacted the principal. He'll be out in a few minutes to greet us. Sure enough, as soon as Li Tian finished speaking, a middle-aged man wearing glasses came running over, slightly out of breath. Hello. May I ask which one of you is Secretary Li? The middle-aged man, after catching his breath, asked as he stood at the entrance. Just a few minutes earlier, he had been in his office dealing with paperwork when a sudden call came in from higher-ups, informing him that a leader would be making a surprise inspection, and that he should prepare for their arrival. This unexpected news left him in a panic, with no time to make proper preparations. But considering how abrupt the visit was, it might be a test of their ability to react quickly. So while cursing under his breath, he threw on his jacket and rushed to the school gate. But when he arrived and saw only a few scattered people, he was confused. Usually when officials came for inspections, they arrived with an entourage. Why was it different this time? I am. Li Tian stepped forward and said calmly. I'm here because we encountered a very serious case of bullying on our way. I believe we need to have a serious talk, principal, about how you are managing this school. Huh. The principal looked around in shock, and when he saw the girl involved, his heart sank. This was definitely not good, it was a confrontation. Sun Qian. She was always causing trouble for him. What's going on here? The principal wiped the sweat from his forehead, hunched over slightly as he asked. This girl organized a group of students to assault a fellow student in broad daylight. Don't you think this is a serious issue? How are you, as the principal, handling this? If something happens, you'll be the first one held responsible. Li Tian's voice was icy, as if it could chill the entire room. The principal's expression turned bitter. He had wanted to deal with Sun Qian properly for a long time. He had even considered expelling her. But every time he was about to take action, he'd receive a subtle reminder from someone above to back off. Whenever Sun Qian caused trouble, someone would always step in to handle things. As long as she wasn't expelled, they were willing to pay compensation or offer apologies, whatever it took. And because her family always paid generously, the parents of the bullied students would rarely press charges after receiving the money. This put the principal in a difficult position. Now Sun Qian had run into serious trouble, and the principal realized he might get dragged down with her. Secretary Li is right. I deeply regret my failure. The principal said, bowing slightly. Perhaps we should move inside to discuss this further. There are many students passing by, and it doesn't look good. So you do care about appearances? Li Tian snorted but didn't press the issue. After all, he wasn't this principal's direct superior, and his visit was mainly to hold the principal accountable, while also doing a favor for Song Yun and his group. The principal led them into his office, where he began searching for tea leaves to brew tea for everyone. No need to busy yourself, Li Tian said with a slight frown. What I want is an explanation. As I understand it, this girl is a repeat offender. After each incident, her family handles the aftermath, and she continues to act with impunity at the school. I'd like to know how you, as the principal, are dealing with this. Well, the principal shot a pained glance at Li Tian, then at Sun Qianqian, who seemed completely indifferent. He sighed and said, "Perhaps I could call Sun Qianqian's parents, and you could discuss this with them." Li Tian paused, clearly taken aback by the suggestion. Was the principal trying to shift responsibility, or was Sun Qianqian's family so influential that the principal didn't dare take action? Either way, it was a disgraceful excuse. As a secretary familiar with navigating political power, Li Tian quickly grasped the situation and fell silent, contemplating his next move. "Fine, call her parents," Song Yun said, taking a sip of tea. "I'm curious to see what kind of family raised this girl." "Alright, I'll make the call now," the principal said, though he wasn't sure who Song Yun was. Given that the higher-ups had instructed him to treat this visit as highly important, he knew that anyone speaking in front of Secretary Lai must be someone of considerable status. "You can head back to class now. We'll take care of things from here," Song Yun said gently to the young man who had been beaten. The student, having observed the principal's behavior, began to realize that these people were not ordinary by any means. He bowed respectfully to Song Yun and said, "Thank you for your help." He then left the office. About 10 minutes later, the principal returned, looking sheepish. Sun Qianqian's parents are busy with work and won't be able to come in person. However, they've authorized their lawyer to represent them and said the lawyer will arrive within half an hour. They're sending a lawyer. How generous of them. Li Tian was not used to waiting for anyone. Normally, others would wait for him. Despite being a secretary, he held a key position within the central administration, regularly interacting with top leaders. When he went on official business, people always greeted him with smiles. After all, a single word from him to the higher-ups could have lasting consequences. But today was unusual. Not only was he being made to wait, but he wouldn't even meet the actual parents. "Once my parents' lawyer gets here, I'll make sure they sue you all." Since arriving at the school, Sun Qianqian's gag had been removed to avoid causing too much of a scene. She had remained silent, but now she spoke up again, causing the principal to jump in alarm. "Sun Qianqian, you've made a mistake, and you should be reflecting on it. You can't act this arrogant just because your family has influence. Mind your own business." Sun Qianqian shouted back. "I'm going to make sure you're all ruined. I've got plenty of time and money." "Hey," Song Yun chuckled, shaking his head. "Ouyang gag her again. You wouldn't dare." "When my lawyer MMF." Before she could finish her threat, Ouyang tore off another strip from her jacket and stuffed it into her mouth. "Isn't this going a bit too far?" The principal sighed yet again, unsure how many times he'd done so today. If Sun Qianqian's family's lawyer saw this, there would surely be trouble. After all, those lawyers were experts at twisting the truth, and they could make even the most righteous actions seem wrong. But Li Tian's group clearly had no intention of backing down, as they were prepared for a confrontation with Sun Qianqian's family. Just then, there was a knock on the office door, inevitable, considering the situation. "Come in." Two lawyers in suits, holding briefcases, entered the office. When they saw Sun Qianqian restrained with her hands tied and a cloth stuffed in her mouth, their expressions turned strange. "Miss Sun." One of the lawyers turned pale and shouted, "What are you doing? You're restricting Miss Sun's personal freedom and have even bound her hands. This is kidnapping. I'm going to sue you." As a lawyer, he was doing his job, speaking up for his client without questioning the context. These kinds of sharp-tongued lawyers were the most difficult to deal with. But as a person, he had surely been briefed before coming. He knew that Sun Qianqian likely caused trouble, probably involving a fight. Yet, upon seeing that she had merely been restrained, he began shouting accusations. This kind of person was nothing more than a hypocrite. "Zhao Zi," the other lawyer said, keeping his composure. He had been in the profession for over a decade longer than Lawyer Zi, and had far more experience. From the moment they entered, he could tell something wasn't right. A simple fight wouldn't have escalated to this level. And didn't he notice that the principal was just standing there? Even if Sun Qianqian had caused serious trouble, the principal wouldn't have allowed outsiders to take such drastic action against a student. This clearly meant one thing: these people weren't ordinary. "Principal, hello. I'm Mr. Sun's representative, Lawyer Huang. You can call me Lawyer Huang. I'd like to request that Miss Sun be released. After all, from what I understand, she hasn't committed any serious crime. And these individuals are not law enforcement officers. They have no right to restrict my client's freedom." Lawyer Huang adjusted his glasses and spoke seriously. The principal instinctively glanced at Song Yun, and Lawyer Huang quickly realized who was in charge. All right, Song Yun said, and Ouyang-ji immediately let go of Sun Qianqian. She rubbed her wrists, still sore from being restrained, and returned to her arrogant, defiant self. Lawyer Z, Lawyer Huang. I want to sue them for attempted assault. Look at my jacket, it's practically torn to shreds. Sun Qianqian spoke without thinking, spouting accusations recklessly. And this principal, he watched them attack me without doing anything. He even provided the place for them to commit their crime. He can't escape responsibility either. The principal stood there, eyes wide in disbelief. What nonsense was this? Now it was attempted assault. And he provided the place? As an educator, his reputation was more important than anything. If people started saying he had some unclear relationship with a female student, his decades-long career would be ruined. Miss Sun, you can't make such baseless accusations. The principal quickly interjected. You were the one bullying another student, and these people only stepped in to stop you. That's what happened. See, he's threatening me again. Sun Qianqian sneered. So what if I bullied someone? At worst, I'll pay some compensation. But why did you have to restrain me? You were all drooling over me, wanting to take advantage of me in this office. Miss Sun, please allow us to handle this, Lawyer Huang said, feeling increasingly frustrated. Principal, Miss Sun's claims are not without merit. First, when we arrived, her hands were restrained, and there was a cloth in her mouth. Second, her jacket was indeed torn. I believe we could find the fingerprints of the perpetrator on her clothes. All of this could be used as evidence. I expect a satisfactory explanation. Yes. The principal opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. I'll explain, Song Yun said calmly. We were driving when we saw Sun Qianqian leading a group of students to gang up on a boy. In the process of rescuing the boy, Sun Qianqian insulted and threatened him. We had no choice but to restrain her. That's the explanation. Satisfied. Lawyer Huang held back Lawyer Z, who was about to speak, and thought for a moment before replying. Even if Miss Sun assaulted someone, that's a matter for the school and the police to handle. You could intervene as good Samaritans. But that doesn't absolve you of the fact that you unlawfully restrained her. Oh, and what are you going to do about it? How about this? Ouyang-ji pulled out a black ID and walked over to Lawyer Huang with a smirk. With just one glance at the ID, Lawyer Huang's eyes widened, his mind suddenly foggy. It was clear now that the people they were dealing with were far more powerful than he had initially thought, far more. The Idaho alone indicated they had law enforcement authority. This was going to be difficult. I'd like to verify the authenticity of this ID, Lawyer Huang said, his face pale. No problem, check it all you want. Ouyang-ji tossed the ID to the lawyer without a care. At that moment, Li Tian also stood up, pulling out his own ID and handing it over. Here, you can check mine as well. Huh. Lawyer Huang stared at the red cover of Li Tian's ID. It didn't have any official institution name, just a prominent national emblem. When he opened it and saw the information inside, he nearly fainted. Sun Qianqian. Of all the people you could have messed with, why did you have to provoke such powerful figures? If there had been even a small chance of wriggling out of this earlier, it was now completely gone. Joking aside, no one dared to forge these kinds of IDs. Not only was there no benefit, but getting caught meant spending half a lifetime in prison. This Idaho was definitely real. Now Lawyer Huang understood why the principal had been so quiet from the moment they arrived. He had already known who these people were. Good day, sir. Lawyer Huang respectfully addressed Li Tian. There's no need to verify the ideas further. I'm confident no one would dare use such credentials dishonestly. Haha. Now we can have a proper conversation, right? Li Tian took his ID back, his tone casual. So, Sun Qianqian seems to be quite something. They say her family has powerful connections. I'm curious, just how far do these connections go? I happen to have a bit of influence myself and would love to meet them. Think you could arrange an introduction? This was a disaster. Lawyer Huang felt like he had swallowed a bitter pill but couldn't complain. Sun Qianqian should have let them clean up her mess quietly, but she just had to mention her family connections. Now, these people were seriously digging into her family's network, and who knew how deep they would go. I'm just a lawyer. I'm not familiar with Miss Sun's family connections, Lawyer Huang said, glancing at Sun Qianqian, hoping to signal her to stop talking about her family. But Sun Qianqian, oblivious to the lawyer's intentions, proudly shouted, "Oh, so you're a leader too, huh? Well then, Just you wait, you'll see what happens when I get back at you. Wearing me down. Li Tian paused for a moment, and then couldn't help but laugh. If I do my job well, I doubt anyone can give me trouble. You'd better focus on what's happening with your own family. It was a joke. Really, there were only a handful of people in the country who could cause Li Tian any trouble, and Sun Qianqian's family certainly wasn't one of them. Hearing this, Lawyer Huang was about to lose his mind. Miss Sun, how could your father have raised such an ungrateful daughter? If you were just causing your father some minor headaches, we could apologize and move on. But every word you say is pushing him further into trouble. Miss Sun, please watch your words. Lawyer Huang said sternly, frowning. There are things that are better left unsaid here. After all, you were the one in the wrong today. You should apologize to the others. Lawyer Huang. My dad sent you here to help me, not to make me back down. Sun Qianqian stood with her hands on her hips, speaking arrogantly. Your firm makes so much money from my father every year, and now you're giving up on such a small issue? Looks like you don't want to work for us anymore. Miss Sun. Lawyer Huang thought in exasperation. I'm doing this to help you. If I weren't making most of my salary from your father, I would have already walked out to save myself. Normally Sun Qianqian wasn't this brazen, but today was different. She had been humiliated, someone had stuffed a cloth in her mouth. This was a disgrace she couldn't tolerate. Miss Sun, trust me, apologizing won't make you look bad. Lawyer Huang said, trying to reason with her. But Sun Qianqian was already fuming. She angrily pulled out her phone and called her father. Dad. What kind of lawyer did you send me? I'm being bullied here, and Lawyer Huang is telling me to apologize. I don't care, you need to call the head of the firm and get this traitor fired. And my clothes are ruined. If I hadn't been smart, they would have assaulted me. As she spoke, Sun Qianqian grew more and more agitated. Her father, on the other end, was equally furious after hearing her words. He reassured her, and then immediately called the local law enforcement. You'll see. You'll all be in jail soon. Sun Qianqian exclaimed as she plopped herself into the principal's chair. The principal, seeing her occupy his seat, didn't dare say anything. After all, everyone present was either influential or a high-profile lawyer. All he could do was hope to be forgotten in the chaos. Lawyer Huang, it seems your client is quite emotional, Song Yun said, sipping his tea. Since things have reached this point, we'll handle the situation as it should be handled. And given that Sun Qianqian has repeatedly caused trouble, it's only fitting that this time we deal with her more seriously. Please, no, Lawyer Huang said, panicked. She's just a child. If this goes on her record, it'll be hard for her to move forward in life. On behalf of Miss Sun, I apologize to all of you. Please give her a chance to change her ways. He bowed deeply towards Song Yun and the others. Stand up, Huang. Who said you could apologize for me? I don't need a spineless dog like you. Sun Qianqian spat, her words harsh. Even Lawyer Huang clenched his fists in anger. For a middle-aged man to be humiliated like this, it was worse than any professional slight. See? She doesn't appreciate your efforts, Lawyer Huang. You might want to leave before you get dragged into this. Song Yun said, lighting a cigarette and crossing his legs casually. Lawyer Huang looked at Sun Qianqian with a long, hard stare, then sighed heavily. Xiao Si, let's go. Huh. The younger lawyer Z stood frozen, confused by the sudden turn of events. Wait, we're leaving? What about Miss Sun? He asked, worried that his bonus might slip away with this abrupt exit. Xiao Zi. Lawyer Huang asked again, clearly irritated. Seeing the hesitation, he quickly understood what was going on. Fine. Stay here with Miss Sun then, Huang said, feeling disappointed by his junior's greed. A fool's persistence will only cost you in the end. Having been in the legal field for over a decade, Lawyer Huang knew when to stand his ground and when to walk away. With that, he left without a backward glance. Lawyer Z, you're much more capable than old Huang. Don't worry, I'll be sure to say something nice about you to my dad, Sun Qianqian said, now worried that both lawyers might leave before reinforcements arrived. Miss Sun, don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one can touch you, Lawyer Z declared, eager to prove himself. He believed that, despite their current strength, these people would eventually settle the matter. And when that happened, he would be the one standing closest to the Sun family, maybe even securing a permanent position as their legal advisor. Just then, there was a knock at the office door. The principal hurried to open it, revealing two uniformed officers, who briefly flashed their badges and stepped inside. Which one of you is Miss Sun? One of the officers asked. That's me. Did my dad send you to help? Sun Qianqian asked, brimming with confidence. Ahem. The older officer cleared his throat. With other people present, it wasn't appropriate to discuss certain matters openly, so he quickly shifted the conversation. We heard you were assaulted, and that there might have been a kidnapping involved. Is that true? It's true. It's true. Here's my lawyer, you can ask him. Sun Qian replied. Hello, I'm Miss Sun's lawyer, and my name is ZC. When I arrived, I did indeed witness Miss Sun being restrained by these individuals, and her jacket had been torn. We believe they had improper intentions toward her. Good. With a witness, it's clear. You all need to come with us, the officer said, turning to Song Yun and his group. You may be young, but your actions are serious. You'll understand the gravity of the situation once we're done. Are you not going to ask what happened before this? Song Yun asked, frowning slightly. There's no need to know. Oh, no need to know, is it? Then what are you even here for? Do you think you're honoring the uniform you wear? Li Tian, as someone deeply embedded in the system, despised this kind of attitude. No matter how this situation ended, these two officers would definitely face consequences for their behavior. Why are you acting so arrogant? Do you think it's something to be proud of after committing a crime? Let me tell you, if we find any of your fingerprints on Miss Sun's clothes, you can look forward to spending a few years behind bars. Fine. That's what you're saying, right? Li Tian scoffed in anger. He extended his hands forward and said, Go ahead, arrest me then. You sure are bold for someone so young. I hope you'll still be this tough when the court hands down its sentence. The older officer sneered and waved his hand. Take them all away. As they were being led out, the officer glanced at the principal and said, You must be the principal here. Can't even protect your own students in front of you. I don't know how you're managing this school. If Sun Qian's parents decide to come after you, you can bet there are plenty of people eyeing your position. Inside the interrogation room, Song Yun found himself curiously inspecting his surroundings. He had always been a well-behaved person and had never stepped inside a police station, let alone an interrogation room. Who would have thought he'd end up having this kind of novel experience today? He couldn't help but wonder what kind of expression these officers would have once they learned his real identity. Name. Song Yun. Age. 26. Just at the prime of your life, and already on the path of crime. Gender. Myanmar. What? You need to ask that too. Stop wasting time. Gender. Male. Do you know why you were brought in here? Because I did a good deed. At Song Yun's response, the two interrogators burst into mocking laughter. One of them pointed at Song Yun's nose and scolded, Stop playing games. Cooperate for leniency, resist and face harsher punishment. You've heard that before, haven't you? And don't think we don't know everything. Our colleagues already took Miss Sun's clothes for testing, and in half an hour, we'll have the results. By then, it won't be so easy for you to confess. Well, if you already know everything, why bother asking me? Song Yun said with a shrug, looking completely indifferent. No matter how many times you ask, my answer will be the same. I'm here because I did a good deed. Fine. Since you insist you did a good deed, tell us what exactly did you do? Help an old lady cross the street? Or maybe you were being a hero and we grabbed you by mistake. Hey, you've actually got it right. It was a heroic act. Song Yun exclaimed. I'm cooperating with you, but shouldn't you at least investigate the situation properly? Go on then, tell us what so-called heroic act you committed, the interrogator said with a sarcastic tone. Song Yun calmly recounted everything that had happened. The two officers exchanged glances before one of them slammed the table and shouted, You're still making up lies. You claim Sun Qian he and led a group to beat up a student, where's your proof? My eyes aren't proof. Song Yun asked, a little confused. Every suspect claims they're innocent. Should we just believe them and let them go? Stop trying to trick us. The interrogator shouted angrily, You're facing charges of unlawful detention, kidnapping, and attempted assault. Do you know how serious these are? By the time you get out, it'll be at least 10 years from now. Exactly. You should confess while you can. In fact, if you expose the crimes of others in your group, we can consider reducing your sentence. Maybe you'll only serve 2 or 3 years if you cooperate. You're young. Spending that much time in prison will ruin your life. This is no time to play tough. If you take too long, your friends might sell you out first. So, what do you want me to say? Song Yun now realized these two weren't going to let go of their assumptions. No matter what he said, it wouldn't matter. They were likely being influenced by Sun Qian's family. Whether he confessed or not, it seemed they were determined to drag him down. Tell us how you met Miss Sun, what made you develop criminal intentions, and what exactly you were planning to do to her. Sorry, I'm not a novelist. You want me to make up something I didn't do? Song Yun shrugged, looking calm. You're hopeless. Keep an eye on him, I've got some things to handle, one of the interrogators said before storming out of the room. Once outside, he met up with his colleagues from the other interrogation rooms. They realized that every person they questioned was sticking to the same story: they had intervened to stop an assault. After compiling all the information, the officer entered his superior's office. Have you gotten anything out of them? The superior asked. Not yet. We're waiting for the results from forensics. No need to wait. The results are in. Sun Qianqian's clothes have Ouyangji's fingerprints on them. Use that as your breakthrough. Yes, sir? The officer quickly shared the new information with his colleagues before returning to Song Yun's interrogation room. He tossed a folder in front of Song Yun and said coldly, "Take a look. Fingerprints from Ouyangji were found on Miss Sun's clothes. What do you have to say now?" I've got nothing to say. If you're not going to listen to the truth, then do whatever you want, Song Yun said, now visibly irritated. He had been looking forward to meeting some important officials at the Red Wall, maybe even having dinner with old man Ouyang afterward, and then heading back to Shanghai. But now it seemed his plans had been thrown completely off track. Who knew how long he'd be stuck here? Ring. 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 Song Yun's phone started ringing in his pocket. The officers exchanged looks before taking the phone out and answering it. Hello, Song Yun? Why aren't you back yet? This old man has been waiting for a long time, came the cheerful voice of old man Ouyang on the other end of the line. Who are you, and why do you have Song Yun's phone? The officer asked. Old man Ouyang sounded confused. Who are you? Why are you answering Song Yun's phone? This is Officer X from the Pingyang District Police. Song Yun has been arrested for a crime. That's impossible. Put Song Yun on the phone, I want to speak to him directly. There's no impossible about it. The evidence is clear, and if nothing changes, Song Yun and his group will be transferred to the detention center tonight. As for speaking to him, that's not your right. I don't have the authority. Old man Ouyang chuckled, but his anger was evident. It had been years since anyone dared to speak to him in such a tone. Can I at least ask what crime Song Yun and the others are being accused of? They're suspected of kidnapping, unlawful detention, and attempted assault. The officer sneered. And let me tell you, the family they've angered has no intention of settling this. They're determined to send Song Yun and his friends to jail. If you know him, you'd better start preparing some clothes for his time inside. Fine, fine. Old man Ouyang was fuming now. He slammed the phone down on the table. What nonsense. There was no way Song Yun and his group could have committed such a crime. They were clearly being framed. And Song Yun, a national hero who had just been received by a high-ranking official, was now being dragged into this mess? Once that official found out, there would definitely be an investigation into this whole affair. Wait. Something doesn't add up. Shouldn't someone have escorted Song Yun and his team out of the meeting? Thinking about it, old man Ouyang couldn't help but smile. These people have really gone and dug their own graves. No one can save them now. Guards. He called out, and a security officer promptly entered, saluting and asking, Yes, sir? What are your orders? Prepare the car. I need to head out. Back at the police station, Song Yun sighed. You've really messed up this time. If this had stayed within the school, maybe things wouldn't have spiraled like this. That Sun Qianqian girl, her ability to stir up trouble far exceeds her actual abilities. Now, how many people will lose their jobs because of her? What are you mumbling about? One of the officers barked at him. You'd better think about how you're going to explain this to your family. After all, it's not exactly something to be proud of when someone in the family is a criminal. Song Yun didn't bother replying, knowing full well that in less than an hour, everything would be resolved. These officers, no matter their reasons for detaining them, were in for serious consequences. Meanwhile, in another interrogation room, two seasoned officers were trying various tactics to get Ouyangji to confess. Growing frustrated, Ouyangji finally snapped, Yeah, you're right. Didn't you find my fingerprints on Sun Qianqian's clothes? Just throw me in jail already. Good. Admitting guilt makes things easier. One of the officers said with a grin, patting Ouyangji's shoulder. If you'd said this earlier, we wouldn't have wasted so much time. Now, take a break. Someone will escort you to the detention center soon, and you'll receive the formal charges in 3 days. Make the most of your time. So tell me, what exactly did Sun Qianqian's family offer you to take their side like this? Aren't you afraid of what might happen if this gets investigated from above? Ouyangji asked curiously. He thought these officers were ridiculously incompetent, to the point that their questioning was blatantly leading. That's none of your business. Half an hour later, a car pulled up at the station, and old man Ouyang stepped out, followed by his security detail. "Who are you here to see?" the officer at the reception desk asked. He could immediately tell from the elderly man's aura, and the uniformed guard behind him, that this was someone important, so important that meeting him in person was something the receptionist could only dream of. "I'm here to see your boss," old man Ouyang said coldly. "Please wait here, I'll go inform our leader right away." "No need. Just tell me which floor his office is on, and I'll go myself." "Well, that's not in line with our protocols." "Hey, at least you have some principles." "Fine, I'll wait here. Just let your leader know that old man Ouyang is here to see him." The receptionist was stunned. Who refers to themselves like that? But realizing who this might be, he hurried off to deliver the message. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man in a uniform rushed down the stairs. "Old Master Ouyang, what brings you to our little station today?" he asked, clearly trying to hide his nervousness. "Oh? You recognize me?" Old man Ouyang raised an eyebrow. "Of course. I've seen the movie based on your life, and I've even seen you on TV. The moment I saw you, I recognized you," the man said excitedly. People in Beijing's bureaucratic circles were plentiful, but someone of old man Ouyang's rank, those were few and far between across the entire country. "Good. If you know who I am, then you'll understand why I'm here. I'm here to get someone out," old man Ouyang said with a smile. "Of course, if you insist on strictly following the law and refuse me, I won't push. After all, I'm just a retired old man with no real power left." This was a statement designed to test the man's character. Not all retired officials lost their influence. In fact, the more someone like old man Ouyang stayed behind the scenes, the more powerful they could become. "Sir, you're putting me in a tough spot," the station chief immediately admitted. "I must have made some grave error in my work to upset you like this. Please, if you tell me who you need released, I'll take care of it right away." "Ah, you're not as principled as that receptionist upstairs," old man Ouyang sighed. "Never mind. I won't trouble you further, someone else will be coming to deal with this soon." "Someone else is coming." The station chief was taken aback. Was there going to be more to this story? As they spoke, 3 black Hongqi sedans rolled into the station's courtyard. When the chief saw the license plates, he was shocked. These were the official cars of high-ranking leaders from the Red Wall, the central government. Panic rising inside him, he quickly stood up and headed outside. "Welcome, sirs. We're honored to have you visit our humble station. Are you the person in charge here?" A stern-looking official, Director Ni, asked coolly, glancing at the chief. Director Ni was in a foul mood, so foul that he was tempted to throw the files in his hand straight at the head of the clueless station chief in front of him. Everything had been going smoothly earlier. He had accompanied the senior leadership in welcoming Song Yun and his team. Then, out of nowhere, he got a call from the driver who was supposed to escort Song Yun and his team out, saying that Song Yun, Li Tian, and the others had been arrested. Are you kidding me? Song Yun had recently caught the attention of top leaders. At such a critical moment he had been arrested. What was Li Tian doing? Had he not revealed their identities to those people? The entire situation was giving Director Ni a headache. Despite his frustration, this needed to be handled delicately. If the issue escalated, it could lead to serious consequences. Just as Director Ni was preparing to go and get Song Yun and the others released, a secretary handed him a document. Seeing the signature of a senior leader on the document, along with instructions for a full investigation, Director Ni realized that this was no simple misunderstanding, it had turned into a major incident. "I'm the person in charge here, my name is..." Before the station chief could even finish, Director Ni cut him off. "I'm here to take a few people with me," Director Ni said coldly. "And don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. Here are the release orders." The station chief's hands trembled as he took the document. One glance at the signature, and his legs nearly gave out. What the? How could this be happening? The document had been signed by a top official. Had he really arrested someone he shouldn't have? No, that couldn't be right. Could it? But then he remembered there was a group that had been brought in earlier. He had found it strange at the time but had dismissed it since his deputy was personally overseeing the case. He hadn't bothered to look further into it. "Oh no! Old Yang, you idiot! You've dragged me into this mess." The station chief cursed his deputy internally. Now he had to figure out how to save himself from this disaster. This wasn't just a minor issue, this document alone indicated that the consequences could be severe. If it was just a misunderstanding, the worst that would happen would be a disciplinary warning. But if there was any foul play involved, as the person in charge, a failure to properly investigate could ruin his career for good. "Sir, I've been in my office all day handling paperwork," I'm not familiar with the situation you're referring to. Please allow me a moment to inquire with the relevant staff, the station chief said, standing up on shaky legs. The situation had escalated, but he had no choice but to face it. Do what you need to, but regardless of the outcome, I'm taking these people with me, Director Ni said icily. Of course. Please follow me to the conference room. I'll bring the officer overseeing the case to brief you right away. Let's go, Director Ni replied. As they entered the lobby, Director Ni's cold demeanor softened slightly when he spotted Old Man Ouyang. A smile broke out on his face as he greeted him. Old Master Ouyang here to bail someone out too? I almost forgot you've got family in there as well. I'm just here to observe, Old Man Ouyang said with a smile. We must ensure that justice is done. If Ouyang Ji truly committed a crime, he should be locked up for a few years. Director Ni chuckled. No need for that talk. I'm sure these young talents have been wronged. Why don't you join us in the conference room and take a seat? Sure, I'll let you handle things. I could use a rest. The station chief, drenched in sweat from the exchange between these high-ranking figures, escorted them to the conference room before heading off to find his deputy. Without knocking, he kicked open the door to Deputy Yang's office in a fit of rage. Deputy Yang, sitting at his desk reviewing documents, jumped in surprise. Old Zhu, what's gotten into you? Calm down, Deputy Yang said, trying to defuse the situation and offering to make him some tea. Yang, did you arrest a group of people today? The station chief asked, glaring at him with fury in his eyes. Yes, I'm personally overseeing the case. Why, what's the problem? Deputy Yang asked, puzzled. Could something have gone wrong? That's impossible. The Sun family called me directly. There's no way this could be a mistake. Hey, no mistake here. The station chief let out a sarcastic laugh that sent chills down Deputy Yang's spine. Stop laughing and tell me what happened. See for yourself, the station chief said, tossing the document onto Deputy Yang's desk. Oh boy. Deputy Yang's eyes darted back and forth over the document and the signature, disbelief etched on his face. He read it over and over again, but the message remained the same. You've made a serious mistake. The station chief shook his head, feigning pity. We've been working together for years, and yet you made such a fundamental error. Now the higher-ups are demanding a full investigation. Forget about the Sun family, nothing can help you now. And to top it off, one of the people you arrested happens to be Old Master Ouyang's grandson. He's sitting in the conference room right now, waiting for you to explain yourself. Ouyang? As in Old Master Ouyang. Deputy Yang stammered. Seeing the station chief nod in confirmation, Deputy Yang collapsed into his chair, utterly stunned. His mind raced with questions and a sense of helplessness. Why do people with powerful connections always disguise themselves as regular folks? If only they had told me who they were, I'd have been on their side from the start. Now look at what's happened. They played dumb, and I'm the one paying for it. Is there any way to salvage this? Deputy Yang asked hopelessly. Hey, that depends on whether your men followed the rules. Now come with me to the conference room and report to the leaders. The station chief said, his tone lightened now that he had shifted the blame. With a trembling Deputy Yang in tow, the station chief entered the conference room, where he carefully distanced himself from the situation. He left the entire explanation to Deputy Yang, ensuring that when the dust settled, he would emerge with minimal damage to his reputation. Greetings, leaders. I'm Deputy Director Yang. May I ask what brings you here? Deputy Director Yang pretended to be oblivious as he addressed the officials. Didn't Director Zhu tell you already? Director Ni gave a sharp look at Director Zhu and coldly replied, We're all part of the same system, so don't play games with me. Let me make it clear. Your actions have caused a significant problem. The higher-ups have ordered a thorough investigation. We're just the first wave, soon the disciplinary committee will be here to review your records. If there's even a hint of corruption, none of you will walk away from this unscathed. Leaders, I swear I've always upheld fairness and never engaged in any backdoor dealings. Hearing that the disciplinary committee was involved, Deputy Director Yang panicked. Over the years he had bent the rules for various favors, always keeping things discreet. But he knew there was no hiding from the watchdogs of the disciplinary committee. Whether you have or haven't, I don't care. Director Ni cut him off, slamming his hand on the table. What I want to know is, when are you going to release the people I've come for? They are crucial individuals. If anything happens to them, losing your job will be the least of your worries. You might as well prepare to go to prison for a good, long lesson. I'll release them immediately. Deputy Director Yang stammered, his face pale with fear. Director Zhu, standing nearby, realized that if Deputy Yang went down he might be the next to face the heat. No way, he thought. I didn't know anything about this. I'm not taking the fall for him. I'll go handle it. Director Zhu volunteered quickly. After all, Deputy Yang was in charge of this case. I wasn't involved, so if the leaders ask me, I won't be able to explain everything clearly. Deputy Director Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. You dirty swine. Whenever there's blame to be taken, you always leave me holding the bag. Now you won't even let me step out to make a phone call? You're really trying to throw me under the bus. Yang was furious. In all their years working together, despite his many flaws, he had never betrayed Director Zhu's interests. Now Zhu was abandoning him completely. He was practically shaking with rage. Fine, go ahead. But be quick about it. Director Nai ordered, allowing Director Zhu to leave, even though he could feel the heat of Yang's angry stare. Meanwhile, inside the interrogation rooms, the officers were still unaware of the chaos unfolding outside. They continued pressing Song Yun and his group, trying to dig up something incriminating. Song Yun and his companions remained silent, leaving the interrogators frustrated with their inability to get any useful information. However, Li Tian's situation was different. The young officers interrogating Li Tian were eager to make a name for themselves, and in their haste, they disregarded the rules. They rummaged through Li Tian's pockets, and were shocked when they found what they believed to be incriminating evidence: his official identification card. So, you're forging official documents, huh? One officer slammed his hand on the table. This document says it gives you access to the Red Wall. Do you think we're idiots? Are you a spy sent by an outside force? And what if I told you it's real? Li Tian responded calmly. That's nonsense. You're a criminal, and now you're pretending to be part of the higher-ups? Don't make me laugh. Cooperate for leniency, resist and face the consequences. Tell us, where did you get this fake ID? Who runs your organization, and what's your goal? The officer barked, growing more aggressive. Li Tian was starting to get annoyed. Just as he was about to reply, a commotion erupted outside the interrogation room, causing the two officers to frown. Click. The door to the interrogation room swung open, and the officers quickly stood up and saluted when they saw who had entered. Good day, Director Zhu. Let him go, it was a misunderstanding. Director Zhu said with a calm but firm tone, now projecting confidence in front of his subordinates. What? Let him go? One of the officers exclaimed, clearly confused. But this man's a spy. We found evidence on him. Director Zhu was taken aback. What the heck? I leave for a moment, and now there's talk of spies. Under normal circumstances, Director Zhu might have looked into it further, but this was no ordinary situation. With direct orders from the top to release the detainees, he had no choice but to comply, even if their identities weren't entirely clear. No more talking, let him go. Director Zhu commanded sternly. He couldn't afford to appear incompetent in front of the higher-ups. One problem with Deputy Director Yang was already more than enough. He couldn't risk being seen as unable to manage his team. But look at this ID. One of the officers protested, handing the document to Director Zhu. It's clearly fake. This guy is pretending to be a high-level official. Who knows what secrets he's hiding? Director Zhu barely glanced at the document before his breath caught in his throat. He looked up at Li Tian, then down at the ID again, confirming the photo. His face turned pale. If arresting Song Yun caused official scrutiny, that could be handled as part of work. But offending a rising star like Li Tian, that could result in serious personal consequences. The Idaho was real, without a doubt. Secretary Li Lai, this has been a terrible misunderstanding. Director Zhu quickly stepped forward with a nervous smile. He turned to the officers and barked, What are you waiting for? Get those handcuffs off Secretary Li, now. Wait. That's it? Li Tian asked with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Is the next step for you to offer me a few drinks to smooth things over? From Director Zhu's reaction, it was clear that the higher-ups were already aware of everything, and reinforcements had likely been sent. Otherwise, this relatively minor case would have been handled by someone lower down the chain. I wouldn't dare, Secretary Lai. Director Zhu stammered, reaching for the handcuffs to unlock them himself. Director Ni is waiting for you in the conference room. But as he tried to unlock the cuffs, Li Tian stepped back, avoiding him. It's not that simple. Li Tian said coldly. If you had the power to put me in here, you should be ready to face the consequences. You said Director Nai is already here? Fine, I'll meet with him just like this. If he says I'm guilty, I'll take myself to the detention center. Li Tian stood up and strode out of the room confidently. Director Zhu, holding the key in his hand, stood there frozen, unsure of what to do. After a moment he snapped back to reality, angrily gestured at the two young interrogators, and then hurriedly followed after Li Tian. Oh, You're all out already? Lee Tian said with a smile when he saw Song Yun and the others standing in the hallway. I apologize for what happened today. You all went through a lot because of me. Li Gi. What are you saying? Ouyang replied casually. We were just doing the right thing, standing up for justice. If everyone chose to run away in situations like this, where would the basic morals of humanity be? Wait a second, Li Ji. Why are you still in handcuffs? Song Yun, always quick to notice details, immediately saw the issue. Li Tian raised his cuffed hands and smiled. This is part of the treatment we received today. I think the leaders outside should get a full picture of it. Let's go to the conference room. Li Tian called over a staff member to lead them to the conference room, while Director Zhu followed them closely, his face showing clear discomfort. As they entered the conference room, Old Master Ouyang and the others stood up to greet Song Yun and his group. You've endured a lot, Director Ni said sternly. The higher-ups have been informed about today's incident and have already started an investigation. Thank you, Director Ni, for taking time out of your busy schedule to come and get us, Song Yun said with a smile. He knew well that once the leadership had ordered an investigation, it was best to wait for the official result. Intervene without authority would only complicate matters. After reassuring Song Yun and his group, Director Ni turned his attention to Li Tian, ready to deliver a reprimand. Li Tian, how could you handle things like this? After all the trust and responsibility placed on you, you messed it up. Write a 1,000-word self-reflection report and have it on my desk by next Monday. As he finished, he glanced down and noticed that Li Tian was still wearing handcuffs, his brow furrowing deeply. What's going on here? Director Zhu, care to explain? Director Ni was getting genuinely angry now. After all, Li Tian was one of his subordinates, and any punishment or reprimand should come from him, not someone else. The fact that Li Tian was still handcuffed in front of so many people felt like a direct insult. Li's secretary insisted on it. Director Zhu replied helplessly. Yes, Director Ni, I requested this. Li Tian confirmed, raising his cuffed hands. After I was detained, I took some time to reflect on my actions. But during that reflection, I also noticed serious problems with how the lower levels handle situations. They often ignore procedures, prioritize pleasing their superiors, and disregard basic principles. It's extremely dangerous. Director Ni shot a cold glance at Director Zhu. Didn't you show them your ID? They saw it, but the interrogators didn't believe it. They were so eager to earn praise that they convinced themselves my ID was fake, claiming I was a spy with secret motives. Li Tian said calmly. Hearing this, Director Zhu broke into a cold sweat. This is bad, really bad. He could see the fire in Director Ni's eyes. Director Zhu, explain yourself, Director Ni demanded. The two interrogators are inexperienced and have never seen credentials like Secretary Li's before. So, they assumed he was Director Zhu stammered. Don't you have systems in place? They could have checked the credentials in just a few minutes, but instead they trusted their own instincts. This is the most fundamental and unforgivable mistake. Director Ni took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. It seems there are serious issues in how things are run here. The problems go all the way from the top to the bottom. Director Zhu couldn't argue. He knew those junior officers had cut corners in pursuit of recognition. Sigh. Looks like my time in this position is coming to an end, Director Zhu thought to himself. He had spent over a decade building his career, and now it was all about to come crashing down. It wasn't his direct fault, but as the person in charge, there was no escaping the consequences. Song Yun, you and your team are free to go now, Director Ni announced. Just then, a phone rang in the corner, shattering the tense atmosphere. It was Deputy Director Yang's phone, ringing ominously like a call from the Grim Reaper. Deputy Director Yang, your phone's ringing, someone pointed out. Huh. Oh. Deputy Director Yang snapped out of his daze and, seeing the name on the screen, quickly hung up. The call was from Sun Qianqian's father. Damn it. It's because of handling their family's business that I'm in this mess. Who knows if I'll ever see the outside world again. Just a scam call, he said with an awkward laugh. Ring, ring, ring. Seems like you're getting a lot of important calls, Deputy Director Yang. Ouyang remarked with a cold smirk. Why don't you let us hear it too? It's just these scam calls, you know. I'll hang up now, right now. Deputy Director Yang stammered, his face pale. Ring. Ring. Damn it, Yang thought furiously. What did I ever do to deserve this? Why can't this guy take a hint and leave me alone? It looks like scam callers are getting pretty persistent these days. Song Yun laughed. Deputy Director Yang, I'm curious about this call. How about I answer it? Maybe we can get some useful information and help you out. Before Yang could respond, Yang, with quick reflexes, grabbed the phone and placed it on the table, putting it on speaker. Hey old Yang! How's it going? Have those kids confessed yet? Let me tell you, my precious daughter's been crying her eyes out in my office. As her father, it breaks my heart. Damn you, son! How could you be so clueless? Usually Yang would call son after the job was done to keep things safe. But now, son's desperation to help his daughter had him throwing caution to the wind, exposing everything. Hey? Old Yang, are you there? Hello? Hello? Strange son muttered, not realizing the phone had been set to speaker, before hanging up. After everything was settled, old Master Ouyang brought Song Yun and Ouyang Ji back home. Meanwhile, Huo Feng and his team, having completed their mission, were given some time off to rest, as long as they reported in. It seems my recommendation for you to take on this mission was a good decision, Old Master Ouyang said with a smile in his study. You did well, and it helped you stand out in certain circles. For now, you don't need to worry about the powerful families being a threat. They won't dare retaliate openly, but small provocations and tests might still come your way. Understood. I just didn't expect such chaos in the management of Siming's team. Honestly, we were lucky to complete the mission. If even one step had gone wrong, it would have been a failure, Song Yun admitted, still feeling a bit shaken. But you made it through, didn't you? Old Master Ouyang said, clearly in good spirits. He spent the evening asking Song Yun about the mission in detail, preferring first-hand accounts over reading reports. They talked until evening, and Old Master Ouyang, in high spirits, drank quite a bit with Song Yun in the small courtyard. By the end of the night, Song Yun was feeling a little tipsy. The next morning Song Yun woke up, stretched, and realized it was time to return. His matters had been settled, so he decided to head back. However, this time he would be flying back to Shanghai alone, while Ouyang Ji stayed behind due to his military duties. Around noon, a private jet landed at the Shanghai airport. Song Yun hadn't told anyone about his return and quietly took a taxi back to his villa. In the villa's security room, Huang Beiding was diligently monitoring the area, keeping an eye on all the blind spots. Even though Master Song was at home, Huang felt it was his responsibility to ensure everyone's safety, especially with Song Yun being away for so long. He barely slept more than 3 or 4 hours a night, determined to protect the villa at all costs. As Huang reviewed the security logs from the previous night, a taxi pulled up at the gate. The door slowly opened, and out stepped Song Yun. Being away for so long had made him miss home, and now that he was back, he felt a wave of nostalgia. Reaching into his pockets, Song Yun realized he had forgotten to bring his keys in his rush to leave. With no other choice, he pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. Click. The gate slowly opened, and Huang Beiding excitedly emerged from the security room. Boss? You're back. Hey, nothing beats being home. Anything happen while I was away, Huang? Song Yun asked with a smile. Not much, everything's been fine. Missy's been feeling a bit under the weather though. After a trip to the hospital, the doctor said it's normal during pregnancy, Huang said, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. In Huang's eyes, as long as Song Yun was home, everything felt secure. Even Master Song couldn't quite replace that feeling. Great, carry on. I'll go inside and surprise them, Song Yun said cheerfully as he headed toward the villa. Inside, Yi King was lounging on the couch, absent-mindedly nibbling on an apple. Guess who? Song Yun snuck up behind her and playfully covered her eyes. Yi King froze for a moment before the apple fell from her hand. Honey, I've missed you so much, she cried, grabbing Song Yun's hand and turning around with tears in her eyes. Hey now, why the tears? I'm home, everything's fine, Song Yun said gently, knowing that pregnant women often had mood swings due to hormonal changes. He remembered how a senior colleague's wife had behaved when she was pregnant, wanting to eat train station food one day, and something from a farm 100 kilometers away the next. She even had cravings for the smell of gasoline at one point. Thankfully, everything returned to normal after the baby was born. Mr. Song, welcome back, Yang Ying called out, carrying a tray of fruit from the kitchen. Captain Yang, how are things going with your guy Huang? Song Yun teased with a grin. Yang was not only principled but also a great person, and Song Yun hoped she would find happiness. Huang, after all, had proven to be loyal and trustworthy. Mr. Song, what are you saying? Yang blushed and rolled her eyes before quickly heading upstairs. With Song Yun home, she wasn't about to hang around and be a third wheel. Hey, where are Mom and Dad? And where are CU and Wenshu? Song Yun asked, holding Yi King close. Dad's at the Research Institute. I heard Grey Deer Institute hit a technical roadblock, and they needed his help. Mom took Wenshu shopping, and Siyu. Siyu's been acting a bit strange lately. I asked her about it. But she wouldn't say. She left early this morning without telling me where she was going. You should talk to her when she gets back. Keeping things bottled up like that isn't healthy. Yi King said softly. All right, whatever King says. Song Yun replied with a smile. Meanwhile, at a cafe in downtown Shanghai, Yuan Siyu was sitting with a young man, sipping coffee. Cousin, you've got to help me this time. Everyone in the family knows you're doing better than anyone else. If you won't help me, I might as well jump off a building. The young man said, finishing his coffee with a bitter expression. We're family, so I'll help as much as I can, but I'm just a recent graduate with no money and no connections. Yuan Siyu replied calmly, taking a sip of her coffee. This young man was her uncle's son. Her mother's side only had one boy in their generation, so her grandmother spoiled him terribly. Sis, you don't have money, but your husband. The young man caught himself when he saw Yuan Siyu's face darken. Forcing a smile, he said. I misspoke. Anyway, the reason I came to you today is for something small. You know I graduated this year, right? Well, I started a business with some friends, but it's not going well, and we're about to go bankrupt. That's why I need your help. You started a business. Yuan Siyu looked at him with suspicion.
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.